Chapter 892. Zhou State's emperor was like a trapped beast at death's door, glaring angrily at the officials in the imperial court. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to reply. The Marquis of Jian walked out trembling in fear. "Reporting to your majesty, this subject has already brought soldiers to the sundry goods and rice shops to investigate, and discovered that the people and things in these shops have all been emptied. Trash. All of you are trash. I don't believe that after offending the Yun Manor, my Zhou State's imperial court has no one. Since there are no soldiers, then immediately give the order to entrust the hunters to transport resources from other cities into the city." Zhou State's emperor's eyes turned red with anger. Who knew that the Marquis of Jian's next words would cause Zhou State's emperor to choke on his breath, almost unable to come up? Yujing City's Hunters Guild has already issued an announcement, saying that all missions related to the imperial family will not be accepted. I'm afraid that Yun Songlong is interfering. The Marquis of Jian's sweat continuously flowed down. Not only that, the medical halls in the city have also been cut off from the supply of medicinal herbs. I'm afraid that Yun Manor is also interfering. The doctor of the Imperial Hospital stepped forward, his head also covered in cold sweat. Currently, within Yujing City, the voices of the people were all filled with complaints, complaining that Zhou State's emperor was acting arbitrarily, forcing everyone in Yujing City to betray him. The rebellion of the Great Zhou dynasty was not a big deal, but the effect was fatal. All of this was what Yi Baiming, who was somewhere far away in Zhou State, had hoped for. Jade Fall Valley, the former headquarters of the Bloody Hand Trench. Outside the valley, poisonous purple smoke lingered, and within the valley, the setting sun was like blood. Ever since the Bloody Hand Trench was slaughtered, no one in Grand Emperor City cared about this valley. Within the valley, the scenery was as usual, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that both inside and outside the valley were densely packed with hidden sentries. Several mansions and single-story houses that had just been renovated stood under the setting sun. As they walked closer, they heard the shouts of martial artist training. Even though Wuxuan Limitless School had encountered the most serious crisis in the hundreds of years since it was established, the school's daily morning, afternoon, and evening practice continued in an orderly manner. Other than the martial artists of Wuxuan Limitless School, there were close to 1,000 Northern Underworld devil martial artists who were also hiding in Jade Fall Valley. The Emperor of Zhou State and He Linlin searched for Yi Baiming all over the continent, but they didn't know that as early as several years ago, Yi Baiming had found an excellent hiding place for himself. Back then, for the sake of Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming slaughtered all the assassins of the Bloody Hand Tycoon in one night. He unintentionally discovered that Jade Fall Valley was an extremely good place to hide. Even compared to Taiyuan Mountain, it was not inferior at all. The terrain here was vast and open, and the surrounding area was shrouded in poisonous fog. As long as he set up a few large-scale magic arrays in the valley, he would be able to obstruct the enemy and hide himself. After Yi Baiming made his decision, he immediately deployed manpower. After several years of construction and the cooperation of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Jade Fall Valley was completed. Ever since that day, when Yi Baiming and Yi Chantian broke off their relationship, Yi Baiming decided to leave Jade Capital. When he sent out that letter, Yi Baiming had already guessed that his letter would be made public. Other than clarifying the matter of him divorcing before marriage and expressing his feelings to the little wild cat, the other reason he wrote that letter was to borrow the power of the Yun residence. Everyone thought that Yun Ba had retired and the Yun residence's influence was no longer there. However, Yi Baiming thought that the Yun residence was just a sleeping tiger. As he expected, the father and son of the Yun residence had given him a lot of help during the chaos in Jade Capital this time. Although this letter made the entire continent think that he, Yi Baiming, was a muddle-headed person who lusted after women and didn't care about the country. However, since he dared to write a letter, he dared to face the world's public opinion. He wanted to tell Yun Sheng, tell the Yun residents, tell He Linlin, and tell the Black Qilin race that he wanted to marry Yun Sheng. No matter if it was his father in name, the Emperor of Zhou State, or his true blood relative, the Black Qilan race patriarch He Yao couldn't stop him. Unlike Dugu Xiao, Yi Baiming didn't feel any kinship with the Black Qilan race patriarch. Yi Baiming hated He Yao, and he also hated the emperor of Zhou state. It was the two men's power struggle that caused him and his mother to fall into a whirlpool that was worse than death. Empress Li's early death left Yi Baiming with endless pain and coldness. Knowing that Yun Sheng had appeared, there was a ray of light in his dark world. Whether it was the boundless continent or the 8 desolate continent, whether it was humans or beasts, what did it have to do with him? What did he have to fear? No matter how beautiful the world was, if there was no one to accompany him, what joy would there be? It was also because of this that Yi Baiming wrote those words and decisively cut ties with Yi Qingtian. When Qi Tian left, he entrusted Yi Baiming to look after Wushuan Limitless School. Now that he was leaving, he couldn't forget about his junior brothers and sisters. He didn't expect that the moment Yi Baiming appeared, everyone in the martial arts hall was waiting for him. Senior brother Yi, you defeated that witch He Linlin, so you are our new curator. Wherever you go, we will go. Lei Hu and the other intersect martial practitioners said in unison. Senior brother Yi, the emperor of Zhou state, intended to control the martial arts hall and humiliated senior sister Yun. Back then, it was because of senior sister Yun that the disciples of the outer hall could have their current cultivation. We are also willing to follow you. While Yi Baiming was moved, he decided to bring the martial practitioners of Wushuan Limitless School and use the magic array to leave the Jade Capital. It was also at that time that the martial practitioners of Wushuan Limitless School found out that the senior brother Yi they respected was actually a powerful magician. From drawing the magic array to using the Limitless Trade Union's power to the crisis in the Jade Capital, Yi Baiming did everything step by step in an orderly manner. In the eyes of the outside world, Zhou State's North Nether King's rebellion this time was all bark and no bite. There were no rebellions in the various places, nor were there any military uprisings. This made the other countries that wanted to take advantage of the situation a little depressed. Chengbai and the rest were also a little confused. With Yi Baiming's strength, it was more than enough for him to kill his way to the Jade Capital. However, Yi Baiming chose a very gentle method to start this rebellion. Because of this, Yi Baiming's reply was, if it was a little wildcat, she would also be happy to see a prosperous and strong Zhou state instead of Zhou state riddled with holes. Using the country as a betrothal gift, not a tattered one. Yi Baiming had been Yi Qingtian's son for more than 10 years and understood him the best. Behind Yi Qingtian, there were only 2 great helpers. Back then, Yi Qingtian was able to become the emperor of Zhou state because of the Black Qilan clan and the Hunters Guild. Because of Yin Songlong, the Hunters Guild had already become strangers with Yi Qingtian. As for the Black Qilan clan, if they were to fight with martial strength, the warriors of the Black Qilan clan who were hidden in the army might be able to fight with his devil martial practitioners. However, if he were to strangle the Zhou state's emperor economically and force the citizens to revolt, Yi Qingtian and the Black Qilan clan would be helpless. Things were just as Yi Baiming had predicted. In just a few days, the Jade Capital fell into chaos. What he was waiting for now was the most fatal blow. This scroll is a love scroll. If we want to drop pink, it will come like a tornado. On Monday, everyone still has all kinds of tickets. Hey. Chapter 893. Zhou State's situation was good, but Yi Baiming wasn't relaxed. He was feeling uneasy these days. Ever since he separated from the little wildcat, he hadn't been able to contact her. He had already ordered someone to send a message to the continent's elite magic camp, but there was no news from them. As Yin Sheng had been keeping the whereabouts of Gufeng and Dongwang Ling a secret, even Yi Baiming didn't know where Yin Sheng had gone. There was also no news from Taiyuan Mountain. Master, you should rest. Leave the rest to Lord Cheng and Lord Bu. Long Shui brought over a cup of hot tea. Including today, Yi Baiming hadn't slept for 5 days and 5 nights. He, Cheng, and Bu had been discussing day and night how to mobilize their forces and contact Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to cut off the flow of goods and water routes in Zhou State. Yujing City had already become an isolated island. In a few days, there would definitely be a riot in Yujing City. Things were going smoothly, but Yi Baiming's hard work was obvious to all. Long Shui saw this and became anxious. Is there still no news from the people we sent to the continent's elite magic camp? Yi Baiming had been waiting for news from the continent's elite magic camp. Not yet. Long Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Master's heart had always been worried about that woman. No matter how considerate she was, Master didn't notice. The continent's elite magic camp indeed didn't have any news about Yun Sheng. If there's any news, immediately send a message. Yi Baiming was indeed tired. His handsome face revealed a trace of tiredness. Long Shui nodded and retreated. When she reached the door, a guard hurriedly came forward. Miss Long, there's an urgent letter from the continent's elite magic camp. Master just fell asleep. Don't make a fuss. Long Shui stopped the guard and took the letter. She looked into the room and opened the letter. The letter was written by Yun Sheng's teacher, a dark gold rank teacher. Long Shui looked down, and a hint of joy appeared on her gorgeous face. She quickly reined in her joy. I'll accept the letter and hand it over to Master later. Master has a lot of things to do these few days, so don't disturb Master if you have nothing to do. After the guard left, Long Shui took another look at the letter. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect Yun Sheng to marry Dugu Xiao. The letter was sent by the continent's magic elite camp. It was written by Yun Sheng's mentor, Dark Gold. The letter clearly stated that many days ago, Yun Sheng had been forcefully brought back to Later Qin by Dugu Xiao under the name of Dong Huang Sheng. She was to be married to Dugu Xiao. The meaning of the dark gold-ranked teacher's words was for Yi Baiming to hurry back to the continent's magic elite camp and find a way to infiltrate Later Qin to rescue Yun Sheng. Because of that Yun Sheng, Master has a bad reputation as a traitor. But she's doing well. She became a princess and even hooked up with the crown prince of Later Qin. Long Shui looked at the letter and thought of Yi Baiming's tired face. She would never hand this letter over to Master. Her master was born to rule the world and stand at the top of the world. She had served Master for so many years and watched him painstakingly manage things from a lowly prince who had lost his power to an all-powerful figure. That Yun Sheng didn't know the hardships involved. All these years, she was the one who had accompanied Master all the way. It was her like a sister and a servant, like a lover. She had watched Master grow from a thin and weak youth to the current iron-blooded prince. Who does that Yun Sheng think she is? What right does she have to become Master's woman and stand at the top of the continent with Master? Master had finally broken ties with the Zhou State's emperor and started a rebellion. He was about to ascend to the throne of the Zhou State's emperor step by step. At such a crucial moment, how could Master destroy all of his hard-earned achievements for a woman? Although she was furious, Long Shui understood that once Master Yi Baiming saw this letter, he would definitely rush to Later Qin without caring about anything else. Later Qin was a place filled with tigers and wolves. Later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiao, saw Master as a huge threat. Who could guarantee that Dugu Xiao didn't deliberately capture Yun Sheng with the purpose of luring Master to Later Qin? No matter if it was Yun Sheng or Dong Huang Sheng, as long as she married Dugu Xiao, what was done was done. At that time, Master would really belong to Long Shui. Thinking of this, Long Shui took another look at Yi Baiming's room and tore the letter into pieces. In the continent's magic elite camp, Gufeng anxiously waited for Yi Baiming's reply. A few days ago, Gufeng saw Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Ling being taken away by Dugu Xiao. Knowing that he was powerless to save them, he rushed back to Jade Capital. Who would have thought that after he rushed to Jade Capital, he would find out that within a month, many changes had happened in Jade Capital. From North Nether King divorcing his fiancée to Yi Baiming's words of marrying a wife that shocked the entire continent. What was worse was that North Nether King's whereabouts were unknown. In his anxiety, Gufeng went to the Hunters Guild, Wushuan Limitless Mansion, and C.I. Anton. However, he didn't find any news of North Nether King or Yun residents. Gufeng was a blockhead. He didn't even think about the current situation. Without credible evidence, who would believe his words so easily. Gufeng, who was like a headless fly, had no choice but to return to the continent's magic elite camp and tell the dark gold-rank teacher and abandon what had happened. Only then did Abandon and the dark gold-rank teacher know that Yun Sheng had done such a daring thing behind their backs. Fortunately, the dark gold-rank teacher was angry. She immediately contacted the warriors' elite camp and finally found out about Yi Baiming with the help of the ghost prison's great elder. The dark gold-rank teacher personally wrote a letter and sent the news of Yun Sheng being trapped in the eastern capital to Jade Valley. However, after the letter was sent out for a few days, there was still no news. Dark gold-rank teacher, it's already the third day. Why is there still no news from Jade Valley? I'm about to die from anxiety. If this goes on, Yun Sheng will be forced to marry Dugu Xiao. Gufeng waited for a few days, but there was no news at all. He was very anxious. We can't wait any longer. Let's hurry to Later Qin and think of a way to save them. Abandon was also impatient. Chi is right. Since when have our magic elite camp's disciples ever needed the warrior elite camp's people to rescue them after being kidnapped? Aren't you afraid that your teeth will fall out if word gets out? Master Shi Huang laughed sinisterly at the side. That's right. Dark gold-rank teacher, Yun Sheng and Ling are our important members of the elite camp. As long as we tell this news to the elite camp, I believe the elders will agree to send people with us. After Blue heard the news, she also expressed her willingness to go to Later Qin to save Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling. This matter can only rely on the few of us. The elite camp won't help us. Shi Huang, have you forgotten that Director Song is still in Later Qin? How could the dark gold-rank teacher not want to save Yun Sheng and Donghuang Ling? These two people were her disciples that she had painstakingly cultivated for several years. No one was more nervous than her. Hearing Director Song's name, Shi Huang shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Double monthly votes coming, begging for votes. Chapter 894. The main reason why Later Qin was able to stand tall on the mainland for so many years and even surpass Zhou State to become the #1 country in martial arts was because of Director Song of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song's name, age, appearance, family background, and origin were unknown. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. He was very strong. When Big Dipper Martial Hall was rising, the two elders of the mainland's elite camp went to Later Qin for a battle. They fought with Director Song and were defeated within 100 moves. When they were defeated, the two elders had declared that as long as Director Song was still alive, the elite camp and Ho Qin would not interfere with each other's business. Because of this, even when the mainland's elite camp was in the limelight, they still had to be polite to Later Qin. What was worse was that Director Song was Dugu Xiao's teacher. In order to save Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling, not only did they have to go through Dugu Xiao, they also had to go through Director Song. This was also the reason why Dugu Xiao was able to form an alliance with the elite camp during the last artifact search mission. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling were very important. However, they weren't important enough for the two elders to disregard their old faces and go against the oath that they made back then. As for Yi Baiming, now that Zhou State was in danger, he might not be able to protect himself. Hearing this, everyone was silent. She stood up abruptly and walked out without saying a word. Hey, Poison Brat, what are you doing? Shi Huang was anxious. I alone am enough to save Yun Sheng. When Abandon thought of how Yun Sheng had to face that cold-blooded and heartless guy, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Abandoned, I want to go too. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. Gufeng hurriedly chased after him. I'll go too. If the elders don't want to save them, I'll save them. Blue also followed. Come back. Who said we're not going to save him? The dark gold-ranked instructor was furious at the three stubborn mules. You're right. We need to save him, but we need to discuss how to save him first. If the three of you go, all three of you will die. It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between Director Song's teeth. Come over and listen to me. Instructor Shi Huang stuck out his tongue. After some discussion, the dark gold-ranked instructor and the other three were suspicious. Gufeng shivered. Teacher Shi Huang, isn't this too despicable? Despicable? If you dare to speak one more time, believe it or not, I will immediately poison you to death. I don't care if you're Shi Guang's precious disciple or not." Shi Huang made a killing gesture. Gu Feng shuddered and quickly hid behind abandon. "Right now, this is the only way. Listen up, there's no time to lose. We have to rush to Later Qin immediately." After weighing the pros and cons, the dark gold-gray teacher decided to follow teacher Shi Huang's instructions and try to rescue Yin Sheng and the others. Early in the morning, there was a lion's roar in the Taiyuan castle. "Sai, what's wrong with the old general recently? Why is he shouting so early in the morning?" Inside the castle, Zhou Quan was confused. Ever since Zhou Qingchuan, the chairman of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, had come, the old general's temper had become much worse. Inside the Taiyuan castle, inside the former city lord's hall. "What? You said my precious granddaughter was kidnapped." Yinba's old face was red. "Father, don't be impatient. Let Song Lang explain the contents of the letter first." Yuan Shahua consoled him in a good-natured manner. When Yuan Shahua had just married into the Yun residence, Yinba had been indifferent to her because of Grand Emperor's city. But in the past few years, Yuan Shahua had been assisting Yun Songlong in handling the affairs of the Heavenly Hunting Corps. She had also raised a pair of beautiful and strong grandsons for the Yun residents. Yunba's attitude towards this daughter-in-law had improved. For the sake of his second daughter-in-law, Yunba snorted a few times. He snatched the letter from Yun Songlong's hand and read it. This letter was sent from the mainland's magic elite camp. When the dark gold instructor received the news from Gu Feng, she was especially careful. On one hand, she inquired about Yi Baiming. On the other hand, she also sent a letter to the Sky Hunting Corps. When Yun Songlong received the letter, he found out that Yun Sheng had fallen into Dugu Xiu's hands. This matter involved a lot of people, so Yun Songlong didn't dare to make a rash judgment. He was worried that Yun Ba would be reckless, so before he rushed to Taiyuan Mountain, he had specially sent people to Later Qin to gather information. However, Later Qin wasn't like the other countries on the mainland. Later Qin's Hunters Guild had been suppressed by the Big Dipper Martial Hall in the early years. Especially in the Fengdu region, it was difficult to obtain information. But there was one thing that was certain. A few days ago, Later Qin's Dugu Xiu had indeed married the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, it was said that this princess was from the common folk. The princess's name was unknown, and her appearance had never been revealed. But looking at the timing, it did coincide with Yun Sheng's departure from the mainland's magic elite camp. Furthermore, Yin Songlong had also found out that because of their birth characters, the marriage between Princess Dongwang and Later Qin's crown prince was set to be held in 2 months. During this period, Princess Dongwang was temporarily staying in the crown prince's residence. After confirming this information, Yin Songlong brought Yuan Shahua and rushed to Taiyuan Mountain. Damn it, Later Qin son of a bitch. When he first came to Zhou State, I already found him an eyesore. I really should have killed him. The more Yinba thought about it, the angrier he became. Whenever he thought of Dugu Xiu, his chest felt stuffy. Although Yunba was angry, he was still a veteran of the battlefield and had killed countless enemies. Although he cursed, he didn't immediately give the order to lead a group of people to attack Later Qin. Putting aside the fact that Dugu Xiu was the crown prince of Later Qin, even if Taiyuan Mountain and the Heaven Extermination hunting troop joined forces, it would be difficult for them to attack Fengdu. Not to mention, Later Qin also had the strongest warrior on the mainland, Director Song, whose strength was rumored to have surpassed the martial Grand Emperor level and was close to the martial god level. Father, this matter is strange. With Sheng'er's personality, she won't be controlled so easily. I'm afraid that Dugu Xiu has something on her. After receiving the news, the first thing that came to Yin Songlong's mind was that with Yun Sheng's intelligence, she wouldn't have been forced into a marriage. That's right. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll think of a way to contact some of my old subordinates and create some trouble for Later Qin's borders. It would be best if we could lure Dugu Xiu out and think of a way to capture him. Yunba thought of a plan. This Dugu Xiu was really blind. How could he marry his own granddaughter just because he wanted to? Without a groom, He wanted to see how later Qin would get married. Then I'll think of a way to sneak into Fengdu's imperial palace and rescue Shah. Yin Sanglong and Yuan Shahua exchanged glances. Although the latter was somewhat worried, she also felt that Yun Ba's plan was feasible. Yun Sheng was too important to the Yun residents. If not for the fact that Yuan Shahua still had to take care of the two children, she would also want to sneak into Yangdu to investigate. No, you won't be able to do it alone. You'll need to bring a helper. His opponent was Director Song, so Yun Ba had no choice but to think carefully. Chapter 895. Yun Ba was very pleased with Yun Sanglong and his wife's sense of righteousness. The Yun residents have been sparsely populated these past few years, but the two brothers were still very affectionate. After Yun Ba moved to Taiyuan Mountain, Yun Sangxue and his wife also moved to Taiyuan. Even their grandson, Tang Yu, had become Qi Tian's disciple again and studied in Taiyuan Castle. They had thought that the family would be able to live harmoniously from now on. Who knew that something like this would happen to Yun Sheng? Yun Sheng was very important, but she was still his flesh. Yun Sanglong was already a husband and a father. It would be very dangerous for him to sneak into the Imperial Granary Palace alone to rescue Yun Sheng. Later, Qin Duguxiu was known as the Blood Wall of the Wuji Five Walls. He had become famous at a young age and was known for his quick-wittedness and iron-bloodedness on the battlefield. Even if he left Yangdu, he would definitely invite his teacher, Director Song, to oversee the palace. Under such circumstances, Yun Sanglong, who was only a martial sage, would definitely not be a match for him. "Is there any news of your elder brother?" Yun Ba asked in a muffled voice. His eldest son, Yun Songhai, had always been a sore point. He had left home for many years and left after their reunion a few years ago. No one knew where he was. If Yun Songhai was also here, the two brothers would have a much higher chance of winning. There's still no news of elder brother. Yun Sanglong shook his head. Ever since they had parted in Yujing City, he had not heard any news of his elder brother, Yun Songhai. Yun Ba pondered deeply, as if he had made a great decision. Go find Yi Baiming. You go with him to rescue Sheng. Father? Yun Sanglong was very surprised. The grudge between the Yun residents and Zhou State was deeply rooted. Although Yi Baiming had used Zhou Qingchuan as a mediator to clear the marriage agreement, he was still the son of Zhou State's emperor. Yun Sanglong had thought that with Yun Ba's stubborn temper, he would never forgive Yi Baiming. I'll give that brat a chance. I'll let him know that it's not so easy to marry my granddaughter. If he can save Sheng this time, I'll acknowledge him as my grandson-in-law. Otherwise, I'll kick him out. Yun Ba snorted. Yun Ba would never admit that he was moved by Yi Baiming's letter. He would never admit that he admired Yi Baiming's method of forcing Zhou State's emperor to abdicate without moving a single soldier in the past few days. The North Nether King's cultivation is not bad. If he joins forces with the Blue Waves, there is still a chance to save Yun Sheng. There's no time to lose. Song Lang, go find Dark North King immediately. Yuan Shahua agreed with Yun Ba's point of view. As Yuan Bupo's elder sister, she really hoped that her younger brother could help at a time like this and take the opportunity to win over the beauty. However, she had to admit that the only person on the boundless continent who could barely compete with Director Song was the North Nether King of Zhou State. Yun Sanglong and Yuan Shahua immediately left Taiyuan Mountain to inquire about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. Yun Ba stood alone on Taiyuan Mountain. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the boundless sea of clouds in the direction of Zhou State. He muttered, "Your Majesty, before you died, you entrusted the future of Zhou State to me. Now, I'm entrusting my granddaughter to your grandson. Your spirit in heaven must bless my Zhou State and our common descendant." After the Azalea banquet, Yun Sheng had a few days of comfort. The womenfolk of the Crown Prince's residence did not dare to cause trouble again. After all, young Mistress Qing was their lesson. Duguxiu also became busy. It was said that there were several riots at the borders of later Qin. This was not a common occurrence in later Qin. Yun Sheng, the future Crown Princess, was able to enjoy peace and quiet because of this. She finally found an opportunity to look for Hu Sheng. That day, after entering Tinya building, Yunsheng spent 100 gold coins to ask the shop owner to help Hu Sheng find a hidden residence in the city. Usually, the shop owner would send food to Hu Sheng. She never left the house. In addition, Qing Ming had just been defeated. Therefore, no one in the city was looking for Hu Sheng. Yun Sheng and Dong Wanglinger found an opportunity to sneak out of the crown prince's residence and look for Hu Sheng while Du Xiu went to discuss government affairs. That day, after seeing Yun Sheng's appearance, Hu Sheng's expression was one of astonishment. However, on that day, as they were busy avoiding Qing Ming, the two of them did not have the chance to talk. "Thank you, benefactor." When Hu Sheng saw Yun Sheng, he quickly went up to her and expressed his gratitude. Looking at Hu Sheng, Yun Sheng felt as if she was looking into a mirror. Especially when this woman looked so delicate and pitiful, Yun Sheng felt very uncomfortable. "You're welcome. Miss, I want to ask you, do you know a woman called Hu Jiusheng?" Yun Sheng roughly knew Hu Sheng's background. Right now, what she wanted to confirm the most was whether or not Hu Jiusheng was related to Hu Sheng. "I don't know her." Hu Sheng was very timid and replied with a bit of reverence in her pitch-black eyes. Although she looked exactly the same as Yun Sheng, the woman in front of her was very powerful. That day, when she came out from Big Dipper Martial Dojo, there were quite a few frightening, burly men following behind her. However, this woman, without even lifting a finger, took care of those people. "Then, how did you come here? Do you have any way to go back?" Looking at Hu Sheng's appearance, Yunxing knew that Hu Sheng didn't know anything. "I don't know. I also don't know how I came here. I only remember that on that day, cousin Ling Long asked me to go to the beast god altar to pray for the tribe. Not long after we started praying at the beast god altar, I fainted." Hu Sheng replied in a low voice. "Ling Long? You're talking about Hu Ling Long? She's your cousin?" Yun Sheng was now 100% sure of Hu Sheng's identity. She was the saintess of the celestial fox people. She was really guarding against thieves, burglaries, and little bitches. Hu Ling Long was really a little bitch in name. The dignified saintess of the celestial fox tribe was secretly transported to the boundless continent and almost sold to Qing Ming as his 109th concubine. If there wasn't a collaboration between the inside and the outside, this matter would definitely not have succeeded. Her useless cousin saintess who didn't know anything went missing. Hu Ling Long could replace her and become the new celestial fox saintess. Not only that so-called beast god altar should also be involved in this matter. If the celestial fox people's saintess was discovered to have been violated by the human race, it would be the best excuse for the 8 Desolates tribe to attack the boundless continent. After thinking up to this point, Yin Sheng understood that she had to send Hu Sheng back to the 8 Desolates continent as soon as possible. Hu Sheng had the body of a celestial fox. She didn't know magic or Do Chi, so it wouldn't be good for her to stay in the boundless continent for too long. Moreover, her identity was too sensitive. If other forces found out, it would probably lead to a huge commotion. At that time, it would be unavoidable that there would be another bloody storm. The boundless continent, which had just experienced a huge loss in the mission to find the divine weapon, couldn't withstand another invasion. "I also don't know how to go back. Miss Yin are also a member of the Celestial Fox tribe? Why have I never seen you before?" Hu Sheng was usually timid and didn't speak much when she saw people. But when she saw Yun Sheng, she inexplicably liked her. Chapter 896. The fate between people was very subtle. Yunxing didn't like Hu Sheng because she was too weak. She was like a delicate porcelain doll that could be smashed into pieces at any time. Such a weakling, let alone a place like the 8 Wastelands where the beast race ran rampant. Even in the boundless land, it would be very difficult for her to survive. The current Yun Sheng couldn't even protect herself, let alone spend time and effort to protect such a woman. Therefore, Yunxing only had one thought at the moment, and that was to send her away as soon as possible. However, Hu Sheng liked Yun Sheng very much. The reason why she liked Yun Sheng was the opposite of Yun Sheng. It was because Yun Sheng was very strong. Yin Sheng didn't have any magic power, but she was quick-witted and calm. She had too many things that Hu Sheng yearned for, but couldn't have in his lifetime. Facing Hu Sheng's doubts about her identity, Yin Sheng thought for a while and decided to tell him part of the truth. My mother is a member of the Celestial Fox tribe. It's just that she was no longer in the 8 wastelands many years ago. Yin Sheng remembered that her father, Yin Songhai, said that her mother, Hu Jiusheng, was born in the beast blood cloud of the Dutian beast blood world. It wasn't strange that Hu Sheng didn't know her. No. How did you know that I'm a member of the Celestial Fox tribe? Yin Sheng had never told anyone. Even Dong Wang Linger knew that she had the bloodline of Celestial Fox in her body. It was also because she wanted to ask about Hu Sheng that Yin Sheng sent Dong Wang Linger away to buy some food. You have the smell of Celestial Fox blood crystal on your body. You should have entered the Celestial Fox tomb before. Although I couldn't learn magic since I was young, my senses are much sharper than ordinary people. Hu Sheng said, and suddenly walked forward. She was a little excited and suddenly grabbed Yin Sheng's hand. Miss Yin, can you promise me one thing? I'm sorry, I can't send you back to the Bahuang continent for the time being. Yin Sheng wanted to pull her hand back. She wasn't familiar with Hu Sheng. She saved Hu Sheng because she wanted to find out more about her mother, Hu Jiusheng. No, I'm not begging you to send me back to the 8 Desolates continent. I just want to beg you to go to the 8 Desolates continent. If it's you, you will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the beast god and revive the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Sheng's voice became louder, completely different from her previous timid appearance. She gripped Yin Sheng's hand tightly. At this moment, an unyielding force seemed to be bursting out of this delicate woman's 10 fingers. Her fingers were like 10 steel bars, causing Yin Sheng's wrist to hurt. I don't understand what you mean. Moreover, I have no interest in the 8 Desolates continent, nor do I want to obtain the inheritance of the beast god. Yin Sheng pried Hu Sheng's fingers away. Hu Sheng's small face was full of disappointment, but soon after, she thought of something. I know I'm being presumptuous, but as a member of the Celestial Fox people, if you see the current situation of the Celestial Fox people, you will definitely change your mind. The Celestial Fox people haven't received the beast god's blessing for more than 1,000 years. The Celestial Fox people have nothing to do with me at all. Hu Sheng, I think you've misunderstood. I saved you not because I'm some kind person, but because I don't want to see a woman who looks like me become someone else's plaything. Rather than place your hopes on others, it's better to rely on yourself. You're like this, and so are your people. Yin Sheng's cold words made Hu Sheng's words sink bit by bit. Compared to Hu Sheng, Yin Sheng's words, actions, and way of thinking were more similar to the human race. It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless and couldn't learn magic from birth, perhaps the Celestial Fox people would still have hope. Hu Sheng was very depressed. To tell you the truth, I was once like you, a good-for-nothing who couldn't learn magic and couldn't learn martial arts. Yin Sheng looked at Hu Sheng as if she was looking at herself when she was 6 years old. However, compared to Hu Sheng, who placed his hopes on others, Yin Sheng would never beg others for help. You were once like me, but you really don't want to follow me to the 8 Desolates continent? Even if I have a way to remove the yearning of souls on you? Hu Sheng heard Yin Sheng's words, and a trace of shrewdness flashed across his eyes. You can see that I'm under the yearning of souls on me? Hu Sheng, do you know magic or dough energy? Yin Sheng couldn't help but be wary. Hu Sheng wasn't as simple as she seemed. Yin Sheng, please allow me to call you by your name. I don't mean any harm, don't misunderstand. I really don't know any magic. It's just that the beast deity took pity on me and gave me a special ability. I can see many things that ordinary people can't. For example, you fused with the Celestial Fox blood crystal, and you're under the yearning of souls of the Boss Serpent clan. Hu Sheng revealed a rare, confident smile. However, her smile disappeared immediately. Even if she had this ability, she couldn't use it to see through people's hearts. Hu Sheng felt sour in his heart. She was very innocent, but she wasn't stupid. Why was she sold from the beast god altar to the boundless continent for no reason? She had already guessed who the mastermind was in the past few days. Ling Long. She used to think that they were the best of cousins. Then you have a way to remove the yearning of souls? Yin Sheng wanted to remove this damned poison even in her dreams. The yearning of souls was the biggest restriction to Yin Sheng. As long as it existed, she wouldn't be able to leave Later Qin and break free from Dugu Xiu's imprisonment. Although the magic in her body was mostly restricted by Dugu Xiu's special Qilin Do energy, Dugu Xiu had given her a pair of soul crystal earrings by accident. Unintentionally, it actually improved the jade marrow technique in her body. After a few more days, she was confident that she could use the jade marrow technique to remove the Qilin Do energy. I don't have a way. Every tribe in the 8 Desolate tribe has their own secret method. Only the core members of the Bashi tribe know the method to remove the yearning of souls. However, I believe that the high priestess of the beast god Altar has a way to restrain the yearning of souls. When mentioning the high priestess of the beast god Altar, Hu Sheng's cheeks flushed red. Yin Sheng pondered. What Hu Sheng said might not be a bad idea. It was obviously impossible for her to directly go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, if she could send Hu Sheng back to the 8 Desolate continent and ask Hu Sheng about the method to remove the yearning of souls from the high priestess, that would also be a good idea. As for how to send Hu Sheng back, she could try to get some information from Madame Qi Bai. I won't go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, I will think of a way to send you back first. Don't move around rashly for the next few days. Yin Sheng warned Hu Sheng. After hearing that, Hu Sheng became unhappy. At this moment, Dong Wang Ling ran in. Earlier, Dong Wang Ling was kicked out by Yin Sheng. In her hands, Dong Wang Ling was still holding a few packets of food that were wrapped in oiled paper. When she saw Yin Sheng, Dong Wang Ling said impatiently, "Yin Sheng, did you know that during the few days that we were captured, the entire continent was in chaos?" Chapter 897. What's the big deal? Why are you so anxious? Did the people of the Bahuang tribe attack us? Yun Sheng laughed and took the oiled paper bag from Ling Er's hand. In the oiled paper bag, there were a few roasted yellow legs of demonic beasts and a few steaming vegetable buns. Yin Sheng threw a bag to Hu Sheng. She was also hungry, so she grabbed a leg of a demonic beast and ate it. Yin Sheng ate and dressed well in the Crown Prince's mansion. However, the problem was that the Taksha Garden was the territory of the Later Qin. She didn't know if there were other spies in the courtyard. Yin Sheng had to play the role of a princess both internally and externally. She had to eat and sleep properly. Ling Er asked her to keep a low profile every day, saying that she didn't look like a princess anymore and that she would be exposed sooner or later. Ling Er didn't look at herself, the real princess. She was the one who was becoming more and more unprincess-like. Ling Er's words were full of surprises. How can you still be so calm? This matter has something to do with you. Do you know that Yi Baiming divorced you? Dong Wang Ling had been following Yun Sheng all the time, so she didn't have the chance to ask about it. Just now, Yun Sheng asked her to buy food, so she went to Tianyao Building. She didn't know that the storyteller of Tianyao Building was telling a story about the most popular things in the continent recently. One of them was Yun Sheng's divorce before marriage. Speaking of this matter, it was Dugu Xiu's fault. He ordered everyone in the Crown Prince's mansion to not mention anything about the rebellion in Zhou State. He also forbade people to discuss government affairs in Yangdu. However, with so many people talking about it, especially in various restaurants and tea houses, it was inevitable that there would be many people talking about it. Therefore, he asked Dong Wang Ling to inquire about it. So what if he divorced me? It's just divorce. He dares to divorce me. Yun Sheng choked on the meat in her mouth, and her voice immediately rose by an octave. Yi Baiming dares to divorce me. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. The originally delicious meat in his mouth had suddenly become dry like firewood. Sigh, actually, it wasn't Yi Baiming who divorced you. To be exact, it was Zhou State's imperial capital, that blind old man, who divorced you. He gave a decree that bypassed Baiming King and announced to the world that Yun family had disobeyed him, and that the imperial family had broken the engagement and divorced you. Dong Wang Ling stuck out her tongue and had an evil look on her face. She admitted that she wanted to see how Yun Sheng would react. After all, Yin Sheng had always been indifferent to the North Nether King. Even Dong Wang Ling felt anxious for Yi Baiming, especially after she heard the storyteller say those words. She was completely on Yi Baiming's side. When Yin Sheng heard this, the meat in her mouth seemed to be easier to chew. So be it. When I asked Yin family to move to Taiyuan Mountain, I already knew that this would happen. Anyway, it's impossible for us to be together. Father doesn't agree to our marriage. Although Yin Sheng tried her best to hold it in, she still felt stuffy in her chest, as if there was a huge stone pressing down on it. This is good too. Zhou State's imperial capital did a good thing. Now, Yi Baiming should give up. From now on, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. When Yun Sheng decided to ask her grandfather to move to Taiyuan Mountain, she had already guessed that the narrow-minded Zhou State's imperial capital would definitely deal with Yun family. Although Yi Baiming didn't have a good relationship with the imperial capital of Zhou State, he was still a prince of Zhou State. It was impossible for the two of them to be together. Sigh, Yin Sheng, don't say one thing and mean another. Baiming King is much more honest than you. How did he react when he found out about this matter? Dong Wang Linger deliberately kept Yi Qianqian in suspense as she slowly chewed on the beast leg. Yin Sheng was usually so calm that she didn't seem like an ordinary person. Occasionally, Dong Wang Linger felt that it was very enjoyable to see her true personality. It was also time to let Yin Sheng understand what was on her mind. Actually, a bystander would see more clearly. Linger had always felt that Yin Sheng's attitude towards Yi Baiming was different. It was like how Yi Qianqian didn't like Yin Sheng. However, Yin Sheng was so dense that she didn't have any reaction at all. For example, De Guxiu's behavior was also very obvious. However, Yin Sheng didn't even give him the chance to get close to her. Perhaps she didn't know that her attitude towards Yi Baiming was very different. As for Dong Wang Ling, it was only after experiencing the bitter experience of being engraved in her heart with Gu Feng that she truly realized what love was. What did he say? Yin Sheng wanted to know, but at the same time, she didn't want to know. However, in the end, she still couldn't hold herself back and blurted out. Actually, she had once complained about Yi Qianqian in her heart. Usually, Yi Qianqian would always be one step ahead of others in everything. However, this time, she had been kidnapped by De Guxiu to Latterchin for more than half a month, and there was no news from him at all. Furthermore, De Guxiu had said earlier that Yin Sheng was worried about Yi Baiming's safety. Sigh, if only Gufeng could be like him, we wouldn't be trapped here. Yi Baiming only said a few words. With the country as the betrothal gift, I swear to marry Yin Sheng. He rebelled, and right now, Zhou State is looking for him. Dong Wang Linger also felt bitter in her heart. She suddenly felt somewhat envious of Yin Sheng. However, only a woman like Yi Baiming would be worthy of Yi Baiming's infatuation. With the country as the betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yin Sheng. The corner of Yin Sheng's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although she didn't drink a single drop of wine, her face was already flushed red. At that moment, she felt warmth in her heart, as if something was breaking out from the ground. Yin Sheng, if Yi Baiming really becomes the emperor of Zhou State, will you marry him? Dong Wang Linger also found out that Zhou State's current situation wasn't good. Yujing's situation was precarious, and Zhou State's emperor probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Right now, it's not the time to talk about this. I want to send Hu Sheng back to 8 Desolate's continent first. Yin Sheng was annoyed by Dong Wang Linger's questions. No one knew Yi Baiming's strength better than Yin Sheng. If he wanted to become the emperor of Zhou State, he could have done so a few years ago. He definitely had his reasons for not doing so. This time, for the sake of breaking off the engagement, Dong Wang Linger rebelled prematurely. This would definitely spoil his plan. Zhou State's royal family wasn't as easy to defeat as Dong Wang Linger thought. After discussing with Dong Wang Linger, Yun Sheng decided to return to the Crown Prince's residence first. They wanted to start with Madame Qi Bai and send Hu Sheng away as soon as possible. The two of them warned Hu Sheng again, then left. Before leaving, Hu Sheng had a hesitant look on her face. Yin Sheng was afraid that she would mention something about the beast god's inheritance again, so she didn't ask too much. Only after knowing that Yun Sheng and Linger had left far away did Hu Sheng mumble, "Strange, why do the two of them have the aura of the Eight Desolates divine artifact? Didn't they say that the Eight Desolates divine artifact disappeared from the Boundless Continent for many years?" Hu Sheng was also selfish. After all, she was a member of the Eight Desolates tribe. If the human race found the Eight Desolates divine artifact, it would be a huge threat to the Eight Desolates tribe. Thus, even though Hu Sheng was suspicious, he still didn't ask. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hu Sheng thought that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger had returned, so he quickly went to open the door. Just as he opened the door, Hu Sheng saw a face full of evil intentions. The monthly votes for the 2 days at the end of the month will be doubled. 1 vote will become 2 votes. Everyone, remember to vote for Fuzi. Chapter 898. Hu Sheng got a shock and wanted to close the door. The person standing outside the door wasn't Yin Sheng, but Qing Meng, who almost bought Hu Sheng during the Big Dipper auction. Although Hu Sheng had only seen Qing Meng once, she remembered Qing Meng's lecherous face very clearly. Qing Meng pushed the door open. Seeing Hu Sheng's face that was shivering like a baby beast, Qing Meng knew that he had found the right person this time. "Haha, I have been following you for a few days. Little beauty, I have finally found you. Men, bring her back to the Qing mansion." Ever since Qing Meng's wife died during the Azalea banquet, he couldn't sleep at night. He kept on muttering that he must find Yun Sheng's weakness. It was a pity that Yun Sheng was very vigilant. Usually, when she went out, she would get rid of the people following her. Today, Qing Meng's luck was pretty good. On the way, he bumped into Dongwang Linger. By following Dongwang Linger, he found his courtyard. After Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger left, Qing Meng, who had been guarding outside for almost an hour, took the opportunity to barge in. After Qing Meng caught Hu Sheng, he immediately contacted his sister, Qing Chong. After Qing Chong received the news, she rushed to the Qing mansion. When she saw Hu Sheng, who looked exactly the same as Yun Sheng, Qing Chong's face was filled with astonishment. "Sister, there's no need to look anymore. This face is the same as the face of the woman in the Crown Prince's mansion. Also, this figure is exactly the same." As Qing Meng spoke, he swallowed his saliva. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to interrogate his sister, he would have already taken Hu Sheng. That Dongwang Sheng caused the death of his wife, and he was ridiculed by all the officials in the court. He must take revenge. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Dongwang Sheng?" Qing Chong pinched Hu Sheng's chin and forced her to look at her. Although this woman looked like Dongwang Sheng, her aura was much weaker. Qing Chong was sure that this woman was definitely related to Dongwang Sheng. Hu Sheng clenched his teeth and said nothing. Although she didn't know who this fiendish woman in front of her was, she and that disgusting man were jackals of the same tribe. They definitely didn't have any good intentions. Qing Chong slapped Hu Sheng across the face. Hu Sheng fell to the ground like a rag doll. She staggered and stood up. She stared at Qing Chong with a creepy look in her eyes. "Damn girl, not only are you not answering, you even dare to glare at me. Unfortunately, you are not Dongwang Sheng. No one can protect you. I have many ways to make you talk." Qing Chong gave Qing Meng a look. Qing Meng's face stiffened. "Sister, are you really going to torture her? This woman is so delicate. She can't stand it. Besides, your big brother still wants to." Qing Meng really couldn't bear to torture this little beauty until she was unrecognizable. At a time like this, you still have tender feelings for the fair sex? Do you want the Qing mansion to fall? Do you want me, your younger sister, to be trampled on for the rest of my life? Qing Chong shouted. All right, all right. Qing Meng didn't have any other choice. He ordered his men to bring the torture equipment. Hu Sheng looked at the torture equipment. Her eyes darkened, but there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Qing Chong didn't expect that this delicate-looking woman would actually be so tight-lipped. An entire afternoon passed. Qing Chong used more than 10 torture equipment. She even broke a few bones, but that woman still didn't say anything. Furthermore, during the entire process of torture, that woman just stared at Qin Chong. Her gaze was very calm. At that moment, Qin Chong felt as if she had met Dong Wang Sheng. That day, during the Azalea banquet, when Dong Wang Sheng shot the last arrow, her gaze was very similar to that woman's. These two definitely had some relationship. Qin Chong didn't get any results from her interrogation. She just asked her big brother to lock up that woman first. She then returned to the Crown Prince's mansion to see if she could get some clues from Dong Wang Sheng. The moment she entered Feather Palace, she saw her personal maid, Lan Ning, waiting at the entrance. It turned out that Dugu Xiao suddenly summoned everyone to the front hall. When Qin Chong rushed over, other than Yin Sheng, everyone else was already waiting there. Dugu Xiao patiently waited for a while, and only then did Yun Sheng arrive. Dong Wang Sheng, how dare you make so many of us wait for you? Qin Chong said angrily. Enough. I will be leaving for Dongchuan tomorrow morning. Before I leave, I don't want to see anyone causing trouble. Dugu Xiao's eyes darkened as he warned Qin Chong. Upon hearing that Dugu Xiao was leaving, the expressions of the women present were all different. Yin Sheng was first overjoyed, but soon after, she thought of a problem. If Dugu Xiao left, what would happen to her yearning and dreams? That thing couldn't be left far away from Dugu Xiao for too long. The other three women, on the other hand, had worried looks on their faces. Crown Prince, why are you going to Dongchuan? Are you going to go to war again? Actually, before Dong Wang Sheng entered the mansion, Dugu Xiao was always outside. In a year, he would be outside for 8 to 9 months. However, in recent years, later Qin became stronger, and the time that Dugu Xiao went to war slowed down. This time, he was on a Dongchuan too suddenly. Dugu Xiao did not answer. He only glanced at Yun Sheng coldly, hoping to find a little bit of reluctance on her face that made people love and hate her. Unfortunately, not to mention reluctance, Yun Sheng didn't even look at him. Dugu Xiao felt that it was unfair. It was one thing for this woman to be late, but she was also late. Everyone was very nervous. Only Yun Sheng didn't seem to care about Dugu Xiao at all. Would it kill you to pretend for a while? Dugu Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Princess, I'm going to go to war. Don't you have anything to say? Crown Prince, are you going to bring me along? Yun Sheng asked with difficulty. After Yun Sheng asked this, other than Qi Bai, the other two women exploded. Dong Wang Sheng, are you shameless? The Crown Prince is going to war. Why would he bring a woman along? Later Qin isn't so weak that I need a woman to go to war. Moreover, even if you want to bring someone along, you have to bring me along. Qin Chong pointed at Yun Sheng and scolded. That's right. You don't know anything. If you go to war, you will kill the Crown Prince. In my opinion, the Crown Prince should bring me along. The terrain of Dongchuan is very rugged, and it is very suitable for magic battles. Li Huali didn't want to be outdone. Enough! Are you ignoring this prince's words? Dugu Xiao impatiently waved his hand. He was really despicable. Did he really think that Yin Sheng would care about him? This woman's mind was filled with thoughts of how to escape from him. However, the more she wanted to escape, the more he couldn't leave her. Dugu Xiao still felt that there was something wrong with Dongchuan. Dongchuan had been peaceful for many years. In the past few days, there was a sudden riot. An unknown force appeared and broke through the border many times. Dugu Xiao had sent many subordinates there, but none of them returned. The other party said that they would only release them if the Crown Prince of Later Qin went there personally. This matter was obviously a trap. However, for the sake of the army's morale, Dugu Xiao still had to go there personally. He also wanted to bring Yun Sheng there. He was really worried about leaving this woman alone in the Crown Prince's residence. Chapter 899. Actually, even Dugu Xiao himself didn't know if he was more worried about Yun Sheng's safety or if he was more concerned about the safety of the Crown Prince's residence. However, even if Dugu Xiao really wanted to bring Yun Sheng to Dongchuan, he couldn't really do it. There were a lot of opinions in the imperial court, and there was indeed no precedent of bringing a woman to the battlefield in the later Qin dynasty. Later, go to Qi Bai's place to get the medicine. Remember, before this crown prince returns, you better be obedient. Otherwise, be careful of Dongwang Linger's life." With a gloomy face, Duguxiu whispered into Yun Sheng's ear. Duguxiu's words could only be heard by Yun Sheng. His words were ice cold, but in the eyes of others, they were like the words of a lover, very affectionate. When the women at the side saw this, they were all extremely jealous. Qing Chong lowered her eyes and sneered in her heart. "Yun Sheng, when the crown prince leaves the city, let's see how you are going to act like a tyrant in the crown prince's residence. Remember, when this crown prince returns, I don't want to hear any bad news. Otherwise, whoever is causing trouble, no matter who it is, immediately scram from the crown prince's residence." After Duguxiu warned, the concubines said their goodbyes, and the scene seemed to be very harmonious. On the second day, Duguxiu set off for Dongchuan to quell the chaos. Yun Sheng went to find Madame Qi Bai. "There are 7 medicinal pills here. Take one a day. It can temporarily suppress the effects of yearning for dreams." Madame Qi Bai took out a bottle of medicinal pills and threw it to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng impatiently opened the bottle. Inside the bottle were 7 red medicinal pills. Yun Sheng didn't immediately consume the medicinal pills. Instead, she took a sniff. Even with her sensitivity towards medicinal herbs, she was actually unable to distinguish what these medicinal pills were made of. The medicinal pills under her nose had a faint fishy smell. "No need to look. It's impossible for you to concoct this medicinal pill. This is my secret recipe." Madame Qi Bai coldly sneered. Since Duguxiu wasn't here, there was no need for her to pretend to be friendly with Yun Sheng. Looking at the bottle of pills, Madame Qi Bai felt as if her heart was being pierced by needles. She was the only one who knew that those 7 medicinal pills were no ordinary medicinal pills. They had been refined by Duguxiu using his own blood. Those medicinal pills could allow Yun Sheng to temporarily avoid the pain of leaving Duguxiu. For these pills, Duguxiu had personally extracted blood. However, after 7 days, if Duguxiu did not return, the soul yearning and dream encirclement in Yun Sheng's body would act up. As 24 hours passed, the soul yearning and dream encirclement would act up, and her organs would shatter inch by inch, and she would die. Madame Qi Bai's mood was also very contradictory. She wanted Yun Sheng to die painfully, but she also didn't want Duguxiu to encounter anything in Dongchuan. "Qi Bai, I can see that you love Duguxiu a lot. Since that's the case, why don't you just help me get rid of my yearning? I promise I'll leave Later Qin immediately." Qi Bai looked as if she wanted to eat her alive, making Yun Sheng speechless. If she were to meet a woman who was pestering Night Fox, she would definitely tell that woman to scram as far away as possible. No, wait, why should I care about Night Fox? Yun Sheng was shocked by this random thought of hers. I wish I could kill you immediately. However, if I were to do that, the Crown Prince would still kill me personally. You don't have to have any ideas about me. I won't fall for it. Madame Qi Bai also knew that Yun Sheng was very cunning. Thus, she didn't want to talk too much with Yun Sheng and immediately asked her to leave. Before Yun Sheng could find a chance to ask about the method to return to 8 Desolate Continent, she was already chased out. After returning to Stepping Snow Garden, Dongwang Linger had just finished meditating. For the past few days, Yun Sheng was trying to use the soul-healing divine needle to help Dongwang Linger unblock her meridians. Dongwang Linger's damaged magic soul was also gradually recovering. However, all of these were done behind Duguxiu's back. Currently, Dongwang Linger's magic power was gradually recovering, and she was able to use the most basic elementary magic. Upon seeing Yun Sheng, Linger hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you manage to find out anything?" Qi Bai is very tight-lipped, so I wasn't able to get anything out of her. However, now that I have the antidote for the 7 pills, I will need to study it properly for the next few days. Yun Sheng didn't plan to consume the antidote immediately. According to what Duguxiu said, the antidote for the antidote would take effect after she didn't see him for 12 hours. Yun Sheng planned to only use the antidote when her body was at its most unsuitable state. With that, although she only had 7 pills, she would be able to persist for at least 14 days. Within these 14 days, no matter if Dugu Xiu was able to come back normally or if Yun Sheng was able to find the antidote, she would be able to have more flexibility. However, this time, Yun Sheng was wrong. Less than 3 days after Dugu Xiu left, a group of imperial guards barged into Stepping Snow Garden. Dong Wang Sheng, you colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country by instigating Great Master Ma Yin. The emperor has decreed that you are to be arrested and sent to the palace. Without any explanation, those imperial guard arrested Yun Sheng. You are slandering me. Quickly let go of the princess. Dong Wang Ling was anxious and wanted to resist. However, Yun Sheng shook her head and stopped her. Sure enough, Great Master Ma Yin's matter was discovered. When Yun Sheng secretly persuaded Great Master Ma Yin to leave Later Qin, she had already expected that she might be discovered. However, she didn't expect that it would come so soon. What is going on? Qi Bai, Li Huali, and the others also rushed over after hearing the commotion. The crown prince had just left, and there were already people who came to arrest him. This was too much of a coincidence. Great Master Ma Yin disappeared. Someone can confirm that before Great Master Ma Yin disappeared, he saw Dong Wang Sheng. Qing Chang and Qing Meng swaggered over. Seeing that Yun Sheng was tied up by the imperial guards, the two siblings were gloating. Earlier, they had secretly arrested Hu Sheng and wanted to get some information from Hu Sheng that would be unfavorable to Dong Wang Sheng. However, they didn't expect that Hu Sheng wouldn't say a word even though he was tortured beyond recognition. Because of this, Qing Chang was furious. In order to appease his sister's anger and save the little beauty, Hu Sheng's life, Qing Meng went to the palace to beg Qing Empress for help. He wanted Qing Empress to order a good bow from Great Master Ma Yin. Qing Meng looked around and found that Ma Yin had disappeared. Not only did Ma Yin disappear, but he also destroyed all the divine weapons he had made for Later Qin over the years. He even took away all the materials related to elves forging in his residence. In this way, Later Qin suffered a great loss. Later Qin's emperor, Dugu Sheng, was furious when he heard the news. He immediately ordered that the reason for Ma Yin's escape must be thoroughly investigated and that Ma Yin should be arrested. However, Dugu Sheng's order was too late. Ma Yin, who had left Later Qin many days ago, had already returned to the immortal Zhu nation. At this moment, Qing Chang thought of the Rui Bao. She connected the dots and found that the time when Yun Sheng got the Rui Bao was very close to the time when Great Master Ma Yin disappeared. She immediately asked Qing Meng to ask the auctioneer of the Big Dipper auction. After some investigation, she found that Great Master Ma Yin had exchanged the Rui Bao with an anonymous letter. That mysterious auctioneer was Dong Huang Sheng. Chapter 900. Dong Wang Sheng, do you know your crime? Dugu Sheng of Later Qin was furious in the palace of Later Qin. Ma Yin's escape, the destruction of Later Qin's military, and the loss of Later Qin's military were all proven to be related to Dong Wang Sheng. Yun Sheng didn't even flinch in the face of the furious Dugu Sheng and the cold Qing Empress and Qing Chang. She didn't even want to kneel. Yun Sheng's knees could kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not to the people of Later Qin. What crime have I committed? Who can prove that I have anything to do with Great Master Ma Yin's disappearance? Yun Sheng said proudly. Yun Sheng's arrogance made Qing Empress even angrier. Bitch, I've already investigated. You're not Princess Dong Wang at all. You're just an imposter. Your Majesty, this woman has ulterior motives. In Qinqi's opinion, we should immediately kill her. Ever since Qing Empress had suffered at Yun Sheng's hands during the Azalea banquet, she had been painstakingly plotting revenge. She ordered someone to secretly go to the eastern capital and found an old eunuch who had served the former East Emperor in the imperial palace of the eastern capital. That old eunuch personally confirmed that the former East Emperor only had one daughter, Dong Wang Ling. There were no other princesses who had fallen into the hands of the commoners. What a joke. When did I admit that I'm the second princess of Dong Wang? I don't want to pretend to be a princess of Dong Wang. My surname is Yun Sheng. and I'm from the Yun residence of Zhou State. Your good son, the good crown prince of Latter Qin, forced me to be his future crown princess by threatening me with poison. Yun Sheng sneered. What? You're Yun Sheng? Bastard Xiao is really too much of a bastard this time. The later Qin emperor would have been fine if he had not known. Now that he knew Yun Sheng's identity, his expression changed. If there was one woman who was the most famous on the Wuji continent, it would be this rebellious woman, Yun Sheng of the Yun residence. Your Majesty, who cares if she is Yun Sheng? This woman let Ma Yin go first and then pretended to be Princess Dongwang. Each of these crimes is punishable by death. She should be dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Qing Empress only wanted to take advantage of Dugu Xiu's absence to deal with Yun Sheng immediately to prevent any more problems. However, Dugu Sheng didn't give the order immediately. Dugu Sheng was the emperor of the later Qin dynasty. His shrewdness was nothing compared to the narrow-minded Empress Qing. Ma Yin's escape has become a fact. Killing Yun Sheng won't change anything. Moreover, Yun Sheng wasn't an ordinary person. It wasn't easy to kill her. Your Majesty, this woman is of great importance, and the Crown Prince is truly moved by her. In my opinion, we should first lock her up in the prison and wait for the Crown Prince to return before dealing with her. Curator Song was also very surprised when he learned that Ma Yin had escaped. However, he didn't expect Yun Sheng to be the one who instigated Ma Yin's betrayal. This woman was truly capable. She had only been in the later Qin dynasty for a few days, and his disciple Dugu Xiu was already bewitched by her. Even Ma Yin, that stubborn old man, was persuaded to escape by her. If this continued, who knew what would happen? Even so, Curator Song still felt that he had to protect Yun Sheng first. At least, Yun Sheng's current status was too awkward. Keeping her alive was much more useful than killing her. Yun Sheng was sent to the prison. When Dongwang Ling saw that Yun Sheng was taken away, she became anxious and angry. She thought of many methods and finally managed to beg Madame Qi by. After using some connections, she was able to enter the prison to visit Yun Sheng. Within the prison, the air was very humid, and there was a moldy smell. There wasn't even a single illumination magic, and only the sound of water dripping could be heard. Yun Sheng, how are you? Linger was forced to be separated from Yun Sheng, and for the past few days, she had been on tenterhooks. Because he was still worried about Yun Sheng's status and Dugu Xiu, later Qin dynasty's emperor didn't order people to torture Yun Sheng. However, even so, Yun Sheng's days in the prison weren't easy. Qing Empress secretly ordered people to not give Yun Sheng food and water. Yun Sheng looked somewhat weak, and when Dongwang Linger saw that, Dongwang Linger's heart ached. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you not to come? Wait until that brat Dugu Xiu returns. Everything will be fine. In the prison, Yun Sheng took medicinal pills every day and didn't take any medicinal pills every day. She was tortured to the point that she had no strength left. This won't do. I just received news that something happened to Dugu Xiu in Dongchuan, and his whereabouts are unknown. Also, Hu Sheng is missing. Dongwang Linger had an apologetic look on her face. After Yun Sheng was captured, Dongwang Linger thought of ways to contact Dugu Xiu. However, she was unable to contact Dugu Xiu. As for Hu Sheng, when Dongwang Linger went to visit Hu Sheng, she discovered that Hu Sheng was missing as well. Dongwang Linger heard from the nearby residents that a few days ago, Hu Sheng was taken away by a group of fierce-looking guards. Hu Sheng was captured, and Dugu Xiu's whereabouts are unknown? TSK, misfortunes never come singly. Yun Sheng spat on the ground. Hu Sheng being captured was definitely related to the Qing siblings or Hu Linglong. As for Dugu Xiu, he definitely didn't die. Because of Dugu Xiu, if Dugu Xiu really died, the first person to suffer would be her. It's just that this brat got into trouble at such a crucial moment. If he were to return 10 days later than half a month later, even if Qing Empress didn't think of ways to torture her to death, she would still be tortured to death by Dugu Xiu. Although Dongwang Linger was feeling anxious, in order to not let Dongwang Linger worry, Yun Sheng persuaded Dongwang lingered to not worry about her own safety and to quickly find Yusheng's whereabouts. Dongwang Linger left unwillingly. After Linger left, Yunsheng swallowed another medicinal pill. Right now, there were only 3 medicinal pills left in the medicinal bottle. Counting the pills, Dongwang Linger would only be able to last for 6 more days. Forget it. I'll just have to give it a try this time around. I'll try to use Jade Marrow Technique and Soul Healing Divine Needle to neutralize the strange qi within my body. If my luck is good, I might be able to recover my magic power. Yunsheng clenched her teeth and made a decision in her heart. During the past few days in the prison, Dongwang Linger had been repeatedly trying to neutralize Dugu Xiu's unique qi using her family's martial technique. However, every time when she was about to neutralize Dugu Xiu's qi, her Jade Marrow Technique would be reflected back by Dugu Xiu's qi. This was the last time she would try it. Another 4 days passed by, and there was still no news about Dugu Xiu and Hu Sheng. Yunsheng closed her eyes. Shen Nong's pupils were divided into 4 stages: minute subtlety, clear vision, inner sight, and divine trace. After several years, Yunsheng's Shen Nong's pupils had already reached the first stage of inner sight. Dongwang Linger focused her thoughts, and the crude prison disappeared. Yunsheng could clearly see her internal organs and even the fine capillaries in her body. She could even see the fighting energy flowing around her meridians and blood vessels. Dugu Xiu's qi was very special. The qi that was swimming around Yunsheng's blood vessels like black hair was none other than Dugu Xiu's qi. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll use Jade Marrow Technique and Dark Needle to neutralize these qi. Yunsheng took out a hairpin that was on her head, and using the end of the hairpin as a needle, she quickly pierced a few acupuncture points on her body. The Jade Marrow Technique was like flowing water, responding to the black qi again and again. Just as Yunsheng was about to break through, the prison door opened with a crash. Yunsheng abruptly opened her eyes, and the qi in her body was like a raging river that overturned the sea. In an instant, it collapsed, and a wave of intense pain was transmitted from her internal organs. Yunsheng pressed her abdomen. Oh no, the yearning in dreams was acting up again. Qing Ho and Qing Chong walked in under the escort of the guards. Someone come, grab this little slut. Qing Ho waved her hand, and several guards who were like wolves and tigers dragged Yunsheng out of the prison cell. Chapter 901. As soon as she saw Yunsheng, Qing Chong was like a crazy bitch. She pounced forward and was about to attack, but Qing Empress ordered someone to stop her. Qing Chong became even angrier when she saw Yunsheng's beautiful face that didn't change color no matter what. Yunsheng, you vicious slut. Cousin Crown Prince wholeheartedly protected you, but you actually colluded with outsiders to murder him. Speak, where did you hide, cousin? After Dugu Xiu arrived in Dongchuan, he fought with the rebel army several times. But this time, the rebel army was no small matter. After Dugu Xiu fought with them for the 3rd time, he was ambushed. He and his subordinates' whereabouts were still unknown. Later Qin's army carried out a carpet search in Dongchuan, but they didn't find Dugu Xiu. But later Qin's army found traces of Zhou State's Yunba. Needless to say, this matter must have something to do with Yunsheng. Why did grandfather go to Dongchuan? Yunsheng's heart moved, as if she suddenly understood something. Yes, it must be that grandfather and the others knew that she was captured in later Qin, so they thought of a diversion. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Her grandfather's move was excellent. The poison in Yunsheng's body had already flared up, and her body was in unbearable pain. In contrast, Qing Chong's insults seemed insignificant. Seeing that Yunsheng didn't beg for mercy, nor did she show the slightest fear, Qing Chong became even more angry. She pulled out the dagger on her body, stared at Yunsheng's still incomparably beautiful face, and fiercely said, "Speak, where is cousin Crown Prince? If you don't speak, I'll cut your face a few times. At that time, I want to see how you can use this face to seduce cousin Crown Prince." The dagger slowly approached Yunsheng's face. Qing Chong, was already dizzy with jealousy and hatred. Why don't you try to cut me? Even if you scratch my skin a little, I can guarantee that my men will stab Duguxiu at least 10 times. Yun Sheng laughed in pain. Yun Sheng didn't know if her grandfather had caught Duguxiu, but she could use this to prevent these two crazy women from hurting her. Yun Sheng's plan worked. Qing Empress wanted nothing more than to chop Yun Sheng up and feed her to the dogs. However, Duguxiu's whereabouts were currently unknown. If someone like Yun Ba found out that his precious granddaughter had suffered in later Qin, he would definitely return the favor tenfold. Before confirming Xiu Er's safety, they had to be patient. Chang'er, don't act rashly. Damn girl, this Empress doesn't dare to touch you if you don't want it. Qing Ho searched Yun Sheng's body and found the bottle of medicine. Damn girl, I know that Xiu Er has drugged you with soul yearning. Without this medicine, you will live a life worse than death. I want to see if your body is as stubborn as your mouth. After Qing Ho and Qing Chong took away the medicine, they threw Yun Sheng back into the prison cell. After Yun Songlong and his wife left Taiyuan Mountain, they searched for several days and finally found out that Yi Baiming was currently in Jade Fall Valley. It was an extremely secluded valley that had never appeared on any country's map and didn't belong to any country. Even with the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps' current strength, it still took them 7 to 8 days to find the exact location of Jade Fall Valley. When Yun Songlong entered the valley, several warriors in battle armor blocked his path. Move aside, I want to see Lord Baiming. Yun Songlong was surprised to find that these warriors in battle armor were all well trained. Even when he released his martial sage's Do Chi, these people were not afraid at all. Their strength couldn't compare to Yun Songlong's, but these people's attacks were vicious and they fought with their lives on the line. This made Yun Songlong admire Yi Baiming's training even more. These people definitely couldn't be trained overnight. These people were Lord Baiming's men, and Yun Songlong couldn't fight them head-on. However, if he didn't barge in, how could he see Baiming? Hey, you big fools. This person is the future princess's uncle. You dare to block him? Do you think the daily training isn't enough? A sloppy voice interrupted the fight between the two sides. Strangely enough, these warriors who weren't even afraid of martial sages all looked terrified when they heard the word training and retreated to the side. Chengbai walked out and bowed to Yun Songlong with a fawning expression. Hello, Commander Yun. Please don't argue with these big fools. Besides fighting, these people only know how to fight. Speaking of which, why are you here? It was also Chengbai's first time encountering someone barging into Jade Fall Valley. I'm here to find Yi Baiming. Where is he? I have an urgent matter. Yun Songlong was anxious to find Yi Baiming. You're looking for Baiming? Unfortunately, he just left the valley last night. Does Commander Yun not know that Zhou State's emperor passed away last night? Chengbai didn't have the slightest bit of regret on his face. This Zhou State's emperor was really useless. In just half a month, he actually passed away. What? Yi Qingtian is dead? How is that possible? Yun Songlong had been searching for Yi Baiming these past few days. Furthermore, Zhou State's emperor's death hadn't been announced to the public yet, so he didn't know anything about it. If Yi Qingtian was dead, then who was Zhou State's emperor? Before he died, he passed the throne to the underage crown prince. However, Empress Wenrun issued an edict that day. Using the reason that the young emperor needed someone to assist him, she conferred the title of Prince Regent to Baiming and asked him to return to Jade capital immediately. This matter came suddenly. Bu Jiuxiao accompanied Yi Baiming back to Jade capital while Chengbai guarded Jade Fall Valley. With the death of Zhou State's emperor and Yi Baiming being conferred the title of Prince Regent, the chaos that had lasted for less than half a month came to an end just like that. To the citizens of Zhou State and Jade capital, this was great news. It was the same for Yi Baiming as well. Right now, what he needed to do was to reorganize the imperial court and eliminate the previous emperor's remaining forces. When it rains, it pours. Everything is clashed together. Yun Songlong couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Everything is clashed together. Speaking of which, second uncle Yun, why are you looking for Baiming? Chengbai saw that Yun Songlong was in a hurry and didn't have his usual calmness. I'm here to find Baiming to save Sheng. Yun Sheng was captured by Dugu Xiu and brought back to later Qin. She's going to get married in 2 months. Yin Songlong had a headache. Zhou State's emperor had just died, and Zhou State urgently needed to be reorganized. How could Yi Baiming take the time to save Yin Sheng? What? Is this news true? Yin Sheng has been captured? How long has it been? Why is there no news at all? Sheng Bai was also shocked. He was very clear about Yun Sheng's position in Yi Baiming's heart. Not to mention a prince regent, Yi Baiming would even throw away his life as long as he could save Yun Sheng. How can there be no news? It's a letter sent by Yun Sheng's teacher. Thinking about it, when she sent the letter to me, she also sent a letter to Baiming King. Forget it. State matters are more important. I'll go save Sheng. Yun Songlong didn't want to stay any longer and immediately rushed to later Qin. Chapter 902. Yun Songlong's departure left behind a huge problem for Cheng Bai. Should I tell Baiming about this? Cheng Bai hesitated. He didn't know if he should rush back to Jade Capital. As Yi Baiming's childhood friend, no one knew better than Cheng Bai how Yi Baiming survived all these years. Yi Baiming endured humiliation. Now that he finally had the chance to ascend to the top, if he told him about Yin Sheng now, he might. Cheng Bai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. Yi Baiming would definitely abandon Zhou State's affairs and rush to later Qin. On one side was the country. On the other was a beauty in trouble. Country as a betrothal gift. Country as a betrothal gift. Sigh. Cheng Bai, you're such a fool. I have to tell Baiming about this. Cheng Bai slapped his head and rushed to Jade Capital like a whirlwind. In Zhou State's palace, Yi Baiming was dressed in white. Empress Dowager Wenrun brought along the newly ascended emperor. She looked haggard as she knelt in front of Yi Qingtian's bed. The Yi Di of Zhou State, who was once powerful, was found dead in the imperial study 2 days ago. He died on the dragon throne that he could never forget. The Yi Di was in his 50s and was in his prime. Yi Baiming remembered that when he left Jade Capital, the Yi Di still looked like a handsome middle-aged man. However, in just half a month, the Yi Di's hair had turned gray. When he died, his eyes were wide open and his body was much thinner than before. He looked like he died with a grievance. Indeed, he died with a grievance. He was killed by someone, and the person who killed him was He Linlin. You killed him. That was unnecessary. He Linlin's action was unnecessary. Even if she didn't do it, Yi Baiming believed that in less than 2 months, the Yi Di of Zhou State would collapse and die from exhaustion. Yi Baiming was neither happy nor sad. The man who died had nothing to do with him. He no longer has any value. You are more suitable to control Zhou State than he is. He Linlin stared at Yi Baiming and found that this man had become more attractive after not seeing him for a few days. Being thin caused his angular features to become even deeper, and his dark eyes were like a pool of deep water that caused others to be unable to help but sink into it with a single glance. Yi Baiming, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Qingtian so easily. Come back to the Bahuang continent with me. The Emperor of Zhou State is not worthy of you. He Linlin couldn't help but walk forward. She caressed Yi Baiming's face with her hand in a half-infatuated manner. The latter suddenly let go of her hand and coldly said, "The future of the great Zhou country has never been decided by your black Qilin race. This king's world, this king alone can take it down." He walked to the bed. Yi Qingtian was indeed dead. He had hated this man for more than 10 years, but now that he was dead, he didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Looking at the grief-stricken Empress Dowager Wenrun and the little emperor who was so scared that he didn't dare to speak, Yi Baiming felt an unprecedented emptiness in his heart. At this moment, he missed Yun Sheng even more. Only Yun Sheng's warm smile could make him feel a trace of warmth. "Imperial brother, will you protect Imperial mother and me?" The little emperor who had been silent all this time suddenly tugged at Yi Baiming's sleeve. Looking down at the little emperor who was about the same age as himself, Yi Baiming couldn't say a word. This child probably still didn't know that he was the one who forced them into a corner and turned them into puppets. Yes, Imperial Brother will protect you, Yi Baiming said in a low voice. The door suddenly opened. Long Shui was thrown in, and Bu Jiuxiao followed closely behind with an angry expression. What happened? Yi Baiming scrutinized Long Shui. Baiming, this woman committed the crime of betraying her master. She secretly hid the letter from the mainland's magic elite camp. Behind Bu Jiuxiao, Cheng Bai's face was covered in dust. A letter from the magic elite camp? Long Shui, hand over the letter. Yi Baiming's heart was in his throat. Master, no, there is no letter. Long Shui didn't expect that the matter would be exposed so quickly. The letter was probably destroyed by this woman. I've already found the guard who delivered the letter that day. He said that he personally handed it to Long Shui. The letter was written by the Dark Gold instructor. Yun Sheng has been missing recently. She was captured by Dugu Xiao. Cheng Bai glanced at Long Shui, and the latter's face instantly turned pale. Hearing this news, Yi Baiming suddenly stood up and questioned sternly. What? Little Wildcat is in Later Qin? That's right, she is in Later Qin. But don't worry, she will marry Dugu Xiao in 2 months. Yi Baiming, don't tell me you want to leave the orphan and widow behind you and rush to save Yin Sheng at this time? Let me remind you, you are now the Prince Regent of Zhou State. The new emperor has just ascended the throne, and it is a time of internal and external troubles. He Linlin didn't believe that Yi Baiming would leave everything behind to save Yin Sheng at this time. Didn't all men pursue power and status? Yi Baiming should be no exception. Little Wildcat is in Later Qin. She is in Later Qin. Marry Dugu Xiao. Marry Dugu Xiao in 2 months. Brother, you said that you would protect me and my mother. The little emperor pleaded. He Linlin's warning kept hovering in Yi Baiming's ears. His heart was in a mess. Little Wildcat, what should this prince do? Yi Baiming felt a huge pain in his heart. Yin Sheng's face flashed in his mind, a face full of pain and sweat. No, he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait for even a moment. Little Wildcat needed him. He couldn't allow others to touch his woman, even for a minute or a second. Jiu Xiao, I'll leave the matters of Yujing City to you. As for you, Yi Baiming looked coldly at Long Shui, who was on the ground. Master, Long Shui didn't do it on purpose. Long Shui just didn't want others to delay your future. You've worked hard for so many years and finally waited for this day. You can't do it for that woman. She's not worth it. She's not worthy. Long Shui's eyes were hazy with tears. Long Shui, do you know what you did wrong? Yi Baiming didn't even want to look at Long Shui. He raised his hand and hovered it above Long Shui's head. Long Shui was promoted by him. She used to be a very useful chess piece. Long Shui didn't do anything wrong, master. Long Shui's voice was hoarse. Your mistake is that you don't have the qualifications to care about this prince. The one who's most unworthy is you. Yi Baiming's voice was as cold as the night. Bang! Empress Wenren hugged the little emperor, not letting him witness the bloody scene. Long Shui's head exploded, and a cloud of blood rose. Long Shui's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Baiming was like an Azura killing god. There was only absolute coldness between his brows. His figure flashed out like lightning. Yi Baiming, you can't go to Later Qin. He Linlin saw Yi Baiming's strange method of controlling battle qi. She was shocked and blocked Yi Baiming's path. Scram! Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. The woman in front of him was too much of an eyesore. Around his body, battle qi raged wildly like a gale. At the end of the year, 2014, the fox was released. Chapter 903. He could destroy anyone who tried to stop him from saving Little Wildcat. Dugu Xiao is our elder brother. Later Qin, Curator Song will still be around. If you fight with Dugu Xiao, Curator Song will kill you. He Linlin stubbornly blocked Yi Baiming's path. Does this man still not understand that even if he is a martial emperor and his ability to control battle aura is better than others, he is still not Curator Song's match? Screw your elder brother. This daddy has never acknowledged any patriarch as my father. He is your daddy, not mine. Those who try to stop me will only die. Even if He Yao comes, I will kill him too. Yi Baiming's gray eyes flickered between dark and bright. They were like flickering lights in the wind and rain, like an enraged beast. Yun Sheng's pained face kept appearing in his mind. Self-blame, pain, guilt, anger, and all sorts of emotions surrounded Yi Baiming. He felt the blood in his body boiling like boiling water. His heart was throbbing with pain. In his mind, Yun Sheng's pained expression was like a sharp, all-piercing into his heart, driving him crazy. Little Wildcat must have encountered something. She needs me. Little Wildcat, you must hold on. I'm coming. Are you crazy? How is Yun Sheng better than me? You don't care about me at all. He Linlin was so jealous that she went crazy. For Yi Baiming, she didn't hesitate to go against her father's will and kill Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming didn't appreciate it at all. What does your good have to do with this prince? Scram, trash. Yi Baiming shouted angrily. He raised his left arm and used it as a staff. Complicated magic runes quickly formed around Yi Baiming. In just an instant, a space-time magic array flickering with gray space-time magic elements formed. He Linlin didn't even have time to react before Yi Baiming disappeared from the magic array. Yi Baiming, how is this possible? Could it be that he's also a magician? You can't be with that woman. He Linlin stubbornly said. She rushed out of the palace like a crazed beast. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai looked at each other. Both of them silently prayed in their hearts. Baiming, you must save Yun Sheng. Pain, so painful, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at the bottom of his heart. In the prison, Yun Sheng was in so much pain that his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. 12 hours had passed. Without the antidote, the yearning and dreams attack became more and more severe. Yun Sheng only felt that there were 1,000 ants living in her body, as if her body would be torn apart at any time. Hour after hour, Qing Ho and Qing Chong would come a visit. Seeing Yun Sheng in such pain, the two women felt a heartfelt joy. At the same time, in the Crown Prince's mansion, there were also people who were thinking of ways to save Yun Sheng. Ever since that day when Yun Sheng was taken away, in the Crown Prince's mansion, Madame Qi Bai didn't have a good time. On one hand, she was worried about Dugu Xiu's safety. It had already been 7 to 8 days since Dugu Xiu went to Dongchuan. Ever since the Blood Iron warriors that he led were ambushed and his whereabouts became unknown, there had been no news from him. On the other hand, Madame Qi Bai was also worried about Yun Sheng's matter. From a selfish point of view, Madame Qi Bai was very happy to see Yun Sheng being tortured by Qing Ho and Qing Chong. That woman was truly reckless. She even dared to instigate great Master Ma Yin. It would be best if she was tortured to death by Qing Ho and Qing Chong. Even if Dugu Xiu were to come back and ask for an explanation, he would only ask Qing Ho and Qing Chong. In this way, he could also help her get rid of that woman, Qing Xiang. Madam, that Dongwang Linger has been waiting outside for an entire night. Madame Qi Bai's personal maid helped Madame Qi Bai insert a purple jade hairpin. TSK, that woman still hasn't left. Madame Qi Bai was displeased. The matters in the mansion were already troublesome enough. Now, she still had to deal with that crazy woman, Dongwang Linger. Ever since Yun Sheng was locked up in the prison, Dongwang Linger would come to look for her every 2 to 3 days. Earlier, she had already made an exception and arranged for Dongwang Linger to visit Yun Sheng once. However, that woman was still unwilling to give up and still wanted to save Yun Sheng. Madame Qi Bai naturally wouldn't agree to it. However, Dongwang Linger was still waiting for her. This was already the 3rd time that Dongwang Linger came to look for her in 2 days. Since yesterday evening, Dongwang Ling had been waiting outside for an entire night, not wanting to leave at all. Madame Qi Bai knew that if she didn't appear, Dongwang Linger wouldn't leave. Outside of the courtyard, Dongwang Linger was extremely anxious. She heard that Qing Ho and Qing Chong, those 2 vicious women, had snatched away Yun Sheng's medicine. Yun Sheng was in unbearable pain and was on the verge of death in the prison. Dongwang Linger, you don't have to come and beg me. Other than the Crown Prince, no one else is able to save that woman. If you want to blame someone, blame the people of Yun family for luring the crown prince away. Madame Chi Bai walked out. I came here to ask for medicine. Yun Sheng's medicinal pills were all snatched away. You definitely still have the antidote. Give me one, just one. Dong Wang Linger begged. If it wasn't because she had no other choice, Dong Wang Linger wouldn't come and beg Madame Chi Bai. Compared to Yun Sheng, Dong Wang Linger was the one who hated Madame Chi Bai the most. This woman, Chi Bai, caused Linger's soul to almost be crippled. It was also this woman who caused her imperial brother to become an idiot. And now, she had to lower her voice and beg this woman. Thinking up to here, hatred surged within Dong Wang Linger's heart. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. However, she then thought of Yun Sheng, who was in the prison. Right now, her life and death were uncertain, and she urgently needed medicinal pills. Haha, I didn't expect that the Honorable Princess Dong Wang would beg someone. Everyone, take a look. This woman in front of you is actually not a maid. She's the real Princess Dong Wang. However, for a despicable man, she abandoned her status and didn't even hesitate to become a maid. Madame Chi Bai looked at Dong Wang Linger. She didn't believe that after humiliating Dong Wang Linger like this, Dong Wang Linger wouldn't leave. Facing the gazes of ridicule, Dong Wang Linger's fair face flushed red with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, doing her best to control herself. I beg you, save Yun Sheng. Dong Wang Linger lowered her head. Her eyes were moist. Princess, this is not the way to beg someone. You want me to save Yun Sheng? Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Kneel down and beg me. Perhaps I might consider it. Madame Chi Bai let out an ear-piercing laughter. Anger engulfed Dong Wang Linger like a ferocious beast. Because of anger, Dong Wang Linger's shoulders couldn't help but tremble. If I kneel down, you'll save her. Dong Wang Linger seemed as if she was dreaming. If Princess is willing to kneel down, I can give you an antidote. I indeed have a few antidotes with me. How about it? For the sake of your good friend, kneel down and beg me. Madame Chi Bai walked to the front of Dong Wang Linger. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Dong Wang Linger was going to lower her noble head and wag her tail to beg for mercy. 2015, Big Fuzi wishes everyone a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, a good start of work and study. On the first day of a new year, remember to give me double monthly votes as a blessing. Have fun on New Year's Day and write like a cow. Chapter 904. Thinking of Dong Wang Linger's lowly appearance, a morbid excitement appeared on Madame Chi Bai's face. Madame Chi Bai wanted to see to what extent this pair of good friends who looked like sisters on the surface would go to for each other. What could sisters, even blood-related sisters like Hu Linglong and Hu Sheng, would be unscrupulous in the face of benefits? With Dong Wang Linger's arrogance, how could she possibly kneel down for someone else? Madame Chi Bai's beautiful eyes sharpened. Dong Wang Linger's body lowered by a bit, and her knees bent down with difficulty. She was actually going to kneel down in front of everyone. Are you serious? Just when Madame Chi Bai was astonished, Dong Wang Linger, whose eyes were already filled with tears, suddenly had a change in expression. Cold light suddenly appeared, incomparably sharp. Boom! A terrifying magic fluctuation appeared. Within Dong Wang Linger's body, which had a servile expression earlier, green-colored wind magic elements gushed out like a flood. The stones on the ground cracked, and many servants were thrown out. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard. Wind blades galloped, as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Sand and stones flew, and countless trees were uprooted from the ground. In midair, with a pair of sharp eyes and antlers, a hurricane dragon that was half the size of a courtyard was formed. The hurricane dragon coiled itself in the sky above the courtyard, looking down at everyone with disdain. What Dong Wang Linger used was actually a super magic black dragon storm. The instant the hurricane dragon was formed, it opened its mouth and spat out a waterfall of wind. In an instant, Madame Chi Bai's courtyard was razed to the ground. Even Shen Lianer was unable to control the super wind magic black dragon storm, but Dong Wang Linger actually managed to comprehend it. At this very moment, Dongwang Linger was standing proudly on top of the dragon. The noble aura that was emitting from her body was self-evident. How is this possible? Your magic power has recovered. Madame Chi Bai's body was scratched by the wind blades, and her face was in a sorry state. She was extremely frightened. This terrifying wind magic element could tear her into pieces at any time. It's all thanks to your soul snake. Did you think that I want to see Yun Sheng just to visit her? Dongwang Linger's beautiful face was covered with a layer of ice. She went to visit Yun Sheng. Nominally, it was to visit her in prison, but it was also at that time that Yun Sheng performed the last few needles on her and healed her Dharma soul. What was even more surprising was that Dongwang Ling, Er's magic soul, which was originally a mutated magic soul, had mutated even further. Unexpectedly, Dongwang Ling, Er's magic soul had broken through to become a sky magician. Not only that, Dongwang Ling had also comprehended the nightmare dragon storm. Yin Sheng had already guessed that Green Empress and the others wouldn't let the matter rest after Duga Xiu got into trouble. Thus, she had left herself a path of retreat, and that was Ling, whose mana was still recovering. Do you think you can save Yin Sheng by yourself? Madame Chi Bai sneered. Pa! A wind blade cut through Madame Chi Bai's hand. Madame Chi Bai screamed miserably as a piece of flesh was torn off from her arm. Give me the antidote, or else I will cut you into pieces piece by piece. Don't think that I am still that weak princess from back then. Dongwang Linger waved her magic scepter and bound Madame Chi Bai with a wind bind. You dare to treat me like this? Dongwang Linger, just you wait. As long as the crown prince returns, I will have him exterminate the East Emperor dynasty. Madame Chi Bai's hand was dripping with blood. The arrogance she had earlier was completely gone. Duga Xiu? I will take revenge for him sooner or later. Right now, you should just pray that he can return alive. Dongwang Linger pushed Madame Chi Bai into the courtyard. She had to quickly think of a way to save Yin Sheng. Later Qin, Dongchuan, in a desolate mountain valley. Duga Xiu spat on the ground. His helmet was also tattered. However, there were no injuries on his body. Crown Prince Dugu, who was undefeated on the battlefield, was defeated this time. Who asked him to meet that old fellow Yunba? Yunba had been on the battlefield for a long time. This time, he was also very shameless and started to fight a guerrilla war with Duga Xiu. Not only that, he even found some magicians and set up many magic formations to ambush Duga Xiu. TSK, that old fellow from the Yun family indeed has some skills. The Blood Iron warriors beside Duga Xiu were all killed. Right now, not only was he trapped, he didn't even have a way to contact his subordinates. Duga Xiu wasn't worried about his own safety. However, he was worried about Yun Sheng, who was far away in the Jade Capital. It had already been 8 days since he left the Jade Capital. Before he left, he gave Yun Sheng 7 pills. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he also gave Madame Chi Bai 3 pills. At most, Yun Sheng could only last for 10 days. Right now, 8 days had already passed, and he was still trapped in this corner of the mountain. The one who trapped him was that old fellow, Yunba. The reason why Yunba suddenly attacked was definitely because he already knew that Yun Sheng was in Duga Xiu's hands. It wasn't that Duga Xiu couldn't break through, but if he did, he would definitely have to fight with that old fellow, Yunba. Even if Yun Sheng became Donghuang Sheng, she was still that old fellow's granddaughter. If he hurt that old fellow, Yin Sheng would probably never forgive him. If he wanted to break through, he could only use his wits and not fight head-on. However, there wasn't much time left. Looking at the golden snake mark on his arm, Dugu Xiu's gaze turned cold. Dugu Xiu, you bastard. If you have the ability, hide in there forever and don't come out. Dugu Xiu, what kind of blood iron crown prince are you? You're so wishy-washy, just like a woman. There was a loud scolding. Without guessing, Dugu Xiu knew who was scolding him. Dugu Xiu wasn't willing to have a direct confrontation with Yunba, so he simply avoided him. However, his subordinates couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out like grasshoppers. In the end, every single one of them was caught by Yunba. Dugu Xiu was so angry that his red hair was about to start burning. Damned old man. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm your granddaughter, I wouldn't have tolerated you like this. I would have even crippled Tenyun Boss. As a martial emperor, Duguxiu had never felt so sullen in his entire life. Just when Duguxiu was feeling gloomy, he felt an itch on his chest. Feeling puzzled, he took out a ring. This ring was Yun Sheng's summoning ring. Duguxiu knew that this was the most important thing to Yun Sheng. Thus, he had always kept it close to him. Although Duguxiu wasn't a summoner, he knew that the summoning ring would only react when the summoner was using it. Yun Sheng's summoning ring actually moved by itself. Within the beast language ring, a dazzling radiance came out from it. It was an egg with a pair of eye-catching wings. Duguxiu had a dazed expression on his face. He even ignored Yun Ba's scolding from afar. What the hell is this? Wasn't Yun Sheng's magical beast a black puppy? Why did it turn into an egg? It was still disgusting, pink, round and round. Kiss, kiss, my dear master. The puffed egg was Yun Sheng's life-bound contracted beast. When Yun Sheng was suffering in the heavenly prison, it also felt uncomfortable for a while. The puffed egg couldn't bear it and finally jumped out by itself. Oh, so many double monthly votes. Today is the first day of a new year, so there are monthly votes to add chapters. Starry eyes, more votes, Kongming. Chapter 905. Puyin, my dear master is gone. Red hair monster, go away. Puffed egg had been cultivating in the exquisite beast pagoda for the past few months, and its body had grown fatter. Even its pair of large wings were almost unable to support its round egg body. When it opened its eyes, it saw Duguxiu. Puffed egg liked night foxes the most. It didn't like the red-haired man in front of it. This man looked gloomy, and it could tell that he wasn't a good person. Impudent, where did this fat egg come from? This crown prince is the crown prince of the later Qin, not some red-haired monster. Duguxiu had a belly full of anger because of Yun Ba. Now, even an inexplicable egg dared to speak rudely to him. Duguxiu was very depressed. Puff, puff, puff. Ugly red-haired monster with no taste. No wonder master doesn't like you. Puff, puff. This is called baby fat. Cute and cute. Don't pretend to know if you don't know. Puffed egg jumped up and down angrily. Puffed egg's body was also a monster egg. When it jumped up and down, the entire mountain valley shook. The gravel in the mountain valley smashed onto Duguxiu's body. Fat egg, shut the F***ck up. Who are you calling ugly? This crown prince is one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, a famous handsome man in the continent. Duguxiu's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to punch this egg. A stinky egg that didn't even have eyes dare to call him ugly? He was ugly. Were there any handsome men in this world? Puff, puff, puff. Yi Cuckoo is more handsome than you. Shun Fong Fong is better looking than you, and even Little Poison is more pleasing to the eye. Violent man. Damn pervert. Red hair monster. Narcissist. Ursa Major. Weird uncle. Imprisoning master and almost causing master to die. Puffed egg scolded more and more happily and fluently. It was as smooth as a machine gun. Whether it was the aesthetic standards of the boundless world or the modern international aesthetic standards, to be fair and objective, Duguxiu definitely had the ability to be proud. He was handsome and had a good figure. If he hadn't met Yun Sheng, he would have been a handsome, rich, and handsome man no matter where he went. Unfortunately, he met Yun Sheng. There were many handsome men around Yun Sheng, and all of them were rich and handsome. The puffed egg loved Yi Baiming the most. After all, the first person it met other than its owner was Yi Baiming. As for the others, in line with the principle that those who treated his master well were his friends, he didn't dislike them either. Puffed egg was the only one with the red hair that came out of nowhere. It charged forward, charging straight at Duguxiu. There were many good and handsome men around Yun Sheng. It hated this red-furred monster the most. Who told this red-furred monster to not only cause it to be separated from its master, but also cause its master to be in so much pain? Puffed egg's body was fat, but its speed was ridiculously fast. Even with Duguxiu's movement skills, it was still difficult for him to dodge. Moreover, this strange egg strength was astonishing. Its eggshell was ridiculously hard. After a few collisions, the small valley seemed to have experienced an earthquake. Rocks fell everywhere, and pits were everywhere. Wait, what did you say? Why is Yunsheng dying? When Dugu Xiu was dodging, he suddenly heard this, and his expression changed. Like owner, like egg, like puffed egg wouldn't let him go. It found an opening and sent Dugu Xiu flying, crashing into the mountain wall. Instantly, a human-shaped pit more than a foot deep appeared on the mountain wall. Puff, puff, puff. Master has been locked up. Those two disgusting women stole Master's medicine. She's dying now. Puff, don't let Master die. Puff, ah. Puffed Egg reached a sad point and started bawling. Two disgusting women? A bad premonition arose in Dugu Xiu's heart. Dugu Xiu originally thought that Puffed Egg's collisions were already very powerful. Only now did he realize that its cries were the most terrifying. In an instant, the entire small valley was filled with ghostly cries and wolf howls. Waves of demonic sounds assaulted his mind. Everyone within a radius of 10 li could hear the terrifying cries. Puffed Egg wanted to immediately rush back to Master's side, but didn't know the way. Master couldn't summon it either. If this dragged on, Master would die. Shut up. Speak clearly. You're crazy, damned egg. Shut up. Dugu Xiu heard dense footsteps coming from the other side of the valley. Yun Ba and the others had already rushed over. I'll bring you back to later, Qin. Immediately stop. Dugu Xiu was distraught. What Dongchuan's chaos? Scram to the side. He had to immediately rush back to Fengdu. Dugu Xiu grabbed one of Puffed Egg's wings and transformed it into battle chi. He rushed in the direction of later Qin like a meteor. Only then did Yunsheng realize that when the pain reached the extreme, only numbness was left. This damned yearning made Yunsheng not even have the strength to cry out in pain. All the strength in her body seemed to have been peeled out of a cocoon. Even lifting a finger was tiring. Beside her, the voices of the two women were like countless sparrows, chirping nonstop. As soon as she recovered her strength, the first thing she would do was to slap these two women a few times. Let's see if they could still open their mouths. Yunsheng, do you still want to hang on? I advise you to tell us Great Master Ma Yin's whereabouts as soon as possible. Qin Chong looked at the mud like Yunsheng. There was only cruelty in her eyes. Why wasn't this woman dead yet? It had already been 2 days, but she was still like a weed, struggling at death's door. What was more hateful was that the other prisoners locked in the celestial prison would be tortured until they were neither human nor ghost. However, although Yunsheng had lost a lot of weight, she exuded a coquettish beauty. The more pain she was in, the more suffocating the beauty of despair she exuded. Even Qin Chong found this inconceivable. Haha, kill me if you want, or do you not dare to kill me? Yunsheng raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile. Don't laugh. Qin Chong was furious. She pulled out a dagger and wanted to stab Yunsheng to death. Chong, she can't die yet. Qin Chong still did not have any news about Dugu Xiu. According to the news from Dongchuan, Yun Ba and the others had found Dugu Xiu's whereabouts a few days ago. If Xiu really fell into their hands, they would need Yunsheng to exchange for him. Aunt, I don't care anymore. It's either her or me. Yunsheng's words made Qin Chong worried. She was afraid that Yunsheng and Dugu Xiu would settle the score with her as soon as they came back. Before the Crown Prince's cousin left, he had warned that whoever touched Yunsheng would be driven out of the Crown Prince's mansion or killed. The Crown Prince's cousin was cruel and violent. When the time came, even her aunt might not be able to protect her. Qin Chong was worried that Qin Chong would act rashly, so she pulled her out of the celestial prison. Yunsheng's body was attacked by a new round of pain. The silver snake on her arm strangely emitted a silver luster. The small snake's body seemed to be alive and twisted. Chapter 906. 20 hours had passed since Yunsheng took the antidote. In the past 20 hours, Yunsheng had fainted several times and was woken up by Qing Ho and Qing Chong's cold water. Yun Sheng's physical strength had been severely depleted. But the worst thing was that she could feel that every time she woke up from her coma, her internal organs would be fatally damaged. If not for her amazing willpower, she would have died several times from the pain caused by her internal organs being damaged. Yun Sheng was a doctor, and no one knew the human body better than her. With such a broken body, unless there was a miraculous elixir or top-notch light magic, she would die without a doubt. The silver snake on her arm moved, and Yun Sheng's body, either her heart or her lungs, made a dull sound of something breaking. Yun Sheng only felt a warm and sweet taste in her mouth. Everything before her was pitch black. The moment she fell into a coma, Yi Baiming's face flashed across her mind. Yi Baiming's expression was very sad. He seemed to be shouting at her, "Little wildcat, you must hang in there. Damn fox, come and hang in there. Fox, it hurts." Her consciousness was being stripped away bit by bit. Yun Sheng felt that her consciousness was as light as a feather and would float out of her body and disappear into the air at any time. Just when Yun Sheng thought that she was going to die in this dark prison, she heard an old and kind voice reverberating in her ears. "Xiao Sheng, from today onwards, the Yin family's heirloom is in your hands. You must take good care of the Shun-known bracelet. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must be strong. The people of the Yin family are never people who resign themselves to fate. Grandfather and the ancestors of the Yin family will always protect you." The old man with a white beard took off a bracelet from his hand and put on her wrist. That year, Yun Sheng had just turned 18 years old. Grandfather passed away not long after the bracelet was handed over. Perhaps it was because he knew that he didn't have long to live, so his grandfather handed over the bracelet. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. They were scalding and fell all the way to the corner of her mouth. It was a bit salty. "Grandpa, Sheng can't take it anymore." It had been a long time since Yun Sheng recalled the people and things before her transmigration. No one had cleaned the tombstone of his grandfather, who had passed away many years ago. Would Grandpa blame her? If they could survive this time, Yun Sheng decided to erect a tombstone for her grandfather in the other world. But did she really have a chance? Darkness engulfed her consciousness completely. Her body temperature slowly dropped, as if she was drowning in a bottomless lake. In the dark prison, Yun Sheng lay quietly on the ground as her life force slowly flowed out of her body. The Shinong bracelet on her wrist emitted a 7-colored glow. The Shinong bracelet, which had condensed the power of countless generations of people, emitted a pure power. That power was like an electric current, rapidly flowing into Yun Sheng's limbs and bones. Her organs, which were on the verge of shattering, were recovering at an incredible speed under the effect of that mysterious power. Her internal bleeding stopped, blood gushed out from her dried-up veins again, and her pulse resumed beating. The 5-color Dharma soul was like the most beautiful rainbow appearing above Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng's Dharma soul and the mysterious power in the Shinong bracelet resonated with each other, producing a pleasant sound of nature. The light from the Dharma soul and the Shinong bracelet gently poured down on Yun Sheng's body. In the chaos, Yun Sheng felt like a passerby who had walked in the desert for countless days. She was thirsty, she was tired, she felt like she would be swallowed by death in the next step. But at this moment, an oasis suddenly appeared in front of her. An oasis? Her consciousness suddenly became clear. Yun Sheng's eyelids twitched. Her long eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. The prison was still the same. There was no one around. Her eyes, which were originally pitch black, had now turned golden. She propped herself up with her arms. "This is—" Yun Sheng was shocked. She could feel that her body had regained its former vitality. The magical power that had completely disappeared also recovered in an instant. What surprised Yun Sheng the most was that the silver dream winding snake on her arm was bound by a 7-colored power. That power was constantly being depleted, but it was still tenaciously binding the dream winding snake. This is the power in the Shinong bracelet? It's Grandpa. Yun Sheng could not help but feel her nose tingle. It was Grandpa and the countless ancestors of the Yin clan who were protecting her. What surprised Yunsheng the most was that she realized that her Shinnong eyes had broken through. For many generations, no one in the Yin clan had broken through to the 4th level. Legend had it that only Shinnong and Yin Emperor had reached the 4th level of the Shinnong eyes. She had actually broken through to the 4th level of the Shinnong eyes. Yunsheng looked at her surroundings. She realized that her field of vision was unprecedentedly wide. Within the prison, she could see everything clearly. Qing Ho, Qing Chong, it's time for us to take our revenge. Yunsheng's 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. Her golden eyes gradually returned to their original black color. Her identity had already been exposed. If she were to stay in later Qin, she would only bring trouble to the Yun residents and Night Fox. Although she did not know how long the power in the Shinnong bracelet would be able to bind Han Hui and Meng Ying, she still had to give a try. After all, she had already died once. Hu Sheng was still in their hands. She had to immediately leave later Qin. Yunsheng jumped up and rushed out of the prison. Just as she rushed out, she saw Dong Wang Ling and Madame Qi by walking in. Yunsheng Yu, Dong Wang Ling, and Yunsheng cooperated very well. When Dong Wang Ling saw Yunsheng's appearance, she immediately understood what was going on. Originally, she thought that she would see Yunsheng's pitiful appearance. However, who would have thought that the Yunsheng in front of her had a rosy complexion and was very agile? Man, Madame Qi Bai's face turned pale with fright. Just as she was about to scream, a strange knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing was already placed on her throat. With just a light slash, Madame Qi Bai felt that a small cut was made on her throat. The smell of fresh blood drifted out. Qi Bai, you can give it a try. Let's see if you can shout faster or if my knife is faster. Shall I make a cut on your throat or your face? With a single look, Yunsheng knew that her and Dong Wang Ling-er's scheme had succeeded. Madame Qi Bai's entire body turned cold. She knew that Yunsheng was a little lunatic. She would definitely do as she said. Yunsheng restrained Madame Qi Bai and snatched away Madame Qi Bai's magic scepter. Yunsheng's magic scepter had been taken away by Dugu Xiu long ago. If Dong Wang Ling didn't guess wrongly, she should still be in Yu Pavilion. Madame Qi Bai was also a magician. Thus, Dong Wang Ling decided to use her magic scepter. Chapter 907. Yunsheng and Ling walked a few steps. Yunsheng handed Madame Qi Bai over to Ling and said, "Wait here, I will be back soon." Yunsheng ran back to the prison. Later Qin's punishment was very cruel. In the past few years, the Dugu father and son duo had been expanding their territory. Therefore, all of the prisoners that were locked up in the prison were all serious criminals. Yunsheng knew that even if she managed to escape from the prison, with Director Song, whose strength was unfathomable, it would be very hard for her to escape from the palace. Since she had already thrown caution to the wind, she might as well fight to the death. Raising her magic scepter, scorching flames sprayed onto the chains, and the chains turned into molten iron. Using a similar method, Yunsheng managed to open more than 10 prison doors in one go. "Who is it?" A prison guard rushed over. The elven hellfire turned into a dazzling golden light. That prison guard let out a miserable shriek as he was completely burned into ashes by the flames. "Let's go, everyone. Let's escape together." With Yunsheng's help, close to 100 prisoners managed to escape from the prison. Previously, in Icefall City, it was also because of the large number of escaped prisoners that those elven guards had a hard time capturing them. Yunsheng wanted to cause chaos in the later Qin's palace. The more chaotic, the better. The prison was very noisy. By the time the prison guards rushed in, the prisoners had already furiously roared and rushed forward, fighting with the prison guards. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yunsheng and Dong Wang Ling followed the crowd and rushed out. The moment they rushed to the entrance of the prison, rows of locust-like arrows rained down from the sky, causing the prisoners who were at the front to let out miserable shrieks. Due to the jailbreak in the prison, a large number of guards were rushing over. The prison guards hurriedly mobilized 50 archers. Dong Wang Ling, and Yun Sheng chanted at the same time. Wind blades swept across the prison guards, and countless fireballs smashed towards the archers. In an instant, the human wall turned into a wall of fire. Yun Sheng soared into the sky. She raised her magic scepter high, and the elven hellfire brand on her forehead was as red as fire. Her gaze focused. The imperial granary palace was clearly under her feet. A cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his magic scepter spun crazily like a group of dancing snakes. A large amount of fire magic elements gathered towards Yun Sheng as if they had been summoned. Fiery critical strike. A golden flame exploded on the magic scepter. Countless fireballs danced in the air like snow in June, flying towards the many palaces of the Emperor Granary Palace. Dong Wang Linger could see it clearly. She also started singing along. The raging wind blew the fireball higher and higher. These special fireballs, mixed with elven karmic fire, jumped over the wall. The moment they touched the eaves and trees, they burned fiercely like oil. The fire was very difficult to control. Ordinary water could not extinguish it at all. For a moment, the Emperor Granary Palace was filled with smoke and flames. The sound of fire fighting, the sound of fighting, and the sound of crying could be heard incessantly. Facing these, although Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Linger had a trace of hesitation in their hearts, they no longer had the time to consider so much. Let's go to the Crown Prince's residence first. Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Linger each grabbed one of Madame Chi Bai's arms and carried her, rushing towards the Crown Prince's residence. After a few leaps, the Crown Prince's residence was already very close. Within the EU pavilion, Yun Sheng searched around and found her magic scepter in Dugu Xiu's bedroom. Touching the magic scepter that she hadn't seen for a long time, Yun Sheng's eyes shone even brighter. Miss Yun, let go of Madame Chi Bai. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When the people of the Crown Prince's residence saw Yun Sheng killing her way in, they didn't know if they should stop her or not. No matter how the Emperor and Empress Qing wanted to deal with Yun Sheng, she was brought back by Crown Prince Dugu. Moreover, everyone saw how much Dugu Xiu doted on her. Why are you still in a daze? Catch her. Madame Chi Bai saw an opening and broke free, wanting to rush towards the crowd. However, she only managed to escape a few steps. She staggered and felt a sharp pain in her knee. Lowering her head, she saw that a few sharp, dark thorns had pierced through her knee. Whoever dares to come up will end up like her. Yun Sheng said coldly. If it wasn't because Madame Chi Bai was still useful, she would have killed her long ago. This woman had caused her and Linger to be in such a miserable state. Yun Sheng, how dare you commit murder in the Crown Prince's residence? Li Huali rushed over with a group of guards. Without saying anything, she waved the magic scepter in her hand. Who would have thought that before she finished chanting, Yun Sheng would raise her eyebrows in disdain? She didn't even bother chanting. The gray space-time magic elements, like countless tadpoles, drifted around Li Huali and entered her magic scepter. Her chanting was forced to stop, and, as if she was frozen, she didn't move at all. How is this possible? You know magic? Aren't you a piece of trash? Li Huali opened her eyes wide, as if she had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. Li Xiao is stupid, but little sister is even more stupid. Yun Sheng and I are both people from the continent's magic elite camp. The amount of magic we know is more than the amount of rice you have eaten. Li Huali, right? In the past, you made things difficult for us, right? You said that we are trash, right? Linger placed the magic scepter on her waist, then slapped Li Huali with both hands, causing her to feel dizzy and unable to say a single word. Yun Sheng, I suddenly realized that not using magic to hit people is quite comfortable. Dong Wang Linger felt very comfortable hitting Li Huali. It's Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Linger. Catch them. Qing Chong rushed over with a group of guards from the Qing residence. Qing Chong also just found out that there was a prison break in the Imperial prison, and Yun Sheng's whereabouts were unknown. The Imperial Palace was currently in a state of chaos. When Qing Chong brought the guards back to the Crown Prince's residence, she accidentally bumped into Yun Sheng and Dong Wanglinger. With just a few of you, it's still not enough to stop me. Yun Sheng put down her magic scepter and faced Qing Chong. Li Huali's face was swollen like a pig's head, and Madame Chi Bai's knees were injured, causing her to kneel on the ground. Qing Chong wasn't stupid. She discovered that Yun Sheng, who was still breathing weakly earlier, was now like a completely different person. The guards that she brought along with her weren't a match for this woman. Director Song had already received the news and was currently rushing over here. As long as they could stall her, Director Song would definitely be able to capture her. This time, Yun Sheng set the Imperial Palace on fire and even broke into the Imperial prison. Even if Dugu Xiu returned, you wouldn't be able to save her. I'm not a match for you. However, don't forget, that person called Hu Sheng is still in my hands. Qing Chong was very confident. She believed that there was definitely a special relationship between Yun Sheng and Hu Sheng. Hand him over to me, and I can let Li Huali and Qi Bai off. Yun Sheng indeed couldn't leave Hu Sheng behind. At the same time, she could also tell that Qing Chong was stalling for time. In the entire Imperial Palace, the only person that could make Yun Sheng fear was Director Song, whose strength was hard to predict. Thus, she had to leave this place as soon as possible. You still don't understand. These two women are completely useless to me. In fact, I can't wait for them to die. Looking at Li Huali and Qi Bai's current appearance, Qing Chong had a look of schadenfreude on her face. 10,000 words complete, I've finished adding chapters. Sob sob, a bunch of people scolded me for not adding chapters and crept away in disgrace. Chapter 908. Before Yun Sheng appeared, the three women in the Crown Prince's residence lived peacefully on the surface, but in reality, they were like fire and water. However, after Yun Sheng came, the three of them lived peacefully for a period of time. They fought against Yun Sheng together and even lived peacefully for a period of time. However, when Qing Chong said this, Li Huali and Madame Chi Bai immediately exploded. Qing Chong, you slut. When the Crown Prince returns, we will not let you off easily. Return? Do you think that you can still wait until Cousin Crown Prince returns? To tell you the truth, I've already buried a large amount of saltpeter powder outside this courtyard. As long as I give the order, you and that little slut surnamed Yun will all die. Qing Chong laughed arrogantly. She jumped up and jumped out of Yu Xian. Saltpeter powder was a type of military gunpowder in the Boundless World. Once it came into contact with fire, it would explode, and the entire Yu Xian would be razed to the ground. As for Madame Chi Bai and Li Huali, she could say that they were kidnapped by Yun Sheng and died in Yu Xian together. When Cousin Crown Prince investigated, she could push the cause of their deaths to Yun Sheng. When they heard that saltpeter powder was scattered outside Yu Xian, Li Huali and Madame Chi Bai's faces turned pale. The two of them cried out in alarm and wanted to escape. However, the few entrances of Yu Xian were all tightly shut. Just as they flew up, they saw thousands of bows and arrows aimed at Yu Xian. Everyone then knew that Qing Chong was really ruthless today and wanted to kill them all. TSK, Secondary Consort Qing, is really dreaming. You want to catch us all in one net? Let's see if you have the ability. Yun Sheng did not escape or avoid. She sniffed the air, and there was a pungent smell of saltpeter powder in the air. It seemed that Qing Chong was not exaggerating. Death is at hand, and you still want to be stubborn. Let this lady personally draw the bow and send you on your way. Qing Chong sneered. She raised her hand, and the archer behind her immediately handed her a fire bow. There was a ball of fire burning on the bow. Qing Chong pulled the bow, and the fire arrow flew towards the courtyard with a swoosh sound. Who would have thought that when the rocket flew halfway, an arrow hit the rocket with a pong sound? Qing Chong looked over and saw that Yun Sheng was holding the Rui bow. She was the one who had shot the arrow. You can block it for a while, but you can't block it forever. I don't believe that you can block all the arrows, Qing Chong said enviously, looking at the bow in Yun Sheng's hands. Damn Yun Sheng. If she killed her, the Rui bow and her cousin would be hers. Ching Chong shot out 5 more arrows in a row, but what shocked her was that all 5 arrows were shot down by Yunsheng not long after they were shot out. Let alone igniting the saltpeter powder, even shooting it into the courtyard had become an extravagant hope. How is this possible? If it was only 1 arrow, it could still be considered a coincidence. However, 6 arrows were shot down by Yunsheng in a row. Ching Chong, who had always been very confident in her archery skills, was shocked and angry. It must be because of the Rui Bao. Ching Chong put all the blame on the Rui Bao. This made Ching Chong want to kill Yunsheng even more. Archers shoot, Ching Chong said through gritted teeth. She couldn't hit the target by herself, but she didn't believe that a group of people couldn't. Could it be that Yunsheng alone could withstand thousands of arrows? Hundreds of strong archers raised their flaming bows and aimed at Yu Yuxuan. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar sounded. A figure fell from the sky like a goshawk. Who dares to hurt Sheng? A fierce, fighting aura, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, came down like a huge wave and a fierce flood. The bows and arrows in the hands of the hundreds of archers actually broke with a cracking sound. Then, dozens of hunters fell from the sky, and dozens of evil beasts appeared in the sky. Young master, we're here to help you. Master Zong Ren arrived in time with a group of hunters. The sounds of killing were like thunder, incessant. The crown prince's palace was in chaos. Hearing the person's voice, Yunsheng could not help but be overjoyed. Second uncle, Master Zhongrun. It turned out that after Yin Sanglong notified Yi Baiming, he hurried to later Qin. He spent a lot of effort and finally sneaked into Fengdu. However, the palace was heavily guarded, so Yin Sanglong and the people of Qianfa couldn't break into the palace. However, recently, Yunsheng had escaped from the imperial prison. The guards outside the imperial palace had all entered the palace to put out the fire. This had unknowingly given Yun Sanglong an excellent opportunity. After he had ascertained the location, he led a group of hunters and charged in. Yunsheng and the others took advantage of the chaos and killed their way out of Yu Yuxuan. Ching Chong, on the other hand, was killed head-on. Seeing her subordinates being slaughtered like vegetables by the hunters led by Yun Sanglong, fear rose in Ching Chong's heart, and she wanted to run. Ching Chong, you vicious woman. Li Huali and Madame Chi Bai had just escaped death. When they saw Ching Chong, their eyes turned red and they blocked Ching Chong's path. Sisters, it was just a misunderstanding just now. I just wanted to kill that little bitch, Yunsheng. Now that the enemy is invading, we should work together and capture Yunsheng first. Director Song will be here soon. Ching Chong was blocked. Hee, secondary consort Ching. Do you need to sprinkle saltpeter powder in the entire courtyard to kill me? Li Huali, Chi Bai, you are smart people. You should know who your real enemy is. Yunsheng looked on coldly from the side. You hated me and ostracized me because of Dugu Xiao. But you should know that I don't love Dugu Xiao. But Ching Chong is different. She clearly wanted to kill all of you just now. Her concubine mother is the Qing Empress. Yunsheng couldn't be bothered to kill these jealous women. Just let them bite each other. Hearing this, Ching Chong's face turned pale. Yunsheng, you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. Chi Bai, Li Huali, we don't have any deep hatred between us. You guys can deal with Ching Chong together. When the time comes, I'll walk my own path, and you guys will walk your own path. Everyone will be happy. Yunsheng smiled mischievously. Madame Chi Bai and Li Huali shouted and attacked Ching Chong at the same time. Second uncle, why are you here? Yunsheng was relieved when she saw them fighting among themselves. The Dark Gold instructor sent a letter saying that you were captured. Let's not talk about this and leave the palace first. Yin Sanglong was relieved when he saw that his niece was safe and sound. I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave so easily. A cold voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Director Song looked down at the crowd on the ground from above. At this time, Ching Chong let out a miserable cry. Her face had already been bitten by a soul snake released by Madame Chi Bai. Her skin was rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ching Chong screamed as her body gradually rotted and turned into a puddle of pus. Chibai, that's enough. Director Song frowned when he saw the three women fighting. How stupid. They were still fighting among themselves at this time. Chapter 909. Curator Song did not expect the situation in the Crown Prince's residence. Idiot. She didn't even know that she was being used to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Curator Song had a headache. Chibai was a member of the Bashi clan. He had thought that this woman had good looks and was good at socializing. He thought that she would be of some value to Xiao. He didn't expect that she would become worse as she lived. Didn't she see that Yun Sheng was watching the show calmly from the side when she killed Qing Chong? As a strong person of his generation, Curator Song had seen all kinds of people. When he met Yun Sheng earlier, he already felt that Yun Sheng was not an ordinary person. Her experience and courage far surpassed that of ordinary women. In fact, she was on par with He Linlin. But this time, Yun Sheng's actions had opened his eyes. First, she instigated Ma Yin's rebellion. Then, she broke out of prison. She burned down the palace with the fire of the elves. Later Qin's imperial granary palace was now in chaos. Needless to say, the Crown Prince's residence was also in a mess. Concubine Qing was dead. This matter had to be explained to Empress Qing. The root of all this was Yun Sheng. This woman was not only quick-witted, but also very vicious. In order to achieve her goal, she would do anything. I underestimated you earlier. Yun Sheng, I'll give you two choices. 1. Marry Xiao and be the crown princess obediently. 2. Commit suicide. Curator Song's gaze fell on Yun Sheng. Lord Song, how could she be the crown princess? Madam Yun Sheng was puzzled. According to the laws of later Qin, Yun Sheng's crimes, including arson, instigation, and causing chaos in the palace, were enough to make Yun Sheng die 10 times over. Chibai, don't think that I don't know about your shady business with Hu Linglong. Curator Song's gaze was like a sharp arrow, piercing Chibai so much that she didn't dare to raise her head. Hearing Hu Linglong's name, Madame Chibai knew that the matter of her secretly selling the Celestial Fox People's Saintus had been exposed. In Director Song's opinion, it wasn't important whether the later Qin Emperor and Empress Qing wanted this crown princess or not. What was important was that Duguxiu wanted her. The chaos in the palace this time also made Director Song realize that this human woman had a sharp and vicious side. Such a woman was perfect for Duguxiu. Director Song, you are also a senior who has been famous for many years. Marriage between a man and a woman has to be consensual. Sheng is already engaged, so she won't marry Prince Dugu. I hope that Director Song can give her a way out. Yun Songlong respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. You have to marry whether you want to or not. Director Song clearly didn't take Yun Songlong seriously. Yun Songlong was furious when he heard that. If anyone wants to force Sheng, they'll have to go through Yun Songlong first. He roared, and a 2-meter-long blood cloud crocodile appeared. This blood cloud crocodile was the blood cloud beast of the Grand Emperor City's young lord, Xian Wuji. This was the blood cloud crocodile that Yun Sheng had tamed for Yun Songlong. In the past few years, Yun Songlong had been cultivating with the blood cloud crocodile. The blood cloud crocodile's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was already a saint-level magical beast. The furious blood cloud crocodile's eyes turned blood red. The blood cloud crocodile rushed forward and clawed at Director Song with its sharp claws. Director Song didn't move, but a black battle aura enveloped the blood cloud crocodile. When the blood cloud crocodile clashed with the battle aura, a strong smell of blood filled the air. The claws and teeth of the blood cloud crocodile, which had thick skin and thick flesh, broke, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. A black figure moved as fast as lightning. Bang! Under the heavy attack, the blood cloud crocodile was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a 1-meter-wide crater appeared on ground. Even the blood cloud crocodile, whose body was tougher than rocks and ores, was smashed into meat paste by this attack. With another flick, the figure returned to its original position. The blood cloud crocodile was instantly killed before it could even use its eyes. Director Song was still floating high in the sky, as if the blood cloud crocodile's death had nothing to do with him. "You've gone too far," seeing his own demonic beast being killed. Yun Songlong's body was burning with rage, and his furious voice soared into the sky. Battle aura was like an electric current, crazily rushing out. Battle aura turned into wings. Increasing speed, increasing speed. Yin Songlong's figure turned into a shadow, like a spear soaring into the sky, vowing to tear Director Song apart. Director Song didn't move. He was like a statue, standing high in the sky. He raised his hand. On his hand, Do Chi flowed like lightning. A terrifying battle skill that was filled with ruthlessness and destruction was being formed at an astonishing speed. Director Song and Yun Songlong were both top-notch martial artists in the continent, and their speed had already reached the extreme. The spectators on the ground could only see a shadow. Yin Sheng's heart was already in her throat. Shinnong Pupil, 4th layer, God's Trace. The moment Shinnong Pupil was activated, Yin Sheng's black pupils had an additional touch of gold. She saw something. A scene appeared in her mind. It seemed to be playing in slow motion, but also seemed to be fast-forwarding, predicting what was about to happen. In Director Song's hand, a large amount of battle aura was compressed and condensed, forming an astonishingly powerful energy vortex. That energy vortex spun rapidly, absorbing all the battle aura in the surroundings, and collided head-on with Yun Songlong. Crack! The terrifying sound of bones breaking and organs exploding was infinitely magnified. Blood spurted out from Yun Songlong's body like rain. Falling, Yun Songlong's corpse fell from the sky. Her pupils shrank. The scene in the sky had completely disappeared. Shinnong Pupil, God's Trace, could foresee to a certain extent what would happen in the future. Second uncle will die. Yin Sheng screamed in her heart. No, absolutely not. She definitely couldn't sit and watch his second uncle was killed. Following her heart, Yin Sheng's magic wings flapped, and she rushed towards the two figures in the sky. Ever since he learned from Puffed Egg that Yun Sheng was in deep trouble, Duguxiu brought Puffed Egg and rushed day and night, finally rushing back to Fengdu. The moment he entered Fengdu, he saw flames soaring into the sky in the direction of Imperial Granary Palace, and thick smoke billowed. That fire was extremely unusual. The fire in the entire Imperial City was getting fiercer and fiercer, and it looked like it was going to burn down the entire Imperial Granary Palace. Duguxiu rushed to the outskirts of the Imperial City and caught a panic-stricken guard. "What happened?" "Crown Prince, Your Highness, the Imperial Palace is on fire, and all the prisoners in the prison have escaped." Duguxiu hurried towards the Imperial Palace. Halfway there, he sensed two figures in the sky, and he raised his head to look. With one look, Duguxiu felt suffocated. Yun Sheng. It was Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, who had already recovered her magic, rushed into the sky like a moth to a flame. Her magic had already recovered. Duguxiu's gaze turned, and he looked at the sky again. In the sky, in the direction Yun Sheng was rushing towards, waves of fighting aura that was continuously getting stronger made Duguxiu involuntarily tremble. Duguxiu couldn't be more familiar with that aura. It was his master, Director Song. On Director Song's hand, fighting aura was condensing, becoming stronger and stronger. It was transforming into a whirlpool. Yun Sheng was actually clashing with his master, Director Song. Chapter 9-10. On the continent, those who could exchange blows with Director Song were all experts of the older generation who had been famous for a long time. Anyone who had exchanged blows with Director Song would definitely recognize his death spiraling technique. The death spiraling technique was a peak combat skill, equivalent to the profound magic of magic. It was an extremely powerful combat skill comprehended by martial artists who had broken through a certain level of the martial realm. The death spiraling technique was terrifying not only because of its destructive power, but also because it was incomparably tyrannical. It could instantly devour all the do qi in the surroundings of the death spiraling technique, causing the opponent's do qi to instantly disperse and be unable to form a defense or combat skill. Once the death spiraling technique was used, even if one didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Due to Yun Sheng's arson, the fire in the imperial city spread rapidly. Director Song only wanted to immediately kill Yun Songlong, capture Yun Sheng, and end the battle quickly. Therefore, he used a fatal move from the start. When Yun Songlong realized this, the do qi in his body was continuously being sucked into the death spiraling technique. Between life and death, Yun Songlong suddenly thought of his beloved wife, Yuan Shahua, and the two young children at home, second uncle. Yun Sheng suddenly teleported, separating Director Song and Yun Songlong. At this time, the death spiraling technique had already begun to take shape. Reckless, get out of the way. I'll spare your life for Xiao Er's sake. Director Song frowned. What a reckless little girl. So what if she blocked him? Did she really think that she could block the death spiraling technique with the flesh and blood of a mage? Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after trying. How about you try my profound magic? While speaking, red and blue magic elements were continuously forming on Yun Sheng's right hand. A ball of lightning was continuously growing stronger and bigger. Master, have mercy. Duguxiu only felt a buzzing sound in his head as he cried out in alarm. It was too far, he couldn't make it in time. Director Song was also quite shocked when he discovered the profound lightning spiraling technique in Yun Sheng's hand. However, his death spiraling technique had already formed, and spilled water couldn't be taken back. Profound lightning spiraling technique. Yun Sheng raised both of her hands. The profound lightning spiraling technique in her palms was like a newborn sun, releasing a dazzling light, reflecting the scorching sun in the sky. It was as if two suns had appeared in the sky. A terrifying explosion rang out, as if a gorgeous firework had exploded. Everyone within a 1-mile radius felt a huge force hit them, and they were all flung away. Even Director Song was forced to fall from the sky. Yin Songlong was severely injured. Yun Sheng was the closest to him and was the weakest. She felt an intense pain and felt as if her entire body was being torn apart. She fell straight down from the sky. Yun Sheng. Duguxiu's eyes were red as he rushed forward and caught Yun Sheng. She's not dead. Director Song's face was as calm as water. His clothes were torn open by that strange force, and there were a few more wounds on his face. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he was forced into such a sorry state by a human? Duguxiu hugged Yun Sheng and hurriedly checked on her condition. To Yun Sheng, when the profound lightning spiraling technique collided with the death spiraling technique, the power it produced was like a miniature atomic bomb exploding. Even the Jade Marrow art couldn't withstand that terrifying impact. Her face was deathly pale, and a large portion of the skin on her right hand was broken. Warm blood dripped down from her jade-like fingers. But even so, her right hand was still raised high, and the remaining magical power of the profound, lightning, spiraling technique was still pulsing in her hand. Profound magic, it's actually profound magic. Director Song lost his voice in shock. This was profound magic. A sky-rank magician had actually comprehended profound magic. This silly little girl whom he had looked down upon had actually used an esoteric magic at such a critical moment. A sky-rank magician's profound magic was actually on par with his Qilin spiraling technique. Duguxiu was also shocked. Yin Sheng had actually blocked his master's Qi spiraling technique. In a flash, a profound lightning spiraling technique was formed. Although the profound lightning spiraling technique and the spiraling technique's power had been greatly reduced, the difference between Director Song and Yun Sheng's strength was more than just 1 or 2 realms. Yin Sheng's forceful blocking was undoubtedly a joke with her life. Cough! Yun Sheng had already lost consciousness, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. Duguxiu let go of Sheng Er. Yin Songlong struggled to prop himself up. He was also shocked by the scene just now. He hadn't thought that Director Song's strength would be so strong. Just now, if Yin Sheng hadn't risked her life to go forward, he would have been torn to pieces by the death spiraling technique. Director Song's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he raised his hand. Master, this disciple, let them go. Du Guxiu looked at the heavily injured Yun Sheng, and his heart ached. The family that Yun Sheng had risked her life to protect. He couldn't kill them. Looking at Yun Sheng in his arms, Du Guxiu felt worse than if he had been injured himself, even though she was clearly the one injured. He had really fallen in love with her. Show her, you can't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, she will destroy you. Director Song saw that his most valued disciple was actually in such a state. Although he was heartbroken, there was nothing he could do. Master Shower knows what to do. You, don't worry. She will become my woman. Du Guxiu carried Yun Sheng and rushed away. Lock these people up in the heavenly prison. Director Song coldly snorted and ordered the rest of the people to be locked up in the heavenly prison. After an unknown period of time, Yun Sheng felt a terrible headache, and her body felt weak. She opened her eyes. Her eyes stung a little, and the scene before she fainted slowly replayed in her mind. Profound magic. In order to save second uncle, she had used profound magic. The profound lightning vortex had collided with Director Song's battle spiraling technique, and she had been struck down. She had been seriously injured and fainted. Yun Sheng was shocked, and she remembered everything that had happened before she fainted. She hurriedly sat up and realized that the tattered clothes on her body had been changed. Because she had used the profound lightning vortex, her severely injured hand had been bandaged. Below her was a spacious bed, and the surroundings were quiet. A golden red curtain hung at the side, and the fragrance of expensive ambergris filled the entire room. You're awake. The curtain moved, and Du Guxiu walked in. Today, Du Guxiu was a little different from usual. He did not wear a battle helmet, but wore a red robe with golden patterns. On the robe, there was only a loose belt, revealing his well-defined chest. This was the first time Du Guxiu had seen Yun Sheng like this. The injured Yun Sheng was also a little different from usual. Her face was pale, and there was a faint layer of mist in her eyes. The moment she saw Du Guxiu, her body subconsciously stiffened, and her face was full of resistance. Du Guxiu looked at Yun Sheng darkly, as if he wanted to swallow her. Chapter 9:11. For the first time in his life, Du Guxiu had the urge to tear a woman to shreds and swallow her whole. He wanted to completely take her as his, and no one would be able to covet her. Du Guxiu violently tore apart Yun Sheng's clothes. Suddenly, his arm went numb as if he had been hit by something. Du Guxiu, let go of me. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yun Sheng sent a palm strike towards Du Guxiu. Humph, you really did learn some strange martial arts. However, it's still too weak. It's like stopping an itch through your boots. Du Guxiu pressed down on Yun Sheng's leg and lifted her up, fiercely throwing her onto the bed. Today, he had to obtain her no matter what. Du Guxiu had once thought that he could make Yun Sheng accept him. However, he did not know that Yun Sheng already hated him to the bones. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for using force. Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Who is it? Du Guxiu was like an angry lion. He glared at Yun Sheng without turning his head. He had already said that no one was allowed to disturb him. Who was it that didn't want their lives and dared to disturb him at this critical moment? Your Highness Crown Prince, something bad has happened. The Emperor has been poisoned. What? Du Guxiu was shocked. He gloomily glanced at Yun Sheng and put on his robe. A guard was trembling with fear outside the door as he stuttered, reporting to the Crown Prince, the Emperor and many imperial concubines, as well as many commoners in the city, have been poisoned. They are currently suffering from high fever and have yet to wake up. Yun Sheng, is this your doing? Du Guxiu flung his sleeves and turned around to pick up Yun Sheng. I am a doctor, not a butcher. Yun Sheng fiercely glared at Du Guxiu. The two of them were like two red-eyed roosters, Both of their necks were red. Indeed, although Yun Sheng was cunning, she had not reached the point of poisoning people. As a doctor, Yun Sheng still had a bottom line. Even if you didn't do it, you must have something to do with it. Let's go and treat my father. If he can't be cured, I'll be the first to chop off Yin Songlong's head. Dugu Xiao carried Yun Sheng on his shoulder and rushed to the Imperial View Palace where Dugu Sheng lived. In the later Qin Imperial Palace, due to the visit of the Hellfire of Elves, there were ruins everywhere along the way. The once splendid Imperial Jing Palace was also damaged in many places. Unconscious and poisoned, Dugu Sheng lay on his sickbed with a pale face. Later Qin's palace was also plagued by a series of misfortunes. Yesterday, Dugu Sheng was enjoying the warmth of concubine Zi's palace when he suddenly heard someone trying to put out a fire. Just as he finished speaking, a ball of fire rushed into the Thousand Purple Palace. The fire was extremely fierce. Even the beams of the Thousand Purple Palace fell down. Dugu Sheng and concubine Zi were still naked at the time. Hearing the cry, he only had time to put on a pair of pants and rushed out with the frightened concubine Zi in his arms. It was already dawn when Dugu Sheng finally escaped death. Concubine Zi boiled a bowl of tonic soup to help him recover from shock. Little did she know that Dugu Sheng's complexion changed drastically after drinking the soup, and he fainted on the ground. All the doctors in the Imperial Hospital were summoned, but no one could do anything about the fierce poison in Dugu Sheng's body. At the same time, the same situation was happening in many places in later Qin and Yang City. When Dugu Sheng arrived, concubine Zi was kneeling on the ground. The doctors came to check the color of Dugu Xiao's skin and opened his eyelids to listen to his pulse and heartbeat. When was he poisoned? Was there any reaction? This morning, after drinking the soup concubine Zi brought, His Highness fell unconscious, a maid on the side reported. How is His Majesty? Can the poison be cured? Green Empress saw the bitter faces of the doctors and whispered to each other. She was even more annoyed. Your Highness, His Majesty's poison is very strange. We checked all the medical books, but couldn't find the cause. We have used medicine to suppress the poison, but the poison seems to have a life of its own. After devouring the medicine, it has become even more violent. The imperial physicians were all horrified. What he meant was that they were unable to treat this poison. Concubine Zi, how dare you? Men, drag her out. Green Empress had always seen concubine Zi as a thorn in her side. Now that Dugu Sheng was poisoned, she could deal with her. Mercy, I don't know anything. Concubine Zi was terrified. She didn't know why His Majesty was poisoned. Even an idiot can see that she didn't poison him. Or is Green Empress worse than an idiot? A taunting voice came in with Dugu Xiao. Xiao, quickly look at your imperial father. When Qing Empress saw Dugu Xiao, it was as if she had seen her pillar of support. However, when she saw that Dugu Xiao had actually come together with Yin Sheng, she was unable to vent her anger. Why did you bring this little bitch here? She killed Qing Xiang. Green Empress saw Yun Sheng and her eyes turned red. Mother, she's a doctor. I've never seen anyone better than her. Moreover, what she said was the truth. Imperial father wasn't the only one poisoned in the Imperial Palace. I believe that Imperial concubine Zi is also innocent. Dugu Xiao also loved and hated Yun Sheng. But there was one thing he couldn't deny. Dugu Xiao didn't know if Yun Sheng was the best doctor on the continent, but he was sure that her medical skills were the most amazing he had ever seen. Last time, when Yun Ba had been seriously injured, it was also Yun Sheng who had used a strange acupuncture technique to heal him. It was said that she was still in Tang Yuan and cured the poison Empress Tang Yuan. Dugu Xiao glanced at Yun Sheng. She knows how to save people. It's good enough that she didn't kill your father. Green Empress said bitterly. Yun Sheng snorted in her heart. Dugu Xiao must have been kicked in the head by a mule. She would never save Dugu Sheng. I heard that many people in the capital were poisoned. I'll let her test it on those people first. Imperial Mother, don't worry. Imperial Father will definitely be fine. Dugu Xiao's words caused the fury in Yun Sheng's heart to surge. Dugu Xiao, you're despicable. Yun Sheng could watch the later Qin emperor die, but she would never watch the innocent people die. Yun Sheng, whom Dugu Xiao knew, was sometimes vicious and sometimes cunning. But the Xiantong she opened would hold free medical treatment every year. She would deliver medicine and see patients for free. Based on this, Dugu Xiao could be sure that Yin Sheng would not sit back and do nothing. Go to the city and bring some patients in, Dugu Xiao ordered. Wait, how can they be moved when they're seriously ill? Tell me where the poison is most serious, and I'll go there myself. If you don't agree, I won't treat them. Yin Sheng snorted. She just glanced at Dugu Xiao's face from afar, and a touch of surprise flashed across her eyes. Chapter 9:12. You're just a prisoner. How dare you bargain? His Majesty's life is at stake. You can't be so presumptuous. Qing Ho's face was red with anger. Nobles, generals, and ministers all have the guts. Whose life is not a life? Or are you saying that there are so many imperial physicians here that you can't even afford to waste an hour? I'm presumptuous because I have the ability. I'll be honest. I'm the only one who can cure Dugu Sheng's poison. Whether you want to treat him or not, Qing Ho, you should consider it carefully. Yin Sheng sneered, her eyes full of disdain. She was mocking Qing Ho for not caring about the lives of the people and mocking the later Qing doctors for their incompetence. Her words made Qing Ho's face turn red. You bitch. The more Qing Ho looked at Yun Sheng, the more she found her an eyesore. Her long nails reached for Yun Sheng's face. Mother, I'll take her away. Dugu Xiao pulled Qing Ho away, glanced at Yun Sheng, and walked up to her. He grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the palace, ignoring Qing Ho's clamor. Dugu Xiao walked all the way to the outskirts of the imperial city before stopping. Yin Sheng, you better not try to escape. Yin, Songlong, Dongwang Linger, and a group of hunters are in my hands. If you dare to escape, I'll kill one person every hour. Dugu Xiao lowered his voice and whispered in Yun Sheng's ear. Dugu Xiao was very alert. This poisoning incident was not so simple. It must have something to do with the Dongchuan incident and Yun Songlong's rescue. After saying that, he stuffed Yun Sheng into the carriage. He rode on a horse and followed the carriage to Fengdu, the place where the poison was the most serious. This time, Dugu Xiao was right. The poisoning incident in Fengdu was indeed related to Yun Sheng. To be more precise, it was related to the continent's elite magician camp. Yun Sheng had only glanced at Dugu Sheng, and his complexion and condition looked no different from that of a normal poison patient. But according to the imperial physicians, this poison was special. Yun Sheng's understanding of poisons was much less than that of herbs. However, among all the poisons in the world, there weren't many that could devour the power of a pill and turn it into poison. Yun Sheng called this poison a living poison. Poisons were also divided into several types. The so-called deadly poisons were just ordinary poisons. As for the so-called living poison, it was something that could not be directly cured by medicinal pills. For a poison like this, let alone the later Qin imperial physicians, even if the experts from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were here, they wouldn't be able to tell what was wrong with it. This was because this poison could only be concocted by Master Shi Huang and his personal disciple, Abandon. As for Yun Sheng, she had seen this poison before because she was good friends with Qi. She recognized it at a glance. Coincidentally, Yun Sheng also knew how to treat this poison. She was certain that it wasn't a coincidence that this poison appeared in later Qin. The Dark Gold instructors must have learned that she was trapped in later Qin and came to rescue her. Only someone like Master Shi Huang, who didn't play by the rules, would poison the later Qin imperial palace in Yangdu to save people. The carriage sped past and stopped on a street in later Qin. Yun Sheng jumped off the carriage, and Dugu Xiao stopped his horse. Looking over, Yun Sheng and Dugu Xiao both frowned. They didn't expect there to be such a place in later Qin's imperial capital. Overgrown weeds, dilapidated houses, and a group of sallow and emaciated children surrounded the carriage with bare feet. Not far away, some people were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. This area was located in the old district of Later Qin, commonly known as the Rebel Village. There were no medical centers and no money to hire a doctor, so this was the place with the most severe poisoning in Later Qin. Nearly half of the people on this street had been poisoned. Get out of the way, don't be rude. You rebels, get out of the way when you see the Crown Prince. The guards of Later Qin were afraid that these filthy people would anger the Crown Prince, so they pulled out their swords and slashed at the nearest child. Puff! A small stone hit the saber. The guard felt a tremor in his hand, and the sword fell out of his hand and rolled to the ground. Dugu Xiu, as the Crown Prince, this is the first time you've seen such a situation. Corpses are still everywhere under the feet of the Emperor. A guard with a sword actually slashed at a child. Later Qin really deserves to be called the most powerful country. Yin Sheng sneered and jumped off the carriage. A thin layer of red appeared on Dugu Xiu's face. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or something else. All soldiers, listen to my order. Don't use force, or you'll be punished by military punishment. Go and find the people with the most severe poisoning. Dugu Xiu glared at them with a dignified manner. The iron-blooded guards were all silent, and no one dared to say anything. After searching for a while, a guard came forward. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the family in front of the street has the most severe poisoning. It's said that they're on the verge of death and won't be able to hold on much longer. Quick, I'll go and take a look. Yin Sheng and Dugu Xiu rushed to the corner of the street. It was a low straw hut, and it looked like it would be difficult to even enter. I'll go in. Yin Sheng wanted to go in. This Crown Prince will go with you. Dugu Xiu pushed the door open, and a moldy smell hit him in the face. He couldn't help but frown. Patients can't be exposed to the wind. Moreover, you're so big. How can you stand when you go in? The house is going to collapse. Yin Sheng pushed Dugu Xiu out in a bad mood. Dugu Xiu was suspicious, and he glanced inside the house. The house was very narrow, and the straw hut was only a few square meters in size. There was only a worn-out wooden table and a bed. On the bed in the house, there was a person covered with worn-out bedding. The person didn't look big, and he didn't look like a strong man. One of the patient's hands was exposed under the bedding, and he looked like an old man who was only skin and bones. Dugu Xiu looked inside the house again, and there were no other windows or passageways. Even if Yin Sheng wanted to escape, it was impossible. Moreover, Yin Songlong and the others were still in his hands, and Yin Sheng's yearning and dreams had not been removed, so she couldn't escape. Thinking of this, Dugu Xiu retreated out of the house with relief. Yin Sheng immediately closed the door. She walked to the bed and looked at the bedding, and she hesitated. Minter Shi Huang? Yin Sheng's hand had just touched the bedding when it was suddenly lifted by someone. She only felt that the world was turned upside down, and she was about to cry out in surprise when there was a trace of wetness on her lips. Immediately after, a familiar aura attacked her from all directions. The man's lips were cold and trembling. His tongue nimbly drilled into her lips. Yin Sheng, who wanted to resist, felt her face burn as if it was on fire, and her heart felt like it was going to jump out her chest. The same aura, the same hot kiss, she couldn't help but close her eyes. After a while, just when Yin Sheng thought that she was going to suffocate, the man reluctantly let go of her lips, and there was a low laughter in her ear. "Little wildcat, you still taste so sweet." Chapter 9:13. Sweet? Yin Sheng was both embarrassed and annoyed. She pushed the person away forcefully. In the small thatched hut, Yin Sheng was dumbfounded. Her mouth was in an O shape as she stared at Yi Baiming. The person who crawled out from under the blanket had grayish-brown hair. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his back was hunched. He was even shorter than her. However, that familiar voice and the unique fragrance on Yi Baiming's body that was like grass and pine leaves were definitely not wrong. The old man's lips curled up into a familiar smile. He wiped his face and took off a mask that was as thin as human skin, revealing Yi Baiming's handsome face. He stretched his muscles and bones again. After a series of low crackling sounds, his body began to change rapidly. The patient that looked thin and weak under the blanket suddenly expanded and revealed his normal height. As for Yi Baiming's skin and limbs, they were all covered in an exaggerated sickly yellow color. Night Fox, why are you here? Yin Sheng had indeed purposely found this thatched hut because she believed that the dark gold instructor would have left some clues here. However, she didn't expect that the person hiding under the blanket was actually Yi Baiming. This prince's fiancé secretly wanted to marry another man behind this prince's back. If this prince didn't rush over, this green hat would definitely be worn. Yi Baiming licked his lips suggestively. Between his lips, there was still the scent of a wild kitten. Who made you a green hat? There's nothing between Dugu Xiu and me. No, why do I have to explain? You've already divorced me. Yin Sheng was both embarrassed and angry. She was always at a loss for words whenever she met this rascal. Yi Baiming was the one who announced the divorce to the world. This prince has never acknowledged it. Furthermore, even if I divorced you, this prince can still marry you. Yi Baiming shrugged his shoulders shamelessly. Who wants to marry you? Why are you here? Dugu Xiu's men are all outside. Hurry up and leave. Yin Sheng admitted. When she saw Yi Baiming, she felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. However, she soon realized how rash Yi Baiming's actions were. Yi Baiming had always been cautious and never acted rashly. This time, he directly snuck into Yangdu. This was clearly a far cry from his usual style of doing things. After Yi Baiming left Jade Capital, he rushed to Fengdu. Along the way, he contacted the Dark Gold instructor. He found out that the Dark Gold instructor had discussed with instructor Shi Huang. In order to save Yin Sheng, they would sneak into Yangdu and poison the local water sources and even the imperial palace as well. This kind of poison wouldn't take a person's life, but it would cause them to fall unconscious and have a high fever. It was instructor Shi Huang's unique poison, and normal doctors wouldn't be able to treat it. As long as Yin Sheng was still in the imperial palace, she would definitely go and diagnose the moment the poison flared up. With her eyesight, she would definitely be able to tell that the poison was related to instructor Shi Huang. Things went as the Dark Gold instructor expected. Yin Sheng was very sharp. After she recognized the poison, she found an excuse to leave the imperial palace. However, Yin Sheng didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving her would be Yi Baiming. This guy was really audacious. He actually hid in this thatched cottage all by himself. When Yin Sheng recalled the scene just now, she was really frightened. Dugu Xiu was just one step away from entering. In Fengdu, there was Dugu Xiu and Director Song. Which one of them wasn't a top-notch expert? If they bumped into Yi Baiming, they would definitely fight to the death. You've lost a lot of weight. Also, what's with the injuries in your body? Yi Baiming furrowed his brows. There were 3 good-looking wrinkles in between his brows. When he carried Yin Sheng just now, he realized that she was much lighter than before. Also, she actually had internal injuries. That damn Dugu Xiu. He dared to lay his hands on the little wild cat. Who allowed him to hurt the little wild cat? Yi Baiming glanced outside the hut. Just now, when he heard Dugu Xiu's voice, he already wanted to make a move. What are you doing? Don't be rash. There are many guards outside. Yin Sheng had a guilty look. She walked to the side of the straw hut and looked outside through the gap in the door. She discovered that Dugu Xiu was still guarding outside, not leaving even an inch. Dugu Xiu would never have thought that Yi Baiming was just a wall away. Yin Sheng muttered. Why did she suddenly have an illusion? It was like an adulterous couple having an affair behind their husband's back. You came with the teachers? Yin Sheng didn't see anyone from the continent's magic elite camp on the way here. They're all nearby and have disguised themselves. As long as you appear, they will coordinate with you and leave this place. Yi Baiming was constantly paying attention to the movements outside. Dugu Xiu had brought the blood iron warriors. Yi Baiming was confident that he could block Dugu Xiu. The others could kill the blood iron warriors, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. His main goal this time was to save Yin Sheng. No, I can't leave. Second Uncle and Ling are still in their hands. Also, Dugu Xiu put a strange poison in my body. Yin Sheng hesitated for a moment, then swallowed. If the poison isn't cured, I can't leave him in this life. After Yunsheng finished speaking, she lifted up her clothes and revealed her arm. The silver snake symbol on her delicate arm looked strangely dazzling. In order to save time, Yunsheng told Yi Biming about her poisoning, as well as the situation when the poison flared up recently. Hearing that Yunsheng had been in pain for several days in the heavenly prison because of this, Yi Biming let out a muffled groan. In his gray eyes, waves of anger surged, as if a storm was coming. Damn it, she actually suffered so much and he didn't know about it all. He stared at the silver snake symbol on Yunsheng's arm, feeling extremely depressed. In Yi Biming's heart, a thought became stronger and stronger. He wanted to rush out and fight with Dugu Xiao. He wanted to dig out the heart of Dugu Xiao, who coveted Yunsheng. However, his rationality quickly won over his impulse. In a situation where he didn't have absolute confidence in subduing Dugu Xiao, any rash actions could lead to a huge loss. So I can't leave. You should leave with the teachers first. Yangdo isn't a place where you can stay for long. Furthermore, Yi Chengtian is still looking for you. I can handle the matters here alone. Yunsheng persuaded Yi Biming. She knew how difficult Yi Biming's current situation was. She didn't want to add any more difficulties to him at this time. Yi Biming remained silent for a moment. Then, he stretched out his long arms and unexpectedly hugged Yunsheng. Yunsheng wasn't prepared and bumped into his hard chest. Because they were so close, with only a layer of clothes between them, she could feel the unique masculine aura of the man. She could even hear Yi Biming's steady and powerful heartbeat. In the straw hut, the temperature suddenly rose by a few degrees. Yunsheng only felt that it was difficult for her to breathe again. Yi Biming's firm chin rested on her forehead. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Little wild cat, in front of me, you don't have to force yourself. If you're tired, I'm here for you. Sweet Dead, 2333. Chapter 9:14. Yi Biming's words, accompanied by a strong heartbeat, seemed to be branded in Yunsheng's heart. Everything was with him. Everything was with him. Yunsheng couldn't remember if anyone had ever said such words to her. After being reborn in the boundless land, Yunsheng had been born with memories. Psychologically, she had always been a mature woman in her 30s. But because her parents had been separated since she was young, and her father had been drunk all year round due to his drug addiction, Yunsheng didn't have a childhood. She carried too much burden at a young age. But even before being reborn, Yunsheng didn't have a childhood to speak of. Her parents had passed away early, and under the care of her elderly grandfather, she only remembered that her grandfather had taught her all kinds of medicinal herbs and the various teachings that the descendants of the Yin family should follow. Since she was young, she had been surrounded by all kinds of medicinal herbs. When she was older, she met Lu Minglang, but that man wasn't the right person for her. In the first few years, she raised money for Lu Minglang to study abroad while supporting the small TCM clinic. She was too strong and never had such thoughts. She didn't need to ask for extravagant wishes. She could still rely on others. Until she met Yi Biming. From the first time they met, it wasn't a happy encounter. This man was devilishly charming and black-bellied. He always made her angry, and she couldn't wait to stab him with a few needles. However, it was also this man who stood up for her at the most dangerous moments several times and blocked disaster for her time and time again. It was also him who told her that she was a woman. So, she could also rely on others? He could do it. Could she? Yunsheng's nose tingled. For the first time in her life, she felt that it was good to have someone to rely on. She buried her head in Yi Biming's arms and breathed in the warm air from his body. Her eyes were a little sour, and something was about to come out. When Yi Biming said this, he felt that the little wildcat in his arms was a little strange. He lowered his head and looked at the tip of the wildcat's red nose and soft black hair. He gently took her hand and let her hug him with her arms as if he was teaching her. Yunsheng's movements were very stiff, but she didn't resist, until her arm wrapped around Yi Biming's waist. The man's hard and elastic muscles filled her arm bit by bit, and a part of her heart was also filled bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them were still in the same position. You should go. Yun Sheng's voice had an indescribable meaning. It was soft and carried a woman's tone that he had never heard before. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. If you enter the palace, I will accompany you. Since he had already found Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming would not allow her to be alone with Dugu Xiu. He would not allow his woman to be alone with Dugu Xiu in the same room. Yi Baiming was very domineering. Dugu Xiu was a temperamental person, but his coveting of Yun Sheng was not something that happened overnight. He had to accompany Yun Sheng. Even if the Qin Palace was a place of tigers and wolves later Qin, Yi Baiming would not hesitate to barge in. No, the palace is too dangerous. Yun Sheng glared at Yi Baiming. Yun Sheng still wanted to say something, but at this moment, outside the thatched hut, there was a knock on the door. Yun Sheng, how's the treatment? Dugu Xiu waited for a while, but there was no movement in the hut. He knocked on the door and was about to open it. The door of the thatched hut suddenly opened. Yun Sheng's face was a little red, and beside her was a haggard old man. The old man looked like he was breathing in less than he was exhaling, and he looked like he was going to die at any moment. This old man's illness is very similar to Dugu Sheng's. There are no treatment tools or pills here. We need to bring him back to the palace for treatment. Yun Sheng forced herself to calm down, but she was actually very nervous. Just now, when Dugu Xiu knocked on the door, Night Fox had disguised himself as the dying old man with astonishing speed. According to him, he had used a special battle technique to change his body shape. As for the disguise tools on him, they were all provided by teacher Shi Huang, so there was no chance of anything going wrong. He wanted to enter the later Qin Palace with Yun Sheng and find a chance to save Yun Sanlong and Dongwang Ling. Yun Sheng's persuasion was useless, so she could only beat him at his own game and request to bring the old man into the palace for treatment. Bring him back to the palace? Dugu Xiu looked at the old man and felt that there was something wrong with him. This old man's poison is very serious. If even he can be cured, then Dugu Sheng's poison will definitely be cured as well. If Yi Baiming didn't insist on going to the palace with her, she wouldn't have come up with this plan. Come, help the old man into the carriage. Since Yun Sheng insisted, Dugu Xiu had no choice. When the carriage was pulled over, the old man, who hadn't moved at all until now, seemed to have caught his breath. His eyelids twitched. Oh, I'm used to being poor. I haven't been in a carriage for most of my life. Whenever I sit in a carriage, I feel nauseous. After saying that, the old man even made a disgusting gesture. Damn old man. Why is he so particular? Dugu Xiu suppressed his displeasure. The old man is old and seriously ill. It's not good for him to take a bumpy ride. He needs someone to carry him into the palace. Yun Sheng spoke like a doctor, and there was no flaw in her words. Come. Dugu Xiu waved his hand. Big guy, you're strong. Come and carry me. The old man called out again. As he spoke, he held Dugu Xiu's hand and refused to let go. The old man's clothes were tattered and his body was dirty. With this grab, all the dirt on his body was smeared on Dugu Xiu's sleeve. Yun Sheng found it funny. Yi Baiming was so bad. He knew that Dugu Xiu had a bad temper and couldn't bear to see dirty things. But he still wanted Dugu Xiu to carry him. He was obviously taking the opportunity to take revenge. Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu were both 9 meters tall. However, Yi Baiming had disguised himself with a battle technique. From his height, he looked like a skinny old man. Moreover, he was dirty and smelly. His old bones were all skin and bones. He looked like he was going to die if someone were to touch him. The crown prince was going to carry the dirty old man. The blood warriors who followed him all widened their eyes. Damn old man. Dugu Xiu's eyebrows twitched. He was about to explode, but when he turned around, he saw Yun Sheng looking at him. Yun Sheng's words just now were still ringing in his ears. She despised him for not loving the people of the later Qin dynasty despite being the crown prince. No matter what, he had to save some face. Thinking of this, Dugusho walked in front of the old man and unwillingly lowered his body. But even so, Dugusho was still taller than the short old man by more than half. AI, this old man can't reach it. Young man, you should be a little shorter, a little shorter. The old man snorted as he curled his lips at Yun Sheng and revealed a mischievous smile. Dugusho could only lower himself as much as he could. When he was so short that he couldn't bend his waist, the old man stepped on his back as if he was stepping on a horse's back. He firmly stepped on Dugusho's back and pressed his entire body onto Dugusho. After reading the new chapter, please remember to check the book reviews and comment section. There's an activity to win book coins. If you have the conditions, please participate. Chapter 9:15. Dugusho only felt a weight on his body. That thin and weak-looking old man was already lying on his shoulder. That weight was like a small mountain pressing down on his back. Even with Dugusho's cultivation, his body couldn't help but sway, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn it, there was something wrong with this weight. If he hadn't seen that old man with his own eyes, Dugusho would never have imagined that a thin and weak old man's body was actually heavier than a 200-gene strong man. What was worse was that the old man's two hands were like dry firewood. At this moment, they were tightly gripping his neck. Dugusho felt as if his neck was about to be broken. His face was red from the suffocation. He had an impulse to throw this old man out. "Your Highness, you look very tired. This is a sign of kidney deficiency. A doctor has the heart of a parent. I have already advised you that there are hundreds of women in the Crown Prince residence, so you can't overwork yourself." Yin Sheng moaned and groaned. What she meant was that Dugusho was overworking himself at night and couldn't even carry an old man. Those iron blood guards thought about the group of women in the Crown Prince residence, and then looked at the Crown Prince, whose lower body was obviously unstable. The corners of their mouths were twitching nonstop, and their expressions when they looked at Dugusho were wonderful. "Shut up, damned woman. Let's go back to the palace." Dugusho cursed in his heart. On the other side, Yi Baiming, who was disguised as an old man, was smiling like a chrysanthemum flower on his wrinkled face. Although Yi Baiming didn't use fighting energy, that step and pinch just now was very ingenious and made Dugusho suffer a loss. "Dugusho, you dare to touch this prince's woman? If I don't kill you, then this prince isn't Yi Baiming." Dugusho's face turned purple from the choking, and he walked step by step, carrying the old man on his back towards the palace. The iron blood guards protected Dugusho, and Yun Sheng followed behind them, all the way to the palace. After they walked far away, a few people peeked out from a few inconspicuous corners of the street. "What's going on? Why didn't Dark North Lord save Yun Sheng?" Instead, he went back with Dugusho. The few people who were hiding in the dark were the mentors of the Continental Magic Elite Camp, Gufeng, and the others. They had planned meticulously and even poisoned the wells in the city in order to lure Yun Sheng out. Who would have thought that even though they were waiting for her, Yi Baiming would change his plans at the last minute? He didn't follow their plan and immediately leave with Yun Sheng. No one knew what those two were up to. The few of them entered the straw hut and saw a piece of paper left under the bedding. There were a few sentences written on it, which explained Yun Sheng's current situation. Yi Baiming would follow her into the palace and think of a way to save Regiment Commander Yun and the others who were tied up. Yun Sheng also wrote in the letter that she wants us to go to the general's residence in the city to save a woman called Hu Sheng. After the dark gold minter finished reading the letter, he didn't hesitate any longer. The few of them immediately discussed how to go to the general's residence to save the people. Ever since Qing Qiong's death, Qing Meng was like a frightened bird. Previously, he was still coveting Hu Sheng's beauty, but now he only felt that Hu Sheng was a hot potato. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was best to send Hu Sheng to the Crown Prince's residence. Hu Sheng's appearance was very similar to the future Crown Princess, and she might be able to please the Crown Prince. Qing Meng escorted Hu Sheng onto a horse carriage and rushed towards the palace. He had a lot on his mind and didn't notice that when he boarded the horse carriage, The coachman driving the carriage wasn't the Qing residence's usual coachman. The coachman lowered the brim of his hat and waved his whip. The horse carriage shuttled through the streets and alleys of Fengdu. Halfway through, the horse carriage let out a hissing sound. Many small snakes crawled into the carriage's windows and curtains. Qing Ming was bitten until he screamed in pain. Hu Sheng, who was beside him, was so frightened that his face turned pale. However, those snakes were also strange. They all attacked Qing Ming alone. When Qing Ming's voice became softer and softer, and his last breath was gone, the curtains of the horse carriage opened and Minter Shi Huang came in. TSK, what a meal. Little snakes, you're in for a treat. Minter Shi Huang was all smiles. When he blew his snake flute, those small snakes immediately disappeared like the ebbing tide. Who? Only then did Minter Shi Huang notice that there was a person curled up in the corner of the horse carriage. However, when he took a closer look and saw Hu Sheng's appearance, Minter Shi Huang was speechless for a moment. My goodness, this woman looks exactly like Yin Sheng. Gu Feng, who was disguised as a coachman, also came in to take a look. When he saw Hu Sheng, everyone was very shocked. Who are you people? Hu Sheng still hadn't recovered from the fright just now. She rarely saw people, and this group of people seemed to know Yin Sheng. They didn't look like bad people. We can't stay here for long. Gu Feng, Qi, follow Yin Sheng's instructions and send this lady out of Yangdu. The dark old instructor was astonished and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Hu Sheng. She also looked at Hu Sheng absent-mindedly. Only when Gu Feng nudged him did Qi retract his gaze. Not long after Hu Sheng was sent out of the residence, Madame Qi Bai brought a group of people and rushed to the general's residence. After searching for a while, Madame Qi Bai couldn't find Hu Sheng. After learning that Director Song already knew about Hu Sheng, Madame Qi Bai was very nervous, afraid that Director Song would punish her. Fortunately, she soon discovered that Director Song didn't intend to reveal this matter. He only wanted Madame Qi Bai to find Hu Sheng as soon as possible. Madame Qi Bai also went through a lot of twists and turns before finding out that Hu Sheng was auctioned off by Yin Sheng. Then, he fell into the hands of the Qing siblings. She hurriedly returned to the later Qing Imperial Palace and found Director Song in the prison. Lord Song, we couldn't find the celestial fox people's saintess. The people in Qing Ming's residence said that Qing Ming took her out of the residence early in the morning. We don't know where they went. Madame Qi Bai's face was full of fear. Bastard, even if we have to turn the entire later Qing upside down, we still have to find Hu Sheng. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Director Song reprimanded. Lord, Qi Bai doesn't understand. Hu Sheng is only a good-for-nothing. It doesn't matter whether she's here or not. Madame Qi Bai didn't understand. What do you know? What we need is a good-for-nothing saintess. If Hu Sheng goes missing or dies, the celestial fox people will have to find a new saintess. Once they find someone who can awaken the beast god's inheritance. Director Song coldly said. The celestial fox tribe had declined for many years. Most of the beast clans had already forgotten how powerful they were. However, Director Song was born in the Black Qilin tribe. The Black Qilin tribe was different from the other Bakra orcs. Only the Black Qilin tribe would know how terrifying the power of the Celestial Fox tribe was. There were 2 penguin group numbers at the end of One Wind's introduction. Book friends are being recruited. The holidays have ended. Work and study have been hard. Gio. Chapter 9:16. Sir Song, you're worrying too much. The Celestial Fox clan has already declined. It's been nearly 1,000 years since anyone was able to awaken the beast god's inheritance. With Hu Sheng's disappearance, the one most likely to inherit the position of Holy Maiden is Hu Linglong. She doesn't have the ability to inherit the beast god's legacy. Madame Qi Bai was very disdainful when she mentioned this matter. A large part of the reason why she and Hu Linglong could become good friends was because she felt superior in front of Hu Linglong. The Boss Serpent tribe was still a bit stronger than the Celestial Fox people. The people of the 8 wilderness beast clans all knew that not long ago, the heirs of the 8 major beast clans had risked their lives to enter the Bloody Sky Metropolis beast world. The people of the other 8 major beast clans had all obtained their own Beast King blood crystals. As long as they brought the Beast King blood crystals back to their clans, the Beast God would truly awaken. The day when the descendants of the Beast clans obtained the Beast God's inheritance would be just around the corner. Only the Celestial Fox people didn't obtain the Celestial Fox blood crystals. The Celestial Fox people who didn't obtain the Beast God's inheritance were the weakest existences even among the lower beast clans. They were like trees without roots and flames without a source, unable to reach the apex. In the next Bahwang competition, needless to say, the Celestial Fox people would be at the bottom again. Director Song had some impression of Wu Linglong. This woman was cunning and blinded by greed, but she didn't have much ability. This kind of person, as long as a little temptation was given, was easier to control than Hu Sheng, who didn't know the ways of the world. Since we can't find Hu Sheng, we'll spread the news that she was trapped in the Big Dipper auction and was bought by a human aristocrat. Even if she's alive, she won't be able to return to the Celestial Fox people. Director Song's face darkened. When Madame Chi Bai heard this, she was slightly startled. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Director Song's intentions were truly vicious. As the saintess of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Sheng was bought at a human's auction. This meant that, in this way, even if Hu Sheng did not die and was sent back to the Celestial Fox people, what awaited her was only a cruel execution according to the clan's rules. Yes, Chi Bai will do it right away. Chi Bai felt a chill in her heart. Chi Bai was just about to leave. Ba, sinister and cunning, lowly and thick-skinned, male beast, female beast. Exaggerated curses drilled into Director Song and Chi Bai's ears. S-Lord Song, what is this? Madame Chi Bai turned around and saw a pink egg locked up in the prison. The egg's appearance was very strange. It had a pair of wings and was slightly bigger than a baby. Its 2 wings were hung upside down in the cell by 7 or 8 black iron chains. For the past few days, Director Song had been in prison. Chi Bai thought that it was because of the prison break last time. Who knew that he was actually interrogating this oddly shaped egg? It turned out that a few days ago, De Vixiu brought the puffed egg back to Yongdo. In order to prevent the puffed egg from causing trouble, he directly threw the puffed egg to Director Song, saying that he picked it up on the way back. First, he had to investigate the egg's origin. If he couldn't, then Director Song could do whatever he wanted with it. Director Song could conclude that the puffed egg was a type of magical beast. However, even after looking through all the information at hand, he still couldn't figure out what type of magical beast this egg was. Ba, snake spirit woman, you're the one who's a plaything. Ba is an invincible egg that everyone loves. Ba needs to find its beloved owner. This place is smelly and dark. The puffed egg began to howl again. This howl was like a demonic sound that pierced through one's mind. Even though Director Song's cultivation wasn't bad, he still felt dizzy and had no choice but to withdraw from the prison with Chi Bai Lu. Lord Song, that egg is too strange. In my opinion, its owner must be a hidden summoner. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. Chi Bai Lu shivered when she thought of that terrifying demonic sound brainwashing. No, we have to keep it. I suspect that it's a descendant of some ancient magical beast. It might even have a longer history than the Bakra orcs. Director Song was somewhat afraid of the existence of the puffed egg. He decided to bring the puffed egg back to the Bahwang continent. The puffed egg had an owner. This proved that it must be a summoner's summoned beast. However, its rank and species were unknown. Every time Director Song wanted to interrogate it, the puffed egg would howl. Director Song couldn't resist the demonic sound brainwashing and had no choice but to give up. Not only that, the puffed egg's strength was incomparably great. 1 or 2 black iron chains couldn't restrain it at all, not to mention those prison guards who couldn't even get close to it. Director Song even tried to use a magic seal to control the puffed egg. However, What made him even more baffled was that the puffed egg completely ignored the magic seal. After Director Song discovered this secret, the shock in his heart was unimaginable. Director Song had been roaming the boundless continent and the Bahuang continent for many years, but he had never seen a magical beast or a human that could ignore a magic seal. Director Song was curious. He didn't know where Xiao got this strange egg, but at the same time, he was indescribably surprised. He thought that he had discovered an existence that might be superior to humans and Bakar-orcs. However, all of this still needed to be investigated. Director Song couldn't verify it by himself. At the very least, he had to wait until the puffed egg hatched and brought it back to the Bahuang continent. However, before that, Director Song had to make sure that the owner of this magical beast egg wouldn't come looking for him. In the Imperial City, Dugu Xiao carried the old man on his back and walked for more than half an hour before arriving at the Imperial View Palace. "You bitch, you actually made Xiao carry this dirty old thing." Qing Ho saw that her son was sweating profusely and was even more tired than when he was training. She knew that it was Yun Sheng's doing. "Mother, forget it. How is father?" Dugu Xiao finally put down the old man. "He's still the same. He's not waking up." Qing Ho's face was filled with sorrow. "Yun Sheng, I've carried him back. Treat him immediately." Dugu Xiao urged Yun Sheng. "I'll write a prescription first. Make 2 portions of each herb according to the prescription. 1 portion will be used to treat the old man, and the other portion will be used to treat Dugu Sheng." Yun Sheng calmly wrote down a prescription. Dugu Xiao looked at it and frowned. There were as many as 30 to 40 herbs in the prescription. Most of them were of the holy grade and were very expensive. "Father's illness needs so many herbs. Can't you use your special acupuncture technique to treat it directly?" Dugu Xiao was doubtful. He remembered that last time, Yun Sheng cured Yunba's injury with just a few needles. Dugu Xiao wasn't sure if the herbs written on the prescription were available in the later Qin Palace. It would take a lot of time just to gather these herbs. No matter how he looked at it, Dugu Xiao felt that Yun Sheng was stalling for time. "Prince Dugu, are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Or is it that the big later Qin Palace can't even gather dozens of herbs?" Yun Sheng looked impatient. Chapter 9:17. All healers had a common problem. The better their medical skills, the worse their temper. Dugu Xiao had witnessed Yun Sheng's medical skills with his own eyes. Now that Dugu Sheng looked like he was about to meet the king of hell, if Yun Sheng left him alone, Dugu Sheng might really die. As a crown prince, Dugu Xiao had never been despised like this. But he couldn't talk back, so he could only gloomily send people to gather herbs. "Before the herbs are gathered, you and this crown prince will wait in the side hall and observe Imperial Father's condition. Everyone else, withdraw. Imperial Father needs some peace and quiet," Dugu Xiao ordered. Even the Qing Empress was asked to leave. "Ioyo," the old man called out at the right time. Yun Sheng hurried forward to check. "The old man's condition is serious. I need to treat him for now." Yun Sheng didn't miss the smile on Yi Baiming's face. "How troublesome. Someone, arrange a clean room." Dugu Xiao felt that the old man was born to be his nemesis. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't like him. If it weren't for the fact that Imperial Father's poison still needed treatment, he really wanted to kill that old bastard. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were sent to a room, and Yun Sheng closed the door. The old man, who was lying on the sickbed, immediately sat up with a grunt. "Are we going to find second uncle and the others?" Yun Sheng glanced outside the room and saw 2 guards standing guard outside. "No hurry. We have few people, so we have to split up." Yi Baiming looked serious. Yun Sheng had recovered her magic, but Dugu Xiao still dared to let her move around freely. Besides the fact that Yun Sheng was poisoned and couldn't move around alone for too long, there was another reason. Dugu Xiao still had Yun Songlong and the other hostages. Yi Baiming followed Yun Sheng into the Imperial Palace this time to help her save people and eliminate his worries. He took out a map of the later Qin Imperial Palace. Yi Baiming had already made sufficient preparations. On this map, he had marked out 3 regions that he suspected might be used to imprison Yun Songlong and Dongwang Linger. The first was the Imperial Prison, the second was the Crown Prince's Mansion, and the third was the Imperial Palace's training grounds. The Imperial Prison was a common place for prisoners, and it was the most likely place to imprison prisoners. However, after Yun Sheng burned down the Imperial Palace with her fairy fire, nearly half of the Imperial Prison was damaged, and the possibility of imprisoning criminals was greatly reduced. The second place was the Crown Prince's Mansion. Although the Crown Prince's residence had experienced a fire, the damage was relatively light. There were still a few traps in the Crown Prince's residence that only Dugu Xiao knew about. The last place was the Imperial Palace's training grounds, and it was also the place where Director Song taught the prince's martial arts in the early years. Yunxin couldn't help but admire Yi Baiming's methods. She had stayed in the Crown Prince's mansion for close to a month, and the number of clues that she obtained was less than the number of clues that he had obtained in the past few days. You stay here first. I can see that Dugu Xiao is very suspicious, and he will definitely come back to look for you later. It's more convenient for me to act alone, Yi Baiming said, then pushed open the window. You, be careful, Yin Sheng reminded him. Hearing the concern in the little wild kitten's words, Yi Baiming's lips curled up, and he said in a deep voice, If I save second uncle and Dongwang Linger, you will owe me a big favor. Little wild kitten, how about you repay me with your body? Repay your head. Yin Sheng was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, bent his waist and quietly disappeared. If you can come back safely, I will repay you with my body. And Yin Sheng watched him leave, her heart in turmoil. Miss Yin, the Crown Prince sent word that there has been a change in His Majesty's condition, and he wants you to hurry over. Outside the door, a palace maid knocked. Yin Sheng opened the door, feeling strange. Dugu Sheng's poison wasn't serious, and it shouldn't have gotten worse. How could there be a change in his condition? It must be Dugu Xiao's doing. To avoid Dugu Xiao's suspicion, Yin Sheng had to go to the Imperial View Palace. When she arrived at the Imperial View Palace, Yin Sheng suddenly frowned as she felt that something was wrong. There was no one in the palace. On the sickbed, Dugu Sheng's face was ghastly pale. Yin Sheng walked over and saw a dagger stuck in Dugu Sheng's chest. It was at this time that Qing He led a group of people and charged in angrily. Seeing Yin Sheng standing by the bed in Dugu Sheng's tragic death, she almost fainted. You killed His Majesty. Mother. Dugu Xiao and Director Song rushed into the room. They saw Dugu Sheng's lifeless body on the bed and Yin Sheng's calm face. I didn't kill him. Yin Sheng realized that she had been set up. It seemed that someone had faked Dugu Xiao's order to lure her here. She was the one who killed him. She was the only one in the Imperial View Palace. I heard from the palace maids that you and Director Song went to check the prison because you were worried that no one would take care of His Majesty. Who knew that when I arrived, I saw that woman standing by the bed. His Majesty had already died from anger. Qing Empress stroked her chest with a heartbroken face. If I wanted to kill him, I didn't have to do it myself. I didn't have to do it. When I came in, Dugu Sheng was already dead. I'll admit that I killed him, but if I didn't, I won't take the blame. Yin Sheng's indifference silenced Dugu Xiao. Master, I'll leave her to you for now. Mother, Xiao wants to talk to you. Dugu Xiao and Director Song exchanged a look. Director Song got the hint and left with Yun Sheng. After Yun Sheng and Director Song left, Dugu Xiao dismissed the palace maids and guards. Later, Qin Emperor Dugu Sheng was still lying on the bed. The blood on his chest had dried up, and the dagger looked particularly glaring. Mother, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Dugu Xiao looked at Qing Empress. Qing Empress felt guilty. She mumbled, Xiao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You killed her, didn't you? I heard that you ordered several palace maids to kill concubine Z. Dugu Xiao knew his mother well. When Dugu Sheng was still alive, she couldn't stand those young and beautiful concubines in the palace. Especially concubine Z. Qing Empress had always wanted to get rid of her. But Dugu Sheng had been protecting her, so Qing Empress couldn't find the right opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Emperor Dugusheng was in a coma, and coincidentally, the imperial doctors found out that concubine Z was pregnant, Empress Qing planned to kill concubine Z. But concubine Z resisted desperately and escaped to the imperial view palace with the help of an old maid. Concubine Z cried and complained in front of Dugusheng's bed. Qing Empress was furious and came to arrest concubine Z. But Dugusheng suddenly woke up. Chapter 918. Seeing her scheme exposed, Qing Empress made up her mind to execute concubine Z. Unexpectedly, Dugusheng scolded Qing Empress. "Qing Ling, you vicious woman. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I made Xiao the crown prince. You've killed so many of my women over the years. Concubine Z is my favorite. This time, I won't let you harm her and her son. Once I recover, the first thing I'll do is to depose you." Empress Qing was so angry that she almost choked. She said with jealousy, "Your Majesty, you said that imperial concubine Z is your beloved? Ha! Back then, when you doted on me, you clearly told me that I was the one you loved the most. Qing Ling, how can you compare to concubine Z? She's from a noble house. What about you? You're just a lowly maid. Back then, I was bewitched by your beauty. That's why I took advantage of you when I was drunk. I've doted on you and the Qing clan over the years, but you're still not satisfied." Dugusheng had long lost his love for Qing Empress. The reason why he still kept the Green Empress position as Empress was partly because of Duguxiao. What a heartless Dugusheng. Well, I've gotten over it. Thanks to your Majesty, Xiao and I have been able to live smoothly these years. Since your Majesty wants to depose me, I might as well tell you something. Qing Empress was so angry that she laughed. Madness flashed across her enchanting eyes. "Xiao isn't your son. He's the flesh and blood of He Yao, the leader of the Dark Qilin clan. You've been a cuckold for 20 years. Dugusheng, you're a bastard." Qing Empress pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Dugusheng. Poisoned, Dugusheng couldn't resist at all. Concubine Z collapsed to the ground in fright. Qing Empress's guards held down Dugusheng, who was still struggling. Qing Empress glanced coldly at concubine Z on the ground until Dugusheng stopped breathing. "Drag this little bitch out and feed her baby to the dogs. Poison it with poison and break its tendons. Throw her into the barracks and make her a military prostitute." Imperial concubine Z screamed as she was dragged out. Qing Empress sat on Dugusheng's bed for a while before ordering someone to summon Yunsheng in Duguxiao's name. Whether it was Imperial concubine Z or Yunsheng, anyone who wanted to steal her man must die. Seeing that Duguxiao already knew the truth, Qingho couldn't help but turn pale. She hugged Duguxiao's arm and pleaded, "Xiao or her mother had no choice. It doesn't matter whether Dugusheng dies or not. But Imperial Mother, why do you want to harm Yunsheng? You know I won't marry anyone else but her." Duguxiao looked at Qingho. He couldn't express his love for her anymore. Later Qing Emperor Dugusheng would die sooner or later, but Duguxiao wasn't in a hurry to inherit the throne of later Qing. That woman deserves to die. She killed Qing Xiang and insulted mother. She doesn't love you at all. Xiao, you've lost your mind because of her. You're no longer my Xiao. Qingho wept. Dugusheng said he loved concubine Z because she was young, beautiful, kind, and noble. Qingho had spent her entire life in Imperial Minaret Palace. There were only 3 men in her life. The first man was Dugusheng. As later Qing Emperor, Dugusheng had once made Qingho fantasize that if she attached herself to this man, she would be able to live a carefree life and rise to the top. Unfortunately, Dugusheng soon destroyed Qingho's dream. That man was powerful and had countless beauties in his harem. It was only because he was greedy for novelty that he doted on a laundry maid. After Qingho escaped the fate of being a maid, she did not have any children. Soon, she became one of the countless women in the harem waiting for Dugusheng's favor. That was when He Yao appeared. He was Qingho's second man. Compared to Dugusheng, He Yao was even more handsome and seductive. He came from mysterious 8 Desolation tribe. His cultivation was amazing, and he had a strong body. He just happened to need a woman to pass on his heirs and plant his pawns on the boundless. Qing Ho and He Yao hit it off and fell in love with him. But He Yao disappointed her again. When she gave birth to Dugu Xiao, He Yao brought another woman with him. That woman was even more beautiful than her, and He Yao was even more infatuated with her. That woman was Empress Li of Zhou State. After He Yao received Li, even though it was just a short 7 days, he doted on her and even took her to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia to pay respects to the ancestors of the Black Qilin race. Empress Li also had He Yao's heirs. In the end, He Yao returned to 8 Desolation Continent and never returned. Qing Ho's last shred of fantasy towards men was also shattered. Since then, Qing Ho was obsessed with politics. She used Dugu Xiao's powerful dark Qilin talents to rise above the many concubines and princes of later Qin and become the Empress of later Qin. She also helped the Qin clan rise to prominence and become a famous clan in later Qin. She took charge of the harem and secretly executed the disobedient concubines and court ladies. No one dared to mock her background in front of her again. However, Qing Ho didn't expect Dugu Sheng to dig up her past after so many years and mock her as a lowly woman. Gudu Sheng's every word was like a whip lashing at Blue Empress's heart. Had she never been young, pure, and kind? She rose from a maid to the position of Empress. It was this damned court that made her lose her initial innocence. None of that mattered anymore. Whether it was Dugu Sheng or He Yao, these people had become the past in Blue Empress life. Her only hope now was Dugu Xiao. Only her bloodline, Dugu Xiao, would never betray her. But once again, Qing Ho found that she was wrong. At this moment, the son that he had painstakingly raised for nearly 20 years, Dugu Xiao, was questioning him with a hateful tone. He was questioning him for another woman, a similarly young and beautiful woman. That woman deserves to die, even more than Consort Z. Xiao she didn't even spare you a glance. I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Qing Ho was terrified. She clutched Dugu Xiao's sleeve like a helpless child. Mother, do you still not understand? She has never seduced me. It was me who was willing to draw a circle around her and imprison her by my side. Mother, I'm so disappointed in you. From now on, you will live in the cold palace. Dugu Xiao pulled his sleeve away, his heart empty. He couldn't tell if it was disappointment or coldness. Everyone thought that the deposed crown prince of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was pitiful, but no one knew that he, Dugu Xiao, was the truly pitiful one. The woman he loved didn't love him back. His so-called parents wanted to use him. What was left of him? Dejected, Dugu Xiao sat by the bed, looking at Dugu Sheng's dead body. He was emotionless, like a wooden statue. Chapter 919. Outside Imperial View Palace, Director Song was escorting Yun Sheng. You're quite calm. Aren't you afraid that Empress Qing will really take your life? Director Song had never seen such a woman who could remain so calm in the face of such a dangerous situation. You and I both know who killed her. Yun Sheng recognized the road and realized that Director Song was bringing her to the palace's training field. Could it be that second uncle and the rest were also imprisoned in the training field? Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi Baiming had listed 3 possible places where second uncle and the rest could be imprisoned, and the training field was one of them. Right now, she didn't know where he had gone first. If Director Song brought her to the training field at this time and bumped into Yi Baiming, it would be terrible. Yun Sheng was secretly anxious, thinking about how to lure Director Song away. Previously, Director Song didn't understand why Dugu Xiao was so infatuated with Yun Sheng. However, after interacting with Yun Sheng a few times, he realized that this woman wasn't ordinary. Not only did she have amazing talent in magic, but her temperament was also different. This woman was at most 15 or 16 years old, but in terms of thinking, she was comparable to an elder like Director Song who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He really didn't know what kind of family could raise such a woman. Duguxiu was relentless in his pursuit of her, but she didn't care at all. Just now in Imperial View Palace, she also calmly dealt with the framing. Yun Sheng, this person, could be said to be flawless. The more was like this, the more Director Song sighed. On one hand, he wanted to bring Yun Sheng and Duguxiu together. But on the other hand, he was worried that Yun Sheng would have too much influence on Duguxiu and even cause him to break away from the Black Qilin clan's control. Along the way, Yun Sheng still wanted to stall for time and talk to him about other things. However, Director Song was very cautious and didn't want to say a word to her. He only escorted Yun Sheng forward. Just as the two of them arrived at the training field, outside the training field, there were already people lying all over the place. Not good. Director Song saw this and grabbed Yun Sheng with one hand before rushing into the training field. He saw that the training field was already empty. Director Song grabbed a guard who was still breathing. The guard was still breathing. He spat out a few words. Zhou State. Zhou State's Beiming King. Director Song's eyes almost spat fire. Yun Sheng, you're the one behind this. It's her. Yi Beiming arrived in Later Qin a long time ago. He saved Yin Songlong and the others a quarter of an hour ago. Hei Linlin suddenly appeared. Her arm was injured and her aura was chaotic. It seemed that she had just fought with someone. She rolled her eyes at Yun Sheng, walked to Director Song's side, and whispered into his ear. After Yi Beiming left Zhou State, Hei Linlin was angry and chased after him. When she rushed to Later Qin's palace, she happened to see Yi Beiming saving Yun Songlong and the others. Hei Linlin had a direct confrontation with him and was injured by Yi Beiming. What? Yi Beiming actually fought with you? Does he know your identity? Director Song had watched Hei Linlin grow up and had always treated her as his own daughter. He knows my identity, but he still refuses to marry me. It's all because of this woman. Hei Linlin was angry and resentful after being injured by Yi Beiming. She pushed all the blame to Yun Sheng. Earlier on, the patriarch of the Hei Yao clan and Director Song wanted Hei Linlin and Duguxiu to be a couple. Unfortunately, one of them was in love with Yun Sheng, while the other was infatuated with Yi Beiming. Director Song only gave up when he saw that a forced melon wouldn't be sweet. However, he didn't expect Yi Beiming to still attack and even injure Hei Linlin after knowing that she was his sister. This made Director Song very angry. Yi Beiming's actions were clearly provoking the Black Qilin clan. Yun Sheng secretly broke out in cold sweat when she saw this. The Night Fox had succeeded. There's no time to lose. I'll immediately order people to seal off the entire city. There are dozens of them, so it won't be easy for them to escape. Director Song immediately went to deploy people. Uncle Song, why go through so much trouble? Yang City is so big. It's too difficult to find dozens of people. In my opinion, why don't we just lure him out? This woman is the best bait. Hei Linlin glanced at Yun Sheng with a ruthless expression. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiaoer won't agree to it. Director Song shook his head. Hei Linlin was currently in a fit of anger, but if she killed Yun Sheng, Duguxiu would probably fight her to the death. Yi Beiming, one of the two sons of Patriarch Hei Yao in the Boundless Land, was no longer under his control. If Duguxiu was the same, then the 8 desolate tribes' hopes of counterattacking the Boundless Land would be shattered. Uncle Song, if you knew this woman's identity, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that. You might not know, but this woman is a descendant of Celestial Fox. Hei Linlin walked to Yun Sheng's side and lifted her face. Hei Linlin only found out about this recently. Before Hei Linlin killed the Emperor of Zhou State, she heard him say that Yun Sheng's mother was actually a Celestial Fox. Yun Sheng was a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. What? Director Song turned pale with fright and disbelief. He couldn't help but think of Yun Sheng's profound magic that day. Celestial Fox. If she was a Celestial Fox, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why Yun Sheng had such a high magic talent. Take her away. Director Song no longer objected. Yun Sheng was very puzzled, but she vaguely guessed that Director Song's sudden change in attitude had something to do with her bloodline. You want to execute Yin Sheng? No, I won't agree. Hey Lin Lin, Yun Sheng is my person. It's not up to you to decide. When Du Guxiu learned that Yun Sheng and the others had been rescued, he was even more surprised that He Lin Lin actually wanted to execute Yun Sheng. Du Guxiu, what do you mean she's your person? This woman has already colluded with outsiders. She came in under your nose with Yi Biming in disguise. You're being led by the nose, and you don't even know, He Lin Lin mocked. Du Guxiu's face turned ugly. No matter what, I won't allow you to hurt Yun Sheng. Then you can watch them escape from Later Qin and let the whole world laugh at you. Qin Empress killed the emperor of Later Qin. If you don't execute this woman, what excuse will you use to fool those officials in the imperial court? Or will you say that you want to hand over your own mother? What's more, you can't marry her. She's a descendant of Celestial Fox. You should know the rules of the Black Qilin group. He Lin Lin glanced at Du Guxiu gloatingly. Du Guxiu's body suddenly shook. Impossible. She's a human. How can she be a descendant of Celestial Fox? If you don't believe me, you can go and check. I heard that more than 10 years ago, the reason why the Zhao state wanted to kill her father was because her mother was a descendant of the Celestial Fox people. As for the rules of the clan, it's already written down. You can ask Uncle Song about this. When He Lin Lin saw the blood draining from Du Guxiu's face, she felt a kind of carefree after taking revenge. Chapter 920. Master, if I may be so bold as to ask, was the clan rule? Why can't the Black Qilin clan and the Celestial Fox clan marry each other? Du Guxiu grew up in the Boundless Land and was not clear about the Black Qilin clan's clan rule. I don't know the exact content of the clan rule either. I only know that it's an ancient rule. When the Black Qilin clan moved to the Boundless Land, there was already this clan rule. All the men and women in the Black Qilin clan have to follow this clan rule. Both Curator Song and He Lin Lin were not clear about this clan rule. The only thing they knew was that the Black Qilin clan was not allowed to marry the Celestial Fox people. This clan rule had a long history, but only the clan leader knew the specific language of the clan. Previously, there was a Black Qilin clan aristocrat who secretly wanted to take a woman from the Celestial Fox people as a concubine behind the clan leader's back. Who knew that on the day of the concubine marriage, someone secretly reported it. At that time, the Black Qilin clan leader personally went to cripple the cultivation of that Black Qilin clan aristocrat. After that incident, no one dared to disobey the clan rule anymore. Master, if there is no specific reason, even if I have to disobey the clan rule, I still want to marry her. Even if I don't want the throne of the Later Qin dynasty. Du Guxiu was still unwilling to give up. Du Guxiu had once thought that his entire life was to work hard to ascend the throne of the Later Qin dynasty. Ever since he was 3 years old, he had indeed done that. However, until today, when his father died and his mother was imprisoned, Du Guxiu realized that his many years of pursuit were just a joke. So what if he had great power? It cannot be compared to a clan rule. Among the Bakra orcs, the clan rule was greater than the heavens. Anyone who disobeyed the clan rule would be punished by the clan leader personally. No matter where they were, they would be hunted down. Even if Du Guxiu was the son of the clan leader, he was no exception. Bastard, Xiu, you have disappointed me too much. I still remember how high-spirited you were when you first met me. Now, you are doing it for a woman. If you dare to act rashly again, Master will go and kill that woman right now. Director Song threatened. Du Guxiu, you still dare to compete with me in this state? Father will be very disappointed if he sees this. He Lin Lin said disdainfully. She also felt a burst of jealousy in her heart. He Lin Lin said in her heart, it is said that the women of the Celestial Fox people are good at seduction. It seems that this is true. No, she had to persuade Uncle Song later. Whether Yi Biming came or not, they couldn't let Yin Sheng go. The longer this woman was left alive, the more trouble she would cause. She had to find a chance to kill her. Hearing that Director Song wanted to kill Yun Sheng, Du Guxiu couldn't help but clench his fists. He understood that all his battle skills had been taught by Director Song. If Director Song wanted to kill Yun Sheng, there was nothing he could do. Xiao, this matter concerns your future. Even if there is a trace of possibility, you can't take the risk. It's just a woman. If Yi Baiming comes to save her, we can kill two birds with one stone. If he doesn't come, I will let Yinsheng go. Director Song knew Dugu Xiao's temper well. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. After a series of threats, he tried to persuade him. Dugu Xiao only replied woodenly, "Master, don't worry. Disciple knows what to do." Dugu Xiao felt both mentally and physically exhausted as he walked out of the training field. When he walked out of the training field, Dugu Xiao heard He Lin and Director Song talking in a low voice. Dugu Xiao didn't want to stay any longer. He felt very tired. In a single day, he had lost everything. His mother was imprisoned in the cold palace. The woman he loved the most had to bear a groundless crime and be executed for disobedience. Yet, he was powerless to do anything. The most damnable thing was that unreasonable clan rule. Dugu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Yi Baiming was also a descendant of the Black Qilin. If the clan rule was binding on him, then it was also binding on Yi Baiming. If he couldn't marry Yun Sheng, then Yi Baiming couldn't marry her either. Otherwise, no matter where Yi Baiming escaped to, Patriarch He Yao wouldn't let him go. When he thought of this, Dugu Xiao felt a kind of morbid joy. He suddenly had the urge to laugh out loud. That's right. If he couldn't get it, then Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to get it either. Somewhere in Fengdu, Yi Baiming had just rescued Yun Songlong and the others. He met up with Njin, Minter Shi Huang, and the others. He was about to return to the palace to meet up with Yun Sheng when news spread that Princess Dongwang had assassinated the later Qin emperor and later Qin's Dugu Sheng had died. Prince Dugu would execute Princess Dongwang at Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall in 3 days. That brat Dugu Xiao dared to execute Yin Sheng. Baiming King, there's no time to lose. Let's go and save her immediately. Yin Songlong was injured when he fought with Director Song that day. He was still injured. Second Uncle Yin, what are your chances of winning against Director Song? Yi Baiming stopped Yin Songlong and the others. My chances of winning are 0, Yin Songlong said truthfully. Last time, Yin Songlong wasn't injured, but he still wasn't a match for Director Song. Not to mention, he had lost his blood cloud crocodile and was injured. What about the others? Compared to He Lin and Dugu Xiao, what are your chances of winning? Yi Baiming knew very well that the people from later Qin's palace had spread the news to lure him, Yin Songlong, and the others out. No one answered. Dugu Xiao and He Lin, no matter who they were top experts in the current Wuji continent. Not to mention Director Song, who had been famous for a long time. Even the two mentors and Yin Songlong could only put up a fight. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. If they acted rashly, they would fall into a trap. But even if I have to risk my life, I have to save Sheng-Er. Yin Songlong, owe my life to Sheng-Er. Yin Songlong couldn't do anything. He could only sit and watch as Yin Sheng was executed. It's precisely because of this that you can't just throw your life away. She went through so much trouble to save everyone's lives. Your lives are owed to her. Yi Baiming knew Yin Sheng very well. In such a situation, she would definitely try her best to save everyone's lives. Because these people were all people she treasured. Are you telling me that you're not going to save Yin Sheng? Yi Baiming, I didn't expect that you were someone who was afraid of death. Do you know how much pain Yin Sheng had to go through because of yearning and dreaming? Dongwang Linger knew very well just how much pain Yin Sheng had to go through in the past few months. I know. A trace of pain appeared on Yi Baiming's handsome face. If it's possible, I'd rather be the one to bear her pain. This time, I will personally go and save her. The only person that Director Song and He Lin want to capture is me. He Lin haggled over every detail. Since Yi Baiming injured her, she would definitely hold this grudge against Yin Sheng. Even though Yi Baiming also knew that he wasn't Director Song's opponent, for the sake of his little wildcat, he had to try. But Dark North King, even if you go, you still won't be able to save Yin Sheng. The Dark Gold class teacher was very touched by Yi Baiming's infatuation. However, She wasn't willing to let Yi Baiming enter the tiger's den. There are still 3 days until Yun Sheng's execution. In these 3 days, I will try my best to save her. After saying that, Yi Baiming took out a jade box from his bosom. He opened the jade box. Everyone's gaze turned cold. Inside the jade box, there were a few red crystals. Those were the Qilin blood crystals that Yi Baiming took out from the Black Qilin King's tomb. In order to save Yun Sheng, he could only fight with his back to the river. Double monthly votes, everyone can still vote. Chapter 921. Du Guxiu walked into the dungeon of the Crown Prince's residence. Yun Sheng was locked with the Dharma Soul lock, but she could still move freely. She sat cross-legged on one side of the dungeon with her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes looked like butterfly wings under the illumination of the magic array. Although she was a prisoner, she was still neat and tidy, like an orchid blooming on the other side of the river. Du Guxiu felt suffocated for a moment. It was said that the celestial fox family had the beauty of a celestial being. Yun Sheng lived up to the name of celestial fox. But why didn't he know that she was a descendant of celestial fox until today? You will be executed in the Big Dipper Martial Arts Club in 3 days. This time, I can't protect you. Du Guxiu observed Yun Sheng's expression. Her eyelids didn't even twitch. Du Guxiu thought she would react, or at least open her eyes and scold him. But the dungeon was silent. Yun Sheng was like a shadow in the corner. Even her breathing was not messed up. Du Guxiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was more like Yun Sheng. It would be strange if she showed fear or begged for mercy. Do you think Yi Baiming will come? But whether he comes or not, you have to die. Yun Sheng, why are you a descendant of celestial fox? If you weren't a celestial fox people, I would elope with you. How about it? Think about it, and accept my confession of love. I'll throw caution to the wind and give up the throne. I'll take you with me. Du Guxiu whispered sinisterly into Yun Sheng's ear, blowing into her ear. Du Guxiu, I don't like you. Not to mention, you're not the kind of person who would give up everything for a woman. Yun Sheng's eyelids twitched. She opened her eyes, which were full of disgust. Seeing Yun Sheng's reaction, Du Guxiu was happy. Hee. Yun Sheng, why are you a woman? If you were a man, we would either be close friends or mortal enemies. Yes, I can't give it up, whether it's my mother or the throne of the later Qin. My fate was already decided 20 years ago. Du Guxiu laughed loudly, but there wasn't a trace of joy in his voice. Ignoring the filth of the dungeon, he sat on the floor and took out 2 jars of wine, one large and one small, from his storage belt. I'm not in a good mood today. Why don't you drink with me? Du Guxiu shook the wine in his hand. He already knew that Yun Sheng wouldn't agree. However, he still didn't give up and brought it up again. This continued until the woman flatly rejected him. His heart ached and sank bit by bit. He threw a bottle of wine to Yun Sheng, raised his head, and took a big gulp of wine to numb the pain in his heart. Yun Sheng hesitated and did not drink. If you don't drink, this prince doesn't mind feeding you mouth to mouth. Don't worry, there's no drug in the wine. Du Guxiu drank half a bottle of wine in one breath. Du Guxiu, who drank the wine, had a fiery red complexion. When Yun Sheng heard this, she spat and could only drink a mouthful of wine. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Yun Sheng calmed down. She looked at the wine, and the astonishment in her eyes was clear. The wine in the wine jar. The wine was later Qin's unique barley wine. The taste was strong and pungent. Yun Sheng was used to drinking elven fruit wine in the past few years, so she couldn't get used to drinking this kind of wine. The most special thing was that there was a strong smell of blood in the wine. No need to look. There's this prince's blood in the wine. Since you're going to die, it doesn't make a difference whether your soul yearns for you or not. Du Guxiu pretended to be bold and took a sip of wine. No wonder his face was a bit pale when he came in. Only the heart's blood could resolve the yearning for one's soul. The blood in the wine. Yun Sheng held the wine jar, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Yun Sheng sighed. It wasn't that she wasn't moved, but she could only say sorry to Du Guxiu. Yunsheng thought for a moment and understood that Dugu Xiu wanted her to escape. Director Song and He Linlin wanted to kill her, and Dugu Xiu was powerless to stop them. He could only return the beast language ring to her. As for whether she could escape, it was up to Yunsheng. This man truly loved her. Yunsheng, why don't you accept this prince? Is it because this prince isn't good enough? Or was this prince not handsome enough? Not considered enough? Dugu Xiu took advantage of the wine and asked the words hidden in his heart. When it came to Yunsheng, Dugu Xiu's initial anger turned to curiosity and then to forcefully take her. He always thought that no woman could resist his advances. But Yunsheng remained indifferent. After being asked by Dugu Xiu, Yunsheng thought for a moment. She carefully recalled everything that Dugu Xiu had done. You're quite good, but we're not suitable for each other. Dugu Xiu, your heart is too big, and my heart is very small. It can only accommodate one person. I remember that I once told you that the man that I, Yunsheng, want to marry can only marry me. Actually, Yunsheng also didn't understand why she didn't accept Dugu Xiu. In terms of conditions, what Dugu Xiu gave her was the best. Even when she caused chaos in the Qin Palace later Qin, this man still tried his best to protect her. Even though this time, he had to make her the scapegoat under the pressure of Director Song and He Linlin. After thinking about it, Yunsheng could only blame it on Dugu Xiu being too fickle in love. Lu Minglang, who had a foot in two boats, gave Yunsheng a bad first impression. So, Yunsheng rejected the married man Dugu Xiu from the beginning. Then what about Yi Baiming? Do you love him? Dugu Xiu tilted his face, narrowed his eyes, and asked unwillingly. Yunsheng was a loss for words. She originally thought that she could directly deny it, but she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or something else. But for some reason, Yunsheng unexpectedly remembered that day in the dilapidated house. Yi Baiming hugged her and whispered in her ear like a lover, Yunsheng, you're a woman. If you're tired, I'll take care of everything. These words were still lingering in Yunsheng's ears. So, even if she was going to be executed 3 days later, she was still fearless, because she knew that man would definitely come to save her. Thinking of this, Yunsheng felt as if her tongue was tied. She couldn't spit out the word no, no matter how hard she tried. Dugu Xiu's heart was bitter. The wine in his mouth had long lost its taste. Yunsheng was still stubborn, but he could see it clearly. Yunsheng could reject his confession of love without hesitation. But when he asked about Yi Baiming, Yunsheng's eyes had a trace of intoxication. Her cheeks flushed red. In the end, he had lost to Yi Baiming. Even if the blood of the Black Qilin clan flowed in their bodies, that man, his half-brother, had already occupied this woman's heart. For her, so what? If he couldn't have it, Yi Baiming wouldn't have it either. That night, Dugu Xiu drank a total of 10 jars of wine in the dungeon. He didn't say much and just drank in silence. He only got up around daybreak. Before leaving, he kicked the wine jar and said in a muffled voice, Yunsheng, if Yi Baiming comes this time, I'll definitely kill him. Definitely. His ferocious look made Yunsheng a little scared. With that, Dugu Xiu walked out, leaving behind a floor full of broken porcelain. Chapter 922. 3 days later, on the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall's training ground, Dugu Xiu was dressed in a golden robe with 9 dragons. Later Qin Emperor had passed away, and Dugu Xiu would inherit the throne 7 days after his death. He sat proudly on a main seat, while Director Song and He Linlin stood on either side of him. When Director Song saw Yunsheng being escorted out, he glanced at Dugu Xiu. Seeing Dugu Xiu's indifferent expression, he retracted his gaze. 3 days ago, under He Linlin's persuasion, Director Song thought of Yunsheng's powerful strength and decided to capture Yi Baiming in one fell swoop. During the chaos, He Linlin would make a move and kill Yunsheng. Today, the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall was heavily guarded, and there were ambushes everywhere. As long as Yi Baiming came, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how many helpers he brought. Time passed minute by minute, and Yun Sheng was escorted to the center of the training ground. In the afternoon, the scorching sun in the sky was very dazzling. Yun Sheng was only wearing a thin prison uniform. The sun shone on her skin, making her feel hot. The sand in the hourglass slowly flowed out, but Yi Baiming didn't appear. It's almost noon. Why hasn't Yi Baiming appeared yet? Don't tell me he's not coming? Director Song couldn't help but feel suspicious. Impossible. He will definitely come. Duguxiu looked at Yun Sheng. Whether he comes or not, once the hour is up, immediately execute him. He Linlin felt a trace of relief. If Yi Baiming didn't come, wouldn't it mean that he didn't love this woman that much? Duguxiu glanced at Yun Sheng from the corner of his eye. Ever since Yun Sheng had been brought into the Dharma drill ground, her head had been lowered. There was no longer a silver snake mark on her arm. Duguxiu felt a sense of loss in his heart. In the end, it was noon. Yi Baiming still didn't appear. Duguxiu couldn't help but clench his hands, and his palms felt slippery. His gaze fell on Yun Sheng. That day, Duguxiu used his drunkenness as an excuse to get rid of Yun Sheng's lingering yearning. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he used the excuse of drinking to get rid of his worries. His original intention was to make himself give up, but who would have thought that even though it was like that, the thought of Yun Sheng possibly dying still bothered him in his heart. Duguxiu thought to himself, Yi Baiming, why aren't you here yet? Could it be that you're afraid? Once Yi Baiming arrived, he would definitely be captured by Director Song and brought back to the 8 Desolates to marry He Linlin. Yi Baiming, if you didn't come today, even if this crown prince had to break through Zhou State, I would have killed a coward like you. Duguxiu couldn't help but feel anxious. It's already noon, but Yi Baiming hasn't shown up. It's time for the execution. I'll do it myself. He Linlin couldn't wait to execute Yun Sheng. She quickly walked forward. Wait a little longer. Duguxiu stared at Yun Sheng with a complicated expression. There was a bit of resentment and anxiety in his eyes. Xiao, there's no need to wait any longer. The news of Yun Sheng's execution can no longer be sent out. Someone must die today. Director Song stepped forward and blocked Duguxiu. He Linlin walked in front of Yun Sheng and said softly, Yun Sheng, are you disappointed that Yi Baiming didn't come to save you? It's no wonder. He's now the regent of Great Zhou. The country is within his reach. Why would he send himself to death for a lowly celestial fox, mixed blood like you? Don't worry. Since we're both from the 8 Desolates tribe, I, He Linlin, will personally send you off today. Beside her, the executioner hurriedly handed over a punishment knife. He Linlin sneered. With a pinch of her index and middle fingers, the punishment knife, which was about an inch thick, broke in half. In He Linlin's hand, there was a sudden burst of flames. A ferocious-looking large blade, condensed from battle chi, appeared in her hand. On the blade, battle chi surged like angry waves. It was enough to devour all life. He Linlin stared at Yun Sheng's neck, which was as white as a jade carving. A poisonous light flashed in her eyes. She raised the battle chi knife. Wait, I have something to say to her. Duguxiu glanced at Director Song. Master, she's still the person this disciple loved deeply. This disciple wants to say a few words to her before she dies. Director Song looked at the sun. It was already noon. There was no movement in the surroundings. Why hadn't Yi Baiming come yet? Could it be that that brat had heard some news? Or did he also know that Yun Sheng was a descendant of Celestial Fox? He was afraid of the clan's rules and gave up on Yun Sheng. Director Song nodded. He Linlin could only unwillingly retreat to the side. Duguxiu walked in front of Yun Sheng. He knelt down on one knee and looked at Yun Sheng at the same level. Due to the scorching sun, a layer of sweat appeared on Yun Sheng's white face. Her dark eyes were as calm as before. He won't come. Do you hate him? Duguxiu's finger brushed Yun Sheng's wet hair. I believe in him. Yun Sheng smiled brightly. The dimples on the side of her mouth were exceptionally beautiful. You're still so stupid when you're about to die. Duguxiu smiled bitterly. He suddenly hugged Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng stiffened, but her hands were tied. She couldn't break free for a moment. Suddenly, a hard, ring-shaped object appeared in her hand. Beast language ring. Yun Sheng stopped struggling. Due to Dugu Xiu's blocking, He Linlin and Director Song didn't notice Dugu Xiu's actions. They also didn't know that Yun Sheng was slowly putting on the summoning ring. Dugu Xiu, have you said enough? He Linlin was a little annoyed. Why are you panicking? This prince has locked this woman up for so long, and I haven't even touched her finger. If it were you, would you be satisfied? Dugu Xiu changed into a cold tone. He stared at Yun Sheng's lips. The woman's plump lips were full and dark red. They were like watery cherries, tempting people to commit crimes. At first glance, they looked very sweet and delicious. Dugu Xiu's lips curled. He had wanted to kiss her for a long time. This time, he was going to kiss her to his heart's content. He kissed her. Seeing that Dugu Xiu's breath was just inches away from Yun Sheng, Yun Sheng sped up her movements and tried hard to put on the beast language ring. She muttered in her heart, "Damn you, Biming, why aren't you coming?" Almost at the same time, there was a roar in the sky. A purple lightning cut across the sky. In an instant, the blue sky was filled with rolling dark clouds like angry waves. In an instant, the sky seemed to have turned into an ocean. The clouds were like seawater, and the sky was like a raging sea. When the purple lightning cut across the sky, it was as if someone had slashed the sky with a knife. A crack that was 2 feet wide and dozens of feet long appeared in the sky. In the crack, a man in black clothes appeared. Under the contrast of his black clothes, the man's bronze skin flashed with a metallic luster. He had a pair of flirtatious phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and lips that were as thin as a blade. In his hands, there were 2 short daggers made from fighting energy. His eyes were arrogant as he looked disdainfully at everyone in the drill ground. Dugu Xiu, that woman, every inch of her body belongs to this prince. How can I allow you to touch her? Chapter 923. Yi Biming. Everyone had different reactions to Yi Biming's appearance. Director Song was shocked by Yi Biming's terrifying ability to cut through the sky. He Linlin was both happy and worried. She was happy that Yi Biming had arrived, but worried that she had yet to kill Yun Sheng. This man still cared about Yun Sheng. Dugu Xiu loosened his grip, half regretful and half relieved. I've been waiting for you. Dugu Xiu knew that this man would never back down. Yi Biming, who was in the sky, declared his sovereignty to the crowd. His gaze turned and landed on Yun Sheng. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Biming's gaze was as cold as frost a moment ago, but in the next moment his gaze was as gentle as water as he watched her on the drill ground. I knew you would come. Yun Sheng's lips curled into a smile. At that moment, even the scorching sun paled in comparison. The two of them were far apart. They only looked at each other from afar, but it was as if they were very close. Nothing needed to be said. Yi Biming would come. Ever since Yun Sheng had undone the endless dreams, she realized that the magical bond between her and Yi Biming had become even stronger. Although she had been in the palace for the past few days, she had always felt that Yi Biming was by her side. The tacit understanding and trust between the two of them was especially glaring in the eyes of everyone present, especially He Linlin and Dugu Xiu. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Yi Biming, I'm asking you on behalf of the He Yao Patriarch. Are you willing to marry Linlin? If you are willing to marry her, I can promise that you will inherit the position of the He Qilin Patriarch. As for this woman, I can also spare her life. Director Song looked at the terrifying crack in the sky behind Yi Biming. His eyes were blazing as if he had seen a rare treasure. Super space-time magic, space-time tier. It was rumored that only the Phantasm Ghost King knew magic, but Yi Biming knew it as well. Not only was Yi Biming a martial emperor, but he was also a saint-level Law King magician. His talent was above that of He Linlin and Dugu Xiu. Such a person must not be missed. He Linlin couldn't help but feel nervous. Yun Sheng was a little jealous and glared at Yi Biming. The position of Patriarch of the Black Qilin race, and marrying He Linlin as his wife. These two conditions were pretty good. Even she was tempted. Yi Biming seemed to have sensed Yin Sheng's thoughts. He raised his eyebrows and lazily said, "This king will only marry her. Even if the world is poor, I, Yi Biming, will only have Yin Sheng as my wife." Yi Biming, you can't marry her. She is a descendant of the celestial fox. According to the Black Chelan race's rules, the Black Chelan race and the celestial fox people are traitors. Uncle Song will kill you today. He Linlin had been rejected again and again. She had lost all face, but even now, she still had a trace of hope in her heart. If Yi Biming dared to violate the rules, it would be the same as betraying the race. Even if he could leave with Yun Sheng today, he wouldn't be able to escape the Black Chelan race's pursuit. Race rules? What the hell is that? If I, Yi Biming, want to do something, even heaven and earth can't go against it. If anyone from the Black Chelan race comes, I will kill them. Even if He Yao personally comes, I will still kill him. As Yi Biming spoke, the twin daggers in his hands surged with killing intent. His arrogance infuriated Director Song. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Today, I will personally come on behalf of the patriarch. Director Song was an expert of his generation. He had sincerely extended an olive branch. Who would have thought that a junior like Yi Biming would talk back to him? Master, there's no need for you to do anything. This disciple has been wanting to kill him for a long time. Duguxiu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His arms shook and black scales grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Duguxiu was like a ferocious tiger coming out of its cave as he leaped into the sky from the drill ground. With a strong gust of wind, he arrived beside Yi Biming in the blink of an eye. With a furious roar, he swung his arms that were covered in scales like two iron rods at Yi Biming. With Duguxiu's current cultivation, he could even shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder with a single punch. Come on, who would have thought that Yi Biming would only grab with his right hand and block Duguxiu's attack with a pair of hands? Then he forcefully lifted and flung Duguxiu away. Duguxiu, who was over 9 meters tall and weighed close to 170 kilograms, was thrown more than 10 meters away by Yi Biming. At the same time, Yi Biming tapped his foot and fiercely stabbed out with the two black fighting daggers in his hands. When the daggers stabbed out, green wind blades swept out from Yi Biming's body, forming a pincer attack of magic and fighting energy. Duguxiu was shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he was fighting against a magician and a martial emperor at the same time. It was quite strenuous. Just as he dodged Yi Biming's daggers, a wind blade fiercely flew towards him. Duguxiu only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Boom! Yi Biming's left leg kicked his waist like a large blade. Duguxiu only felt a force of 10,000 kilograms attacking him as he heavily crashed into the ground. The large drill ground shook fiercely as Duguxiu crashed into the ground, creating a crater. So powerful. He Linlin trembled with fear as she watched. She hadn't seen Yi Biming for only a few days, but his strength had increased by a lot compared to when he rescued Yin Songlong and the others. How could he be so powerful? Director Song's eyes suddenly sharpened as he glanced at He Linlin. He Linlin understood tacitly. She suddenly teleported a few feet away and stopped beside Yin Sheng. It's all your fault, bitch. I'll kill you first. He Linlin's eyes were bloodshot. The black fighting energy blade in her hand chopped towards Yin Sheng. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Yin Sheng sneered as the elven hellfire brand on her forehead lit up. Balls of flames surged as the Dharma soul lock on her body broke. She had already used the night demon footwork. She took out the magic scepter from the beast language ring. Beside her, a summoning magic array appeared. Pop, pop. Ugly woman, stay away from Master. A pink figure appeared like a bomber and flew out of the summoning array. Director Song and He Linlin were shocked. In the summoning array, Yin Sheng's figure and the puffed egg's figure merged into one. A pair of white wings grew out of Yin Sheng's back. What? This magical beast is yours. Director Song had always thought that the owner of this pink egg of unknown origin was some kind of divine being. He didn't expect it to be Yun Sheng. This woman was not only a powerful magician, but she was also a summoner. Not only this magical beast, I have many magical beasts. Yun Sheng raised her magic scepter and chanted. On the drill ground, 1, 2, 3, for summoning arrays appeared one after another, as if they were performing a magic trick. Chapter 924. Within the summoning magic array, there were waves of powerful magical fluctuations. The first to appear was a black dog with a wolf-like body. Director Song's pupils shrank. What kind of magical beast was this? Then, a giant ant with a strange appearance appeared. Its body was densely packed with centipede-like feet. Then, a blonde beauty with a crown on her head came out. Her whole body exuded a strong water element. How can I be left out at this time? On the magic scepter, Queen Yi Cha, who had turned into a night charm soul stone, also came out to join in the fun. She flipped her black, silk-like wavy hair and threw a lethal coquettish glance at Director Song and the others. Her coquettish eyes contained boundless killing intent. What the hell are these things? Hey Lin Lin opened her mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Even she and Director Song, who came from the Ba Huang tribe, could not recognize the origin of these magical beasts. But there was one thing that was without a doubt. These magical beasts were very strong. The waves of pressure they exuded showed that they were at least sanctuary-level magical beasts. Two of them were even king-level magical beasts. One summoned beast was not enough. Yun Sheng still had so many magical beasts. Lin Lin, kill her. Leave Yi Biming to me. Director Song was shocked and suddenly realized something. The Celestial Fox people. The Celestial Fox people who had such terrifying abilities. Could it be? A moment ago, the girl who was waiting to be executed was like a dazzling, scorching sun. Her skin was as white as snow, and her wings were as white as a fairy's. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Any one of those magical beasts could be considered a mid-tier expert in the 8 Wastelands continent. They surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. A figure appeared in Director Song's mind. The same charming face, the same magical talent, and the same amazing summoning power. It was the same woman who had once disobeyed the beast god's orders. There was once a person in the Ba Huang continent. No, it's impossible. That person is long dead. Director Song didn't dare continue his train of thought. In the sky, Yi Biming and Duguxiu were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, from the looks of it, Yi Biming already had the upper hand. As he looked at Yun Sheng and then at Yi Biming, Director Song's heart could no longer be described with simple astonishment. Two such peerless geniuses had appeared in the boundless world in just 100 years. Even if Director Song didn't say it, He Lin Lin still wanted to kill Yun Sheng. While Duguxiu and Yi Biming were fighting, it was also the best time for her to kill Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, it seems that I have underestimated you. Earlier, I had thought that you were a lowly celestial fox mixed-blood slut. But now, it would appear that you are barely qualified to fight against me. He Lin Lin. He Lin Lin spoke proudly like a princess. In the Ba Huang tribe, the status of purebred Bakra orcs and mixed-blood beasts was very different. Some mixed-blood commoners could only serve as servants. Even the mixed-blood descendants of nobles and even the patriarchs would be ostracized unless they were extremely powerful. In He Lin Lin's opinion, Yunxing must have learned a strange summoning technique from somewhere. However, her origin was unknown, and her mother was a commoner celestial fox from the boundless world. Yunsheng's identity was also lowly. So what if she had many summoning beasts? So what if she had a king-level summoning beast? In front of the Black Qilin clan's genius, He Lin Lin, she was nothing. You will die a worthy death if you can die under my Qilin's fury. He Lin Lin revealed a proud smile. She scolded. A gust of black battle energy jumped out of her body. The battle energy was constantly compressed and condensed, gradually condensing into a beast form. Yinsheng did not know much about battle energy. The battle energy battle technique that He Linlin practiced was also different from the battle energy battle technique that Yinsheng had seen before. For a moment, she did not know what He Linlin was going to do. She could only be on guard with her magical beasts. Just as He Linlin released her battle energy, a terrifying energy seemed to be about to burst out of her body. Moi moi. The bad woman can turn her battle energy into a beast. So powerful. Puffed Egg seemed to recognize He Linlin's battle technique. Qilin's Fury was one of the explosive battle techniques of the Black Qilin. It could only be used by a martial saint who had fused 3 or more Qilin blood crystals. It could instantly consume half of the user's battle energy and use the battle energy to form a terrifying magical beast that was comparable to a Peak King Qilin beast. Peak King Qilin beast? Yinsheng was shocked. Her summoned beasts were all-powerful. However, the Elf Queen with the purest bloodline was only a mid-level King Qilin beast. Moreover, the Elf Queen was a support-type elf magical beast with weak attack power. As she spoke, He Linlin's battle energy had already formed a horse-shaped magical beast. The magical beast was completely black and covered with hard scales. Its claws and teeth were sharp and gleaming with cold light. Its tail was like a dragon's tail, and its feet were stepping on clouds of battle energy. Bastard mixed blood, enjoy the roar of the Black Qilin. He Linlin's cold voice carried a hint of madness. Her voice was like a bayonet that pierced the eardrums of Yinsheng and the magical beasts. The battle energy Qilin and He Linlin flew up at the same time. The battle energy Qilin flew through the air. It spat out a bunch of battle energy blades that went straight for the magical beasts. Xiao He was not to be outdone. It roared towards the sky, and in an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The Night Charm Queen's devilish voice was heard, and hundreds of Night Charm warriors appeared. They were filled with murderous intent. They raised their bows and arrows and shot at the battle energy Qilin. The arrows rained down like rain. The battle energy Qilin roared angrily and swung its claws down. The hard ground of the drill ground was instantly blasted open. The arrows hit the Qilin's body. Not to mention it was injured, it didn't even scratch its skin. The strength of this Black Qilin's body had reached an astonishing level. Insignificant skill. Your magical beasts are too weak. He Linlin only had half of her battle energy left, but she believed that it was more than enough to kill Yinsheng. Is that so? That may not be so. Yinsheng's eyes were cold as she thought of something. The centipede ant general began to chant. On the ground, countless small ants crawled out from the cracks. Those small ants climbed onto the Black Qilin's body. Every human has a weakness. Magical beasts are no exception. Ant general, tear it apart. Yinsheng smiled sharply. The sharpness in her eyes was revealed. The centipede ant general was born with the ability to devour. If a batch of them died, a new batch would grow like wild grass. It was the most suitable to attack a battle energy beast like the Qilin. No one can underestimate a summoner, and He Linlin was no exception. At the same time, she raised her magic scepter. On the magic scepter, many soul stones lit up at the same time. Magical elements rushed over like a tide. Clang, clang. A beautiful magical phoenix appeared. It flapped its wings and fire feathers fell one after another. In an instant, flames filled the sky. Many fire feathers fell. He Linlin could not dodge in time. Yinsheng smelled the stench of hair. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.